Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I got to say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide.
Let's be frank. You don't want to miss Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO Night. Get 2 hot dogs for $5 on Tuesday, April 29th when the Phils play the Nats at 6:45. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Kids 14 and under will add a favorite to their rotation when they receive the Independence Blue Cross Aaron Nola replica jersey on Saturday, May 3rd at 6:05 when the Phils host the D-backs. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Third straight year they've been eliminated in the play-in tournament, each time by the Heat. They're too good to tank. They're too bad to actually contend. That's basketball purgatory, folks. Hey, I got a suggestion. Fire head coach Billy Donovan. The Hall of Fame coach's messaging clearly isn't working anymore. I'm Pat Boyle.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you all for rolling on this Thursday morning. Well, a stinker by the Phils last night, primarily because a stinker by Aaron Nola. Now, some others had a hand in it as well. Trey's defense, Rojas' defense, not good. But Nola, what?
I mean, the Rojas throw was one of the worst throws I've ever seen in my life.
Astounding. But Nola
that just slipped, right? You must have. I mean, that was awful.
But Nola, obviously, look, Nola got batted around yesterday. He's going to get batted around today. I mean, that's just the reality of the matter. They need more from him. And we'll discuss it today, obviously, at great length. The Phils lose again. So they've been in a losing, bit here. And obviously, Nola has contributed to that for sure. Now 0-4 on the season. 1 week to the NFL draft. We'll do a ton on the draft today. Ruben Frank in the 7 o'clock hour. We got a lot to do. I mean, we're getting really close now. So draft and Phillies obviously will be the two main things. Your phone calls as well, of course, at 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
Lions, leopards, tigers, and jaguars do not purr because their throat is built differently than the house cat.
Well, how about that?
The hyoid bone cannot vibrate in a big cat the way it can in the little cats. But the way that their throats are built, they can roar.
So there you go.
So our tiny little house cats cannot roar.
No, they can't. Interesting fact. Aaron Nola not roaring these days.
No, far from roaring.
See what I just did? Guys, look, he deserves the criticism. I'm a Nola fan. He's given the Phillies a lot. He has been up and down in his career, maybe more than people realize, because he had established something about 4 years ago where you felt like, or 3 years ago, whatever the heck year it was, you felt like he was trustworthy. But, man, there have been a lot of points in his career where he's not been trustworthy. No, look, he's been well above average. There's no doubt. Part of why he got a $175 million deal. But here's the deal. With that deal, you got to be better. Got to be a lot better. I mean, 0-4. First time in his life he's lost 4 in a row in the major league level. And obviously it's 4 out of the gate. You know, we had said at the start of this season, even before the season, we discussed this back in February and March, and you can weigh in on all this at 215-592-9494. We had discussed that, barring injury, the only pitcher on this staff that was guaranteed a postseason start, this is if they got to the postseason, was Zach Wheeler. For the rest of them, it was a free-for-all to figure out who would rise to the top. To this point, obviously, Luzardo has been the second best. I think that's crystal clear. James predicted that he'd be a lot better than people realized. James predicted that Nola was heading down a bit. Both have held true. The fact is, John, Nola has gone down more this year than anybody could have expected. Nobody thought his ERA would be near 7. Nobody thought he'd be 0-4. Obviously, the kid's coming up in a couple months. Obviously, Rangers joining the rotation in a couple weeks. So, you know, Nola's got to get his act together. And look, we know he's going to be in this rotation for a while. But if they do make the playoffs, we don't know that he's going to have a postseason start. But here's the more important thing, twofold. Number one, he could prevent them from making the playoffs. Okay, let's just put that out there right now. They're 10-8. He's got 4 of the losses. He's lost half the games they've lost.
Yeah.
So,
when you put it that way,
yeah,
Joe.
It's harsh, but
fact one, he could be a preventative factor to make the playoffs. Fact two, the big contract now starts coming into question for the long-term purposes.
I've been thinking about that a lot.
Yeah. Like as much as we talk about Trey, there have been other guys through the years with the Flyers with like Brizgalov and like they picked this guy and then they picked that guy. And like we've been through the bad contract thing before. In football, it's not as big a deal because you can always just take the hit for 1 year and be done with it. But in the other 3 sports, if you got the Kenny Thomas contract in basketball, like
the Joel Embiid and Paul George contracts.
Exactly. Like I can't believe I said Kenny Thomas before Paul George. Like if you got one of them, that hurts, John. They're not there yet, but it's trending in the wrong direction. Your thoughts?
Last night, it's absolutely scary along the lines of what you're saying because 35 pitches in the first inning. It was 4-0. It felt like the team just didn't even have a chance. And it's not with Aaron, the last couple seasons, it's just felt like, man, if he's not perfect, they're going to take advantage. If he's not perfect, they're going to hit it out of here. And it was last year too. This year, holy cow. And then, you look at you dig in a little more, the nitty gritty, 5 1/3 innings last night, 6 earned runs on 9 hits. He walked 4 guys.
Yeah.
So not only that's not Aaron Nola like Aaron Nola, the Aaron Nola that I know that I thought we were signing to 7 more years when we just re-signed him heading into last season.
Exactly.
I thought this guy was a workhorse who was going to give us innings and he would be dependable and he would have command. Now, and he would fool people with the breaking stuff. But everything fit together. So the velocity had to be there and his 4-seamer had to be good and located for the breaking stuff to actually work. Now his velocity is gone and his velocity has dropped. His location is significantly problematic lately. And I'm looking in. Actually, Jimmy sent me a graph from Fangraphs.
Okay.
Thank you, Jimmy. His velocity is absolutely critically down this season, and this is a major problem that's a lot more than just, let's brush it off, bad start to the year. If he's not perfect, he gets hit hard, and perfect means his velocity needs to be, I would say 4-seamer, he needs to be up 93. I've seen him, when he's really rolling 93, 92, it works.
Yep.
But, last night, consistently 91, I'm seeing on the graph on the TV and 90. Looking into the numbers, his four-seamer in 2024, 92.5. In 2025, it's been 91.4. That's a 1.1 mile per hour drop on his four-seamer from last year to this year. His knuckle curve last year, 79.1. 2025, 77.8. That's 1.3 miles per hour. I know that this guy, it's not all about velocity for Aaron Nola, but remember, it all works together.
Well, you're getting at an important point, John. Here's the way I'd sum up what I think you're saying, because I think we all would say Aaron Nola knows how to pitch. He didn't forget how to pitch. And this is where it's scary at the early portion of a contract. If the stuff isn't there the way it was, that is a problem.
It's not
and I think
there the way it was.
And he didn't have a lot of margin for error to begin with.
Exactly. That's the problem. And it makes me wonder, is he okay physically? And then you think, well, man, he's going to be 32. He's going to be 32 this June. And we just gave him 7 more years prior to last season.
Right.
So this guy's getting tagged right now. And I'm concerned that the reason is he's actually a worse pitcher because he's older and he's slower. And we just signed him up for the long haul.
Yeah, and he's thrown a lot of innings already in his career.
He has. Look, you can weigh in on the Nola thing. I mean, it is a concern on like 3 different levels. One is just him this year. 2 is the Phillies this year. 3 is him long-term in conjunction with the Phillies. It's like sort of 3 different things. 1 and 2 really tie together. Again, I'll circle back to this. Knowing that, the 3 teams out west have crazy records. Those 3 teams look.
So even the 4, so the Mets are the best record other than a team in the West. There are 4 teams in the West that have as good or better records.
Correct.
Think about that.
So it's, it's not great right now. And obviously as a team, they're sliding backwards and they're playing a sloppy brand of baseball. They're not getting big hits in big moments. And defensively, I don't want to lose sight of the Rojas and Trey Turner thing. I mean, I guess we can say the ball probably slipped out of Rojas's hands, and maybe you just say, okay, unfortunate, not the best weather. I don't either, James. I don't either.
You're there for defense, man.
Correct.
Sorry.
Hey, you ready for this? Grip the ball.
You're damn straight, dude. That was not like he's running deep into the outfield and turning around, throwing it crazy. That was a routine throw in the infield. And not to mention the back ball slip. He threw it to the wrong place to begin with. Whether it slipped or not, that ball goes to the second baseman.
But I agree with you. But James, here's to me the bigger defensive issue last night.
Out of play.
Here's the bigger problem though. Defense last night. It's the Trey Turner play because of what it represents.
No doubt.
Guys, here's the deal. Rojas off the team probably by the start of next year, hopefully sooner. Off the team. Rojas, not a long-term problem. It stinks that he's not going to be able to fill that void and be that guy out there for a long time. Would have loved it. A couple of years ago, he was one of the best prospects in the organization. Clearly, he's just not that good. I've come around to accept that. I don't think Rojas is going to be on the 2027 Phillies or the 2026 Phillies. Trey Turner's my shortstop. That was such a gettable ball. Jimmy Rollins would have gobbled that up, thrown that thing to second base. Done. It's not even
would Sosa. So would Stott. Yeah. That was most shortstops get to that ball.
It's not exactly what you'd call routine, but it's not much more than routine.
If nothing else, every other shortstop knocks it down.
Yeah.
That shouldn't have been 2 runs there at worst case.
And that's where that one bothered me more last night, John, just because of what it represents with him in the future. Guys, he's only in year, was it 3?
3 of 9. Or I'm sorry, of 11, excuse me. 3 of 11.
That play had a direct impact on the loss. Don't get me wrong, guys. And look, you can weigh in 215-592-9494. The biggest thing was Aaron Nola last night. There is no question about it. But I'll put it this way. I have more confidence in Nola rounded in a form as a pitcher than Trey Turner rounded in a form as a shortstop. So
I don't know.
Take a bite out of it, guys.
I'm worried about Aaron Nola not being able to round out into form because he's just older and slower, and the velocity just doesn't automatically come back.
It's not an inconceivable. Look, we saw Jake Arrieta at a certain point just wasn't good anymore. Taijuan Walker, who was never as good as Aaron Nola, there was a point in his career, and it was like a year or two ago, where he just wasn't good anymore. I mean, guys go from not good. Guys go from good to not good.
And it happens quick.
It can.
And
it really can.
And I thought you were against big collars.
Big what?
Collars.
I didn't realize this is one. Is this one? YouTube.
No,
YouTube
it's not a Brian Colangelo level collar.
You're kind of flipping the collar out outside and what's with being dressed up? Did you notice this?
I didn't actually.
He's got a
you're right.
button-down shirt
This is
with
DeCamara.
I don't know, like it's a dress shirt.
It always means one
with
of two
the
things.
thing over
you got
the top
something
of it.
after the show is the
and
point,
then he's
right?
got loafers, the loafers that I think Amy forced him to buy.
Thank goodness for
Look
that.
at, and he's got socks that he tried to match to the shirt.
All right, so
collar.
what do you got going on today?
Look at this guy. I got nothing.
I'm trying to sleuth this out. Why do you try to dress like this today?
Well, why not? Why ask why?
And look, hey, no hat. Is this Joe actually responding positively to criticism from yesterday? Hey, Joe, why are you wearing a hat every day? Why are you looking so slouchy?
I'll tell you what. I'll throw it to the audience. Let's see if they can sleuth it out.
I think that's what we're seeing. I think Joe learned.
So there's three options. Door number
Or he's
one.
trying.
Door number one is I got something after today's show.
Oh.
Door number two is I was shamed yesterday by John's commentary and looking better today. Door number three.
It wasn't my commentary.
Okay.
It was
I
the
think
YouTube
you look great,
commentary.
Fair
man.
enough. Thank you. Door number three is
I'm
is something
fine with the
else.
backwards hat and all
Okay,
that stuff.
okay.
Whatever makes you feel like you and you want to. I'm
Okay.
good
Well,
with
look,
that.
you guys tell us. Could be door number three. What is it? It's a mystery.
It is mysterious.
215-592-9494.
But you look good today.
Thank you, pal. Appreciate that. YouTube, hello. Hey, watch our show on YouTube. We're live right now. And, of course, you can always go back later in the show and watch any portion of the program. 215-592-9494. Aaron Nola. He got batted around yesterday. He's going to get batted around today. He is. He deserves it. It's a lot of money for someone who's really not delivering right now. And I'm a Nola fan, but he's got to pitch better. Your thoughts, your phone calls on all of it. We'll get to the draft. Also, your chance to win Phillies tickets. That's up ahead. Phone calls as well. 215-592-9494. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP. All right, during the NBA playoffs, FanDuel Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today and get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Obviously, these first couple games, these NBA playoff play-in tournament games, well, find the bet or bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. So many ways to bet them. I mean, so many ways to bet all of these games, including player props, three-pointer, steals, assists, more. It's all there. Who's going to win the game? Of course, you can also just make bets toward who's going to win the championship, which will happen in about 2 months. FanDuel.com/hammer. That should be your home base, not only for NBA playoff betting, but for the NHL, Major League Baseball, obviously another game later today, afternoon game, by the way. It's all there for you. It's all available for you to score and score big at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 3. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 4:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Look it up, and it is gone. A towering fly ball to right.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl, or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
The New Jersey Transit Police Department reminds you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Your attention is our most valuable asset. If you ride the train or bus, if you live or work near a station, be alert and aware of your surroundings. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. New Jersey Transit urges you to help keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD.
Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Today, plenty of sunshine and milder, high 64.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. If you're looking to drive something exceptional this spring, I'm here to answer all your questions. Jamie from Aston, some bunny told us you're looking for a new car.
Hey, Robin. Sick of my minivan. I'm looking for something stylish and reliable.
Jamie, the hunt is over. Right now, Robin Ford is offering Ford employee pricing on all new Fords, including the Ford Explorer. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now. 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Rob from Havertown. You're on the air.
Interested in a new truck and heard about the Ford employee pricing offer. What does this mean?
Ford employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. Pay same price as Ford employees. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Hop in, trade up, and drive out. You're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Off, bases loaded, 2 down. Make a pitch. Here it comes. And he missed down low, a sinker. And he walks in a run. As the Giants take a 2-0 lead, Wilmer Flores works a bases-loaded walk, and it's 2-0 San Francisco.
Sorry, LA and Fransky. Aaron Nola did not make a pitch. Well, actually made 35 of them in the first inning of the Phillies' 11-4 loss to the Giants, walking 4, including that one. Nola winless in 4 starts this season. Second straight game he's walked in a run. Phil's battled back from down 4-0 in the first to tie it off a 2-run Bryce Harper home run, but a Johan Rojas error in the 5th allowed San Francisco to go back ahead for good. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgan Stern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at gladhairctr.com. Sunny, high 64, currently 42. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now at 94WIP.com.
Sports update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Ritchie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, I got to tell you, hearing this song makes me a little sad. A little sad.
Got the Flyers.
Yep. Always within Philadelphia sports associate this with the Flyers. Maybe they're about to go on the Pico power play. I really think of the Lindros LeClaire era with this song, because obviously that followed this song's emergence. And they were really good back then. They didn't win a cup, but they're really good. And
it was fun to go down to the games.
It was fun.
You know?
And it was
yeah.
fun. And I say that because today's obviously the last day the Flyers play this year. They're going to miss the playoffs for the 39th straight year.
Feels like it.
Right? Reed, you know the Flyers have won one round since 2011.
I know.
Oh my God!
They've won. Hold on, let me take that back. Since
2010 they won.
Started 2013. Yeah. They won a round in 2012. So 2010 they got to the Cup.
Yeah.
2012 they won one round.
Is that the Rangers one?
No, I don't know. I don't know about that. But starting with the 2012-2013 season, they've won one round.
I used to share. See, I had 31 games a year. I shared with somebody else, and it was the most fun.
Yeah,
I love Flyers game.
Great.
Hockey in person is awesome.
The best, and it used to be sold out every game. Like it was like a thing to do.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. So no playoffs, obviously. And look, we hope to get Jonesy in here in studio sometime soon. Want to talk Flyers with them? Want to talk life with them? I mean, obviously, it's a huge part of the history of WIP. So it'll be fun to reconnect with them. But we're really hoping they can charge this thing up. All right, 215-5, and we need it because the Sixers aren't doing anything, and the Phillies are sliding backwards. Let's go to the phones. Your thoughts on the Phils yesterday, Aaron Nola, the whole deal. Let's kick it off with Harris in Langhorne. Harris, good morning.
Good morning, John, Ritchie, and Joe DeCamara. How you guys doing?
Doing great, Harris.
Fantastic, buddy.
The Phillies suck. Let me tell you something. Their pitching is terrible. If this keeps up, we're going to be in last place. We're going to be at the bottom of the barrel. And something has to be done about it. I mean, this can continue. If you remember last season, we had the second best record in baseball, you guys. I mean, it's terrible. The farm system's terrible. It could be better. What's going on?
Well, I think we do have options here, Harris. Yesterday, Aaron Nola struggled a lot. He struggled mightily. We were in a major hole right away, and we couldn't ever dig ourselves out. But we do have Ranger Suarez coming back soon, so there is sort of light at the end of the tunnel. We know that we've got Andrew Painter eventually this season, also another the greatest pitching prospect in the history of our organization, I'm told. So, man, it hurts that Aaron Nola might be on the downward slope. And really, that's, I think, what we might be looking at if he's not hurt.
Yeah, Harris, what's going on is a few things. The bats are, to a large extent, what they were last year, which is, in a word, inconsistent. And Nola is the worst version of himself so far. And the bullpen's not as good.
better list.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That's the Aaron Nola we know.
Well, it's the Aaron Nola we've known at times. That's right. He's been up and down in his career, and he's never been bad with consistency, but he's been average. His couple seasons in his career, once he established it, he's been totally average.
There have been themes, though, and one of them is he's better when it's hotter.
That's true.
It's not hot, and last night was the opposite of hot.
It was really
last
cold
night was
yeah.
frigid, and there was no humidity whatsoever. So Aaron Nola, the guy who pitched at LSU and loves the humidity, the moisture, his ability to get a grip on the ball, was affected in a major way last night.
No question about it. By the way, when you call in today, and thanks for the call, pal, 215-592-9494 to weigh in. When you do, you can win Phillies tickets. Phils and Nationals game coming up on April 29th. It's a 6:45 first pitch at Citizens Bank Park. It's also a Hatfield Frank's buy one, get one night. 2 hot dogs for the price of one. For tickets, visit Phillies.com. All right, so this is for Phil's tickets today. I know people aren't in the greatest Phillies mood, and you shouldn't be, but, it's probably a game you'll want to go to, and hopefully they bounce back and play better baseball. Here's the deal. Here's the question you can answer today in order to win these Phillies tickets. So a little bit of a surprise for me to find out before the show. 14 years ago to this day, it's when Game of Thrones debuted. Seems hard to believe Game of Thrones debuted that long ago.
It does, actually. You're right.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, because it only ended a few years ago, but they would take a lot of time off in between seasons, the whole deal. All right, so 14 seasons ago, Game of Thrones debuted. Obviously, it's one of the great shows of all time. It's one of the great shows this century. It's one of the best forms of entertainment we've had this century. We ask you this question for you to win the tickets today. What is the best form of entertainment this century, other than Game of Thrones? You got all the shows, you got all the songs, you got all the bands, you got all the everything. You got everything. You got the sports, you got all entertainment. Anything that is in the world of entertainment, you got 25 years, a quarter century. What is the best form of entertainment this century? Whoever provides what we determine to be the winning answer, you're going to see the Phillies April 29th at Citizens Bank Park. John Ritchie, there are so many haymakers. I don't know if you're going haymaker or not.
Well,
I'm going to go haymaker, but one that probably won't win because we'd be self-serving if we said it. WIP!
There you go.
All right? Us! Freaking awesome! You know who? The Hammer! Bang! Who? The Hammer! Who? Man. The Hammer! Bang! Bang! The Hammer! No, I mean, like I said, I'm not really taking them out.
That was a lot. That was a lot right there.
All right, John, entertainment this century. What do you got?
I was thinking about
that was outrageous, by the way.
A bit.
A little bit.
Obnoxious, outrageous.
All right,
many words you could say.
Give us a better answer than Hammer. Okay. Better. There are better answers.
You could say that.
All right, John, give me an answer.
Okay. I was thinking about how my life has changed dramatically. And, like the last 5-10 years, I don't know. There was a point in time where I would go home and curl up with my guild for a raid on molten core, where that mattered more. The drops of armor and weapons from molten core. When we fall
Warcraft.
Absolutely.
So
when we would fell the final boss in molten core, and we'd celebrate as a guild. And, me as a hunter and my pet that I've tamed, it was a black lion, which was really cool. My name was Armpit. I thought I was the coolest.
I'll just say this. When I
world.
said maybe we avoid the Mount Rushmores, I weren't saying let's be dorky and have Dungeons and Dragons, but fair enough.
It basically was Dungeons and Dragons that I was living in an avatar-based world.
I'm guessing out
World
there,
of Warcraft.
I'm guessing some people listening for Phillies tickets can come up with a better answer than that. 215-592-9494. Seltzer, what do you got?
I, too, will not take a haymaker. I'll just give a shout-out to a movie everyone should see. Sicario. Awesome movie. We never bring it up on the show.
I've never
seen that.
I have something in mind as a potential winning answer. I'm curious if people are going to hit. I don't know. Maybe a winning answer. Rhea, what are you thinking?
The Forks episode, season 2 of The Bear, may be one of the greatest episodes of TV I've ever seen in my entire life.
All right. Clearly, other than WIP, we did not take a Mount Rushmore.
No.
Give us a great answer. There are so many good answers. I mean, entertainment, you can go in a million directions. Best form of entertainment this century. What is it? 215-592-9494. Coming up, something Howie Roseman said 2 days ago about character guys or not character guys. and how they evaluate players like that for the draft. We'll get to that. Get you ready for the draft, which is in a week. Your reaction on the Phils, phone calls, and all these topics. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Imagine a more comfortable and energy-efficient home this spring, and this is from someone who doesn't have to wonder, because I've had those windows from Window Nation for almost a decade in my home. April is the perfect time to replace your old, outdated windows. And guess what? Our friends at Window Nation have a special offer for you in April.
Update your home this April with Window Nation's incredible buy 4, get 4 free sale happening now through April 30th. Plus, get a free entry door when you purchase windows for your entire house.
And a new entry door absolutely increases the curb appeal of your home. You love it. You love walking in the door with a new entry door. And Window Nation always provides great financing options. And right now you get 0% financing, 0 down, no monthly payments until 2027.
Window Nation partners with the top window manufacturers in the nation to build windows to their high quality specs, and then they pass the savings on to you. My new windows look so fresh and clean for the spring, and the house feels cozier than ever, and I'm really eager to see my electric bill savings moving forward.
The sale ends April 30th, so schedule your estimate right now, 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly?
I'm Reese with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Giants head into next week's draft with 8 picks, including the 3rd overall. General Manager Joe Shane addressing the possibility of taking a quarterback, saying, quote, "With the signing of Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, we've put ourselves in position where I don't think that's mandatory. We're happy with the makeup of the room right now," end quote. Meanwhile, top prospect Travis Hunter, expecting to be a top 5 pick, telling CBS Sports he has no intention of choosing between wide receiver and quarterback, saying, quote, "I've been doing it my whole life, and I love being on the football field. I feel like I can dominate on each side of the ball," adding, quote, "I'd rather never play football again than give one of those up," end quote. Elsewhere, the Dallas Cowboys holding the 12th overall pick and have 10 total picks in the draft, with co-owner and executive vice president Stephen Jones saying they're unlikely to move up but could trade down depending on how the board shakes out. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine & More, the place to go for sipping rosés with seltzers on ice, making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Ow! Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
During the NBA Play-In Tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get in on all the NBA Play-In Tournament action. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Well, that was ugly. Aaron Nola struggled with command, 4 walks, walked in a run in the first, in which he threw 35 pitches. Nola winless in his first 4 starts for the first time in his career. Johan Rojas not helping at all with an error in the 5th.
Swing and a fly ball center field. Rojas coming in. He won't get there. It's a base hit. Lee was waiting to see whether he'd catch it. Now Rojas throws it indiscriminately past everybody towards the on-deck circle third base side, and Lee is going to score. Johan Rojas missed flat out everybody with that throw.
Scott Fransky, almost comical an inning later after Brandon Marsh hitting under 100 would pinch hit for Rojas. He struck out. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds, specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be a New Jersey gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Sunny today. High of 64. It's currently 41. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you. Yeah, ugly last night, really ugly. DeCamara, John Ritchie. Hey, YouTube, hopefully we're not ugly. You can be the judge on YouTube. Watch our show. If you've never seen the show, you can now see it. We've had this going on for about 2 or 3 weeks now. And other than on Fridays when we are at Borgata, our shows will always be live and available on YouTube. Also, you can go back on YouTube and watch them later. So check that out. Life advice with DeCamara. That's coming up with 9:15. Maybe you've got some advice from me based on what you see with YouTube. So we'll take your comments.
Life advice for the hammer.
Yes, exactly. We do enjoy the YouTube comments. It's been a...
You washed your glasses.
Nope.
You got new glasses.
Correct.
Well, they were needed, that's for sure.
And we still need to determine, why am I dressed up today? So
I was wondering.
Like I said, there's 3 choices. 3 choices.
Meeting.
1 is something after today's show, which could be a meeting. 2, obviously, as determined earlier, is shamed by the comments yesterday and they're looking better today. 3 is something else.
Do we guess? Like, how's this play out? Is
I
this
don't know.
like
I'm not sure.
we gonna
give
like the whole show played out?
Yeah, I think so. We give the audience a
All right,
chance.
I'm guessing you have a meeting. That's my official guess.
If people get it right, I will tell you. If they don't, I probably won't tell you.
I can't believe
Yeah, that's the rules.
I can't believe the level
I like this.
of
950.
matchedness
Have they
that
guessed?
he tried to achieve here. This sock to collar matchedness
It wasn't
is
intentional.
unprecedented.
It wasn't intentional.
Oh, come
I
on.
promise. I promise. I'm being honest.
Now you've taken it too far.
Okay. I mean, do you believe me or not?
I
You call me a
don't
liar?
believe that.
Call me a liar?
You call me a liar.
All right. That's extreme.
Well,
But
that's what you're saying.
you're saying this was completely unintentional. I think once again, can you show the sock for a
yeah.
moment?
I mean, look, looking nice.
Come on,
is not
man. You put your
unintentional.
foot in your mouth and chew on your nails,
You're
so it's
so
not that big a
disgusting.
stretch.
You're
Did
the
you
sauce.
match?
Look, but he matches beyond matches. That's super
I'm a
matching.
dapper guy, man.
That's the exact colors. That's exact multiple colors, sock to collar.
Well, listen.
It's a really good job
Thank
by
you,
you.
sir.
There's also a nice use of
matching-wise.
dapper
Thank
there
you.
as well.
You guys be the judge on YouTube. Let us know what you think, but let us know the why on the phone lines. And if you accurately say why, then I'll tell you. And if you don't, then I probably will never tell you. And you have 3 hours and 20 minutes to figure it out. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Also, today's Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. In 2025, Armin Chevrolet is proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. Poll question: which do you think Howie is most likely to do with that Eagles first pick? 3 choices here. A, trade up. He's done it a number of times. Jalen Carter being an example. Devontae Smith being an example. Although that was a wonky one. That was a trade down to trade up. He went from 6 to 12 to 10. So A, do you think he trades up? B, stays at 32, makes a pick. Swear to God, I think that's the least likely. C, trades down. That's what he did the last time they won a Super Bowl. He traded down, traded out of the first round, got Dallas Goedert early in the second round. Which do you think he's most likely to do? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. To the phones we go. Also, something Howie said recently about character issue guys. We'll get to that shortly. Ron and Monco, never a character issue guy in a negative way. Good morning, Ron.
Hammer.
Ron.
Rhea, good morning.
Good morning.
I had to say good morning. The last guy didn't even say hi to you.
It's okay. You don't have to say hello to every person.
Wow.
Good morning, Rhea.
Actually, we
Good morning.
prefer people don't go all the way around the horn and head.
Yeah, it kind of wastes time, Ron. It's one of those things,
I hear
you know?
All right, so listen, okay, guys, I broke this down as simply as it can be broken down for radio purposes. Why this thing is done, and it's going to be done for a long time. It's real simple.
Okay.
Nola, Turner, Taiwan on, $500 million, long-term contracts. I left Harper out of that. He's got 1 + 6. He's got this year and 6 more. We're going to see how that works out. Okay? You're waving a white flag, and especially last night, freezing cold in the Arctic tundra, putting Schwarber out in left field. If you see more,
Made a
Schwarber
nice play in the first inning, man. I mean, didn't get the guy at second, but threw a good
Schwarber
strike.
does not go on the field. Okay? If Schwarber goes on the field, you're in trouble. That means you're having problems.
I
Okay?
disagree, Ron. I know the guys around here think into left field is a bad idea. I like Schwarber. I like Schwarber and left as an option from time to time. I mean, I think it gives him. Let me put it this way: if you can get JT's bat in there, if he deserves it. Now we don't know that JT deserves to be a DH. We don't know that. You're right. He's got to kind of prove that. We want him to deserve that. But I like. Let me put it this way: I'd rather have Schwarber's bad defense than Marsh's bad offense. I'm dead serious about that.
Hammer, I'm almost through this list.
Am I wrong about that, John? I mean, honestly, what's worse? Schwarber's bad D or Marsh's bad O? It's not even close.
I'm
serious.
That's a tough question for me because I'm an offensive I really
I'm
I
dead
think I'm
serious.
tilted way too offensive.
I'm dead serious, man.
Like you say, you like these pitcher battles, like defensive struggles. I hate that. Yeah, I want to see home runs and all that stuff. I love the small ball too, but yeah, the points in offense, that's what I like the most.
Ron, here's the point of the phone call, and I start making fun of you just because I love you. You got any points to actually make here today?
Listen, center field. You have no center field. You got two players taking up roster spots.
Correct.
Center field, right? You got 4 years. 4 years, guys. They're still shuffling the lineup. They can't figure the lineup. Your haymaker, and thanks for hammer-splaining my points for me.
Hammer-splaining is good.
I like that.
Ron, that's good.
Band of Brothers.
Band of Brothers is a good
great answer,
Good
Ron.
answer. Band of Brothers, good answer. Ron has a unique ability. No, it wasn't a bad call. I like to make fun of Ron as a joke, but
Hammer.
Ron is a caller we certainly enjoy. All right, Howie Roseman. We enjoy Howie with the draft, except for 5-6 years ago when he wasn't drafting well, but he's done a great job this decade. How he answered a question about character issue guys that are problematic. We'll get to that coming up in a minute because he gave an interesting answer the other day. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've been a patient now for 2 decades, my mom a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough. They are character issue guys in great ways. I mean, great guys, true experts at what they do, and they'll help you big time. They're both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. And at PI Dental Center, they are the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. We strongly encourage you to get to PI Dental Center. Certainly start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. I want you to visit pidentalcenter.com. Of course, there you can request your new patient evaluation. Matter of fact, before we get to something related to what Howie said about character issue guys, I want to go back to something Ray Didinger said recently. And because I want to frame this Mike Green situation. So Mike Green is a prospect in the draft as of right now, slated to go, according to many experts, in the mid-teens, but he could drop. There have been issues with Mike Green off the field that certainly have lessened his draft stock. Ray Didinger the other day talking about Mike Green, the player, was really, 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 really high on Mike Green, the player. I want you to listen to this, and then we're going to get to what Howie said about character, problem guys. And you be the judge on the whole deal. Here's what Ray said about Mike Green.
I'm thinking defensive line. I'm thinking edge rusher specifically, and there are some really, really good ones. I mean, I am head over heels in love with Mike Green. Look, he's not going to fall to you at 32. I mean, there's no way. The Eagles got real lucky last year because Quinyon Mitchell, who never should have gotten to 22, did. But I don't think you're going to get that lucky that Mike Green is going to fall to you at 32. If you ask me who's my number one guy, last year, if you remember, we had this conversation before the draft, and I said Quinyon Mitchell was my number one guy. Well, this year my number one guy is Mike Green, and if you're as high on him as I am, you're going to have to move up from 32 to go get him, probably somewhere in the teens. But the fact is, with all the draft picks you have both this year and next year, that's doable.
All right, so that's Ray. That was about a week ago. And obviously, by number one guy, he's not saying number one in the entire draft. He's saying for the purpose of the Eagles, if a player came in range of the Eagles where they could pick, Mike Green would be his guy. All right, so listen to, now I don't know at that moment if Ray was aware of all the off-the-field issues. I'm candidly not sure. But 2 days ago, Howie Roseman was asked a really good question. And the question was not framed specifically about Mike Green. His name wasn't said, but I think a lot of us had him in mind when I believe it was Mike Sealski that asked this question. Listen to Howie in this answer.
You said on a podcast not long ago that drafting or bringing in a player who had committed violence against women was a non-starter for you guys. What's the standard by which you judge that? And what I mean is, a player could be accused, a player could be charged, have charges dismissed, could have pleaded out, something. What's the standard that you use to judge that?
I learned a lot about podcasts here in the last couple of weeks. I guess they can take parts of the podcast and use them and actually publicize them. Welcome to 2025, Howie Roseman. So I think that we have a process. We have an objective process that we use. We live in a country where you're innocent until proven guilty. And so we try to abide by the judicial process. But I think, to get in kind of the details of what we do, That's part of our internal dynamics that I probably wouldn't want to get into, but certainly we try to not make it subjective is basically what I would say, so that we get in a situation where if we really like a player, we can make excuses for that player. So we try to have objective criteria when it comes to the issues that you're asking me about. But it is important to us, the people that we bring in this building, and that we know we can win with really good people. And we also know that young people make mistakes in other areas. But that was one that was, on my heart when I was talking about it, and something that we believe in as an organization.
And what Howie was referencing there had been that, recently he was on a podcast and he referenced that they just take guys off the board, certain things with women, obviously sexual element things, physical element things. The Mike Green thing is he was accused of stuff, never charged, obviously never convicted. If you're not charged, you're not going to be convicted. So, John, this is always one of those tricky things for us as talk show hosts and for an organization as they approach a draft. Now, it's easier for them because they have investigative powers we don't have. I mean, they got a big dom, we don't. They're spending hours and hours and hours and hours on trying to investigate a situation, and we're not. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what the outcome will be on whether the Eagles will have him on the board or not. We know they took Jalen Carter a couple years ago, and that was not a simple situation. I mean, we heard flat out. I remember one of the reporters, I forget who, one of the national reporters said that 3 different teams had taken Jalen Carter off their board in the top 10, which is part of how the Eagles got him. So, what the outcome of this will be with Mike Green and any number of other players, it's hard for us. It's actually impossible for us to know.
And it is. And part of what the Eagles have to factor in is you can take on Jalen Carter because you have so much belief in the veterans that you have, in the safety net that you have in place for everyone. That locker room is so just airtight. Now that you're losing some of that veteran experience these last few years. Just think about the faces who were
Fletcher
filing
was here
out
when
the door.
Jalen Carter came. Fletcher was there initially.
He certainly was, and Fletcher's
played a big
now
role
gone.
with him. They talked about that.
And
that's right.
And Jason Kelsey is out the door
Brandon
now,
Graham.
and Brandon Graham is now out the door. They are probably, if I'm from an outsider looking in, less equipped to deal with one of these acquisitions, if there are the questions, than they were previously. So that's something you have to weigh.
I remember years ago, I was told by one of the announcers in town. I won't say the team, I won't say the announcer, but I remember him telling me about years before that, one of the head coaches in town had something that happened with a player in the sport, and the player became available, and the coach said to the announcer, "Yeah, this will make it easier for us to get him." Now, I don't remember the player. I don't remember the nature of the crime or the allegation. I truly don't. But I just know this. I mean, sometimes organizations say there's opportunity here. Sometimes organizations say, this is a total no-no that will go down. Did
it seem like he was backtracking?
Yes.
He said on the podcast.
Yeah, and it bothered me. Like
it did, because and acting like he doesn't know that podcasts are available.
I know.
All over that
nonsense.
Total disingenuous. But it completely sounded like, you either have those feelings or you don't. As a GM, you get the best player. If he's never been convicted, people have their feelings. A lot of people had feelings about Jalen Carter.
Oh, I was not thrilled with it.
Well,
it was a lot.
And it's a step further. And look, I appreciated how he's saying it initially, like put it out there. That's great. Like I saw so much response, like be a Howie Roseman. Like that's what teams should do. And now when you walk it back, you take away from the power of what you said the first time, not to mention the fact that saying in the first place puts you in a situation where, let's say a player on your own team, like a star player on your team has something happen. Do you cut him? You think the Eagles are going to cut him? Like they have put them, like Howie put his foot in his mouth here. Like he should have stood behind what he said, or he shouldn't have said it. One or the other.
I also think it is possible, and you can say this doesn't matter how he should have stood by it anyway, but it is possible Howie, the maneuverer, said to himself after that became a story, that devalued,
of course,
our position in the draft.
Think about a draft.
We don't want people to know we're not going to take someone.
You don't have to jump over us. You don't have to trade with us. You don't have to, exactly. But you know what? You said it. You have to stand by it. Like it looks weak.
It looks a little weak. It does. All right. So look, I don't want to go down the hole. I mean, these are issues criminally. It's impossible for us to know. Was there a crime? Was there not? We don't know. But we know these are complicated issues organizations have to figure out clearly. And they do spend a lot of time trying to do so. 215-592-9494. All right, coming up, more of what Howie said. Also, I want to get to something Elliott Shore Parks said to us this week about two very notable, outstanding defensive players in pro football who could get traded and how that could or may or may not factor into the Eagles with this NFL draft. That and more. Phone calls on all these topics on 94 WIP.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey, Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey, Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey, Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply, subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
When you're ready to propose, shopping for the diamond can be intimidating. Trust me, but the Benari Jewelers team puts you at ease, showing you everything you need to know for that important purchase. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of hand-picked diamonds. At Benari, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she will love. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Hexton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle. Just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Pat Below with an Odyssey Sports Minute. All the pieces have fallen into place for the Giants to take Shedeur Sanders with the 3rd overall pick. Despite the Browns seemingly needing a QB, I believe they're in love with Travis Hunter. So for the Giants, they've got a private workout schedule with Shedeur later today. We're a week away from the draft. This isn't a smokescreen. This is a regime that is desperate to finally get their franchise QB, and they're taking one last look before they draft him next Thursday. I'm Pat Boyle.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, baby, dig this.
Well, I'll tell you what. If Jimi Hendrix was alive, hold on. I got to not talk, right? Does that suffice, Sean? Jimmy would not be happy with Aaron Nola last night. Man.
He would not. You're right about that.
Bad,
Jimmy wouldn't have said for that.
Bad start by Aaron Nola.
On fire.
No.
Ah,
quite the opposite.
Quite the opposite indeed. All right, good morning. I hope you're having a great start. By the way, another chilly day. I don't know what's going on here.
It's going to be nice today.
It's going to be 80 on Saturday.
Okay, but you know what?
80.
It's not today.
I know. I'm
No,
just
it's not.
saying it's going to be 80 on Saturday.
It's going to be more like pleasant this afternoon, 64 and sunny. It's
Well,
starting
I'll
out
take
very
Take that.
cold.
That's good.
I'll take that too. I'm just saying when we woke up, not good.
And yesterday was really cold.
I know. And it affected the game. But Aaron Nola's got to be better. Got to be better. Johan Rojas has to grip the ball. And Trey Turner's got to be able to go. You know, at one point, what was it yesterday when Trey ran? What did he do?
When he got thrown out, stealing second?
No. I remember seeing him round the bases at one point. Anyway, look, obviously, it's just amazing he can be so fast and so laterally not fast.
Oh, the
Or
lateral
quick.
is just brutal.
Not, I guess I should use the word quick. Not laterally quick, but straight line fast.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And he doesn't seem to have great instincts out there.
I agree.
It feels like he's never moving quickly. And like Jimmy, to your point, like if you were at a game and you watched Jimmy play, like as soon as the ball hit, that dude is moving in a direction. He had a feel for it. He knew where the ball was
And
going.
by the way, we don't have
Trey,
to compare.
It feels like he's like flat-footed all
I
the
agree.
time.
And it's not just
Jimmy.
the
I was using
great,
an example.
I'll give you others. Desi Relaford would have gotten that ball. Freddie Galvis would have gotten that ball. I mean,
Easily. I mean,
like
Freddie was good.
Freddie was a great defensive
Galvis would
shortstop.
not have, but Freddie Galvis would have.
So, it's frustrating. I mean, that's a ball Trey Turner's got to get. And knowing this is year 3 of an 11-year deal, what the heck, man?
And Joe, coaching is. I text James during the game last night. The first play, when he should have gotten out of the inning at 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
I went, double. Oh, they're great, double play. There was nobody there. Like, what defensive alignment were they running out there? That to me was a coaching thing, not on Trey, and then Trey compounded it.
Yeah,
later,
it's really it's been messy early going this year.
Very
And,
messy.
You know, look, they had a good first week and a half, and they've had a bad last week and a half, and it nets out with a 10-8 record and a backslide. And Aaron Nola has lost half their starts, or excuse me, Aaron Nola has lost half their losses. I mean, he's 0-4. They got
that
8
is
losses.
a wild stat. I didn't realize it. That's wild.
Got half of them. All right, to the phones we go. And by the way, an optimist would say, okay, well, if he rounds into form, then my team's really, really good. And then there's something to be said for that. It's not inconceivable. But 0-4 out of the gate and the ERA, moving towards 7. That's not good. Derek and Paoli. Derek, good morning.
What's up, man? You keep dressing like that, man. You might end up in time like Jalen Hurts, man.
There you go.
I mean?
There you go.
He's classing it up in there.
Yeah,
I'm going to be in that iconic category.
That's like a grown-up today, man.
There you
know
go.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Keep it up, man.
Derek, have you
Keep it
seen
up.
the show on YouTube?
I believe it's the ironic category you would be in.
Have you seen it,
Listen,
Derek?
I'll be watching it, but I'm a truck driver, so I can't do both. I can do one or the other. You know what I'm saying?
Makes
So,
sense.
Hearing you is better than seeing you. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes.
Nah, I'm just
All good, buddy.
I got a question for y'all, right? Because I do watch a lot of Phillies games, right? Do you think putting Bryce Harper back in right field will ever happen? Because it seems like they have a lot of problems in the outfield, man.
That's a great question. My simple answer is probably not. If I had to put money on it, I'd say no.
I mean, he looks like he's back healthy, right?
Yeah, I mean, let me put it this way. If a guy like Ohtani can get closer to pitching for real soon, then Bryce Harper should be able to throw from right field. And
because I see him, he'd be crashing into like the sidewalls, going for like them foul balls and all that. I just wonder if he'll ever.
Yeah, that's a different kind of thing. I mean, I think, banging the arm and elbow is different than throwing the baseball with velocity.
Okay, I think it's more throwing.
Yeah, he's got to be able to throw. He's got to be able to throw to home plate. And initially, it made sense.
The longest throw in the sport.
Yeah, initially it made sense to not put him out there, but I can't imagine why he shouldn't be physically capable of playing right field. And then it's just a matter of, is he truly willing to or not? And
it doesn't make sense for the team.
Well,
we talk about like it does, but it depends what the other options are at those positions.
Absolutely. But also, Derek, are the Phillies really willing to go to him and say, we need you to do this?
No.
Yeah. I got one more question about, I saw something yesterday on Facebook where they were saying the Eagles should trade Jalen Ramsey for Devontae Smith.
That was dumb. No, that was a dumb. It was Yahoo.
Yeah,
it was like a Yahoo Sports, whatever. It was
Why would you get rid of Darius Slay?
It was
if you're
the
going to do that?
13 pick and Jalen Ramsey for 32 and Devontae, and it was very stupid.
Gotcha.
that's crazy.
All right, Derek, give me the best form of entertainment this century.
I'm going to go with NFL Red Zone.
NFL Red Zone. Interesting. So a lot of people dig it. It's not my thing.
I love it.
Oh, it's great. You don't like it?
I don't do it.
When the Eagles aren't playing, I'm on it.
Is it because you've never done it and
No,
that's
I've done
just
it
not
at
what you do?
Friends' houses. I've seen it a couple times, but
so you'd rather just watch one, even if it's a bad game, even if it's like a Giants, whatever.
flip back and forth. 2 games. If the Eagles aren't
What about
on,
when there's only one game though? We get that too.
we do, but a lot of times that's during an Eagles post game situation, so I can live there. Also, sometimes I'll just float away, take a walk, take a bath, read a book.
Bath.
On an NFL Sunday. Yep. One of the 18 we get in there.
I'm in my Putin book right now. That's Putin guy, John. Not a good guy.
Not a good guy.
Not a good guy. Not a good guy.
I didn't know you were reading a Putin book.
Yeah, I'm reading a Putin book.
Why?
Only you.
I try to, learn stuff and be entertained and, find out
Is
what's going
Putin
on.
entertaining? A real entertaining character.
Well, not entertained in that sense, but, just learn the ways of the world. I mean, and if I'm going to be a leader someday, learn what to do and what not to do.
There you go.
So that's
that was the correct answer.
All right, let's listen to Elliot because, there are 2 very, very, very notable, very accomplished pass rushers that may be available draft weekend, veterans. And we're talking about TJ Watt. We're talking about Trey Hendrickson. You'd have to give up a lot to get them. You'd have to pay them a lot. We asked Elliot earlier this week, because you think about would the Eagles take that first-round pick and trade it for one of them. Remember, years ago, the Eagles traded a first-round pick for Jason Peters. A couple years back, the Eagles traded a first-round pick for A.J. Brown. Both of them worked out in spectacular fashion. Now, it's risky. Sometimes you get a guy like that, and he comes in, and he's kind of more washed up than you'd hope, and he's overpriced and it can backfire, but it can work. Trey Hendrickson, TJ Watt, we talked to Elliot. Do you think Howie would be of the mindset to go all in with a Super Bowl caliber roster already in place for a guy like Hendrickson or Watt and be willing to move the first rounder?
So I do think with Howie, it's probably smart to never rule out anything. Like, I think there's a shot that it could happen, but I think it's 1%. I really don't think they're going to make a big time trade for an expensive player. That's just the sense I've gotten really all off season, but especially coming back from the owners meeting, is they really view this as like they have their high paid players, and obviously AJ, Saquon, Jalen, Devontae, like the list goes on. And then they have their guys coming up that they're going to pay. So I think the opportunity to grab a cost controlled, ideally like special player at number 32 is too good to pass up to go and, let's be honest, like somewhat overpay for TJ Watt or Trey Hendrickson. Like, they are great players, but you're giving up a premium asset to acquire that player. And then you're also paying top dollar to make that player happy. So I would be stunned if something like that happened.
All right, John, let me ask you a question here. I give you 5 minutes. No, in this case, I'm giving you, 30 seconds. But let's say I give you 5 minutes. You're Howie, and I say, Howie, you got 5 minutes to decide. First round pick for Hendrickson or Watt.
That's it. Just 32 for them, you're saying?
Yeah, 32. And you got to pay him a lot. And look, I know that's the one X factor we don't know here. How much you got to pay him? But John, I'm giving you either Trey Hendrickson or Watt. You get to pick, and you give up the first round pick. Are you doing it or not?
All right. My philosophy in general is that if I've seen a guy succeed in the NFL, I'm going to opt for that guy over the draft pick, the secret kid who might come in and fail, probably will come in and fail. Probably, I mean, let's think about it. In a million years, is he going to come in and be TJ Watt?
Extremely unlikely.
No, it's so unlikely.
But if you get TJ Watt for 3 years, is that better than
a fifth of the price or whatever it is, right?
Yeah,
I gotta pay $40 million a year for that TJ Watt, so it does get pretty convoluted. But yeah, I would go for the short thing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we'll throw that out into the equation for you to contemplate. It's juicy. I mean, they're two really well-known, outstanding pass rushers. Would you go in on those guys? 215-592-9494. All right, up ahead, what Aaron Nola said after the game last night. Plus, Ross Tucker and the player Mel Kiper has, as of right now, as the pick for the Eagles at pick 32. We'll get to that. How he's approached the first round philosophically, how they strategize for a first-round pick. What he said this week, we'll get to that. Plus, Plus, Ruben Frank joins us at 7:40. Phone calls and all this. And the struggles of the Phillies and Aaron Nola and Trey Turner defensively and Johan Rojas in every way possible. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie, all that up ahead. Your calls as well on 94 WIP. All right, during the NBA play-in tournament, obviously the NBA playoffs, FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is giving all customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Make sure you join today and get started with FanDuel Sportsbook at FanDuel.com/hammer. Get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. $5 bet, it's a win-win, because $5 bet, if you win it, you win it. You win money. You also get $250 in bonus bets. That's a spectacular deal. And of course, with these bets, you can apply it to all sorts of player props, three-pointers made, steals, assists, points, whatever. It's all there. You can bet who's going to win a certain game. You can bet who's going to win the championship. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. Don't forget the hockey playoffs. Don't forget the baseball regular season. All the sports, all the games, all available for you, including the NBA playoffs at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
New Harley-Davidson street glides under $265 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Ride out for under $265 a month on a new street glide at Stars and Stripes Harley-Davidson.
Payments based on street glide model and base color with 30% down, 96 month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, high loan license fees. See dealer for details.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you.
Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamara. April showers bring May flowers, but bald tires, well, that brings trouble on slick spring roads. Worn out tread means longer stops, less control, and way more risk. Don't chance it. Roll into United Tire and Service for a free tire inspection and serious deals on top brands, including an extra $50 off any Ford tires. United Tire and Service, locally owned and operated. Find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Experience the action of the sport of kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at NairaBets.com/Philly25.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select DynaPro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through April 30th, save 15% off instantly on a spring maintenance package and make sure your car is road trip ready. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including hand-cooked tires at CJTire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn-out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and get up to $100 back on a set of hand-cooked tires. CJTire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers valid through May 31st, 2025. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Get $100 back on a set of DynaPro, HD2, and Evo AS tires. See store for
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code Radio Launch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Aaron Nola 0 for 4 starts the season as the Phillies fell to the Giants 11-4, 6 runs on 9 hits and 5+. Nola needed 35 pitches to get through the first inning, in which he walked in a run, had 4 walks overall.
First inning, command was off, but from innings 2 through 5, I thought he was really good. I thought the stuff got better, the breaking ball got sharper, changeup was good, and he was throwing strikes, and his command was good. You know, both him and Ray had trouble in the first inning, so maybe it was just getting used to the elements.
Rob Thompson, as his club falls to 10-8, aiming for a split later today with the Giants, 4 p.m. here on 94 WIP. Christopher Sanchez starts. 5-4 windows get for free, pay nothing until 2027, now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Sunny, high 64, it's currently 42. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, man. Thinking about how things really went backwards for the Phils after they got back from London.
It's a good point. You're right.
It was the second game, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Everything fell apart.
Yeah. Taiwan pitched. He pitched well, remember? It wasn't Taiwan's fault in that one. Yep.
I do remember that. Aaron Nola, he was the primary culprit last night. Rojas and Trey had a role with their defense, but not good. And I got to tell you, Rob Thompson, who I'm a big fan of, you know, as a person. I mean, seems like a tremendous guy. He does have an irritating way of presenting things that can be true at times about a player's performance when they struggled. But like Rob Thompson's not wrong that between the second and fifth inning, Aaron Nola was good. But I don't need to hear it.
You know what it's reminding me of a bit? It's not there yet, but it's reminding me a bit of the Gabe Kapler stuff. Remember, that's part of the reason we couldn't stand like this city.
He presents well.
Yeah, no. He did that stuff where it was like, well, they would try and get him to say something, and he'd be like, well, he was really good in the 7th inning when he took that one pitch or whatever, like finding ridiculous ways to give that. Like he's not there yet.
Someone from Phillies PR should get to him and say, you got to rein this in.
This is where no
one wants to hear it.
The problem is the games are televised.
Yeah.
And people are in the stands.
Exactly right. Let's listen.
We know what it looks like when Aaron Nola is not right. And when he misses a little bit, other teams seem to they take advantage every single time, it feels like. And we've learned in the past, if his velocity is off a tick, it does affect everything. Even though the breaking stuff is his bread and butter, if his fastball is off a tick, it affects everything.
Well, he doesn't throw as hard as some others, and that's to James's point earlier.
As fast.
There's a smaller margin for error for him.
None of it is as fast as it has been, and now this year it's significantly worse. And the numbers are, look, every pitch.
Yeah.
The four-seamer, 1.1 miles an hour. It's slower this season, this year to last year. The knuckle curve, 1.3 miles per hour slower. The sinker, 1.5. The cutter, 1.6 miles an hour slower than last season.
Yeah.
Aaron Nola June 4th will turn 32. I'm wondering when I'm looking at him, and again, Joe, I fixate on those little numbers when I'm watching the game, and his numbers this year, they're 90, 91, and it's a fastball. It says four seam, and it says 90,
That's a
91.
Yeah.
That's not what it's been. And then last night, Aaron Nola, and this season, he hasn't been locating. Aaron Nola, but one of the greatest strengths is you know he's going to put it where he wants to put it. And man, last night he walked four guys.
Sure did. Well, let's listen to Nola because he really did struggle and has this year 0-4 now out of the gate. First time in his major league career, he's lost 4 straight starts. Forget start of the season ever. 4 straight starts, 4 straight losses, first time in his career. Here's Aaron Nola after the game last night on that lack of command.
Yeah, it drives me crazy. It's it's unacceptable. I hadn't 3 times in my career I've done that, and 2 times past 2 games. I just got to get ahead better. Too many free passes, and usually those runs have been scoring, and I'm just kind of making it harder on myself in those situations. 8 walks in 2 games overall. It's not good. So I'll clean it up.
Look, I do appreciate him using the word unacceptable. That's notable to me. Ben Simmons would have never said it, so I appreciate that. Proud athlete here who obviously has been much better many times before and knows he's got to get better. But this isn't what the Phillies signed up for, 17, 16 months ago when they gave him $175 million. They gave him $175 million for 7 years. This is only the start of year 2. So he's got to pick it up. And I'll say again what I said earlier in the show. He could be the difference. If he doesn't get it together, he could be the difference in this team missing the playoffs.
You know what scares me, Joe?
He could be.
Last year, he had finished with his lowest strikeout rate since his rookie season.
Yeah, trending
He's
down.
about to be 32. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
The writing is on the wall here.
It happens to a lot of players. Look at Trey Turner. As Trey Turner's gotten older, he's not as good. Period. End of story. Happens. Long way to go with both of their contracts. I love Nola, but it's concerning. It's been a bad start to the season. All right, Ruben Frank in 15 minutes. We're going to get to something Ross said about the player Mel Kiper has the Eagles taken in the latest mock draft. That shortly. Anthony in New Jersey right now. Anthony, good morning.
Well, good morning, you guys. How you guys doing?
Doing great, Anthony.
Hey, my man Joe. Joe, you looking real spliffy, man.
Thanks, buddy.
And if knowing you had something to do last night and you wore the same stinky clothes this morning.
Ding, ding.
Oh,
he got it right.
Oh my God,
he got
Anthony,
it right.
You know this guy too well.
I told you there was a door number 3.
I can't believe you just pulled that, Anthony.
And Anthony, awesome. If I only wear the clothes for about 2-3 hours, they ain't that stinky. And so that is one of my approaches in life. Wear something at night. Next morning, bang, right back to it. Simple and easy.
Hold on.
Simple and
Are
easy.
we talking down to the socks and everything?
No, change the drawers, change the undershirt.
Good, that's good.
Otherwise,
what
all
about
the
the socks?
Same socks.
Ew.
That's all right. If I wear it for
Hey,
2-3
hold on.
hours.
The socks qualify in the underwear department.
Yeah,
you
but
need
you
to
gotta
change
change
your
your socks. Got it.
and the
got it.
It's only
Joe,
a couple
it's
hours.
one pack. No, it's one complete package. Underwear and socks.
Exactly. I
should
keep them in
be
the same
changed
drawer
at the same
exactly
time.
Right. Yep.
Yes.
Well, Anthony, I like your sleuthing it out
Hey,
capabilities.
great job, Mike. Phenomenal job.
I'm amazed.
Wow.
How did you do that?
I told you there was a
Anthony?
door number 3.
How did he know?
Yeah. By the way, Anthony, when you watch a YouTube show, to use an Allen Iverson term, do you see me getting more swolled up? Worked out again yesterday, Anthony. You'd be very proud of me.
Yeah, hey, Joe, that's
It's
why
funny
I
to me
called,
too,
man. I listened yesterday and the day before, man, and I'm very impressed, man.
Thank you.
I just want you to keep it going.
Thank you.
man.
I plan to. I really do.
Anthony, can we get this scheduled now? Can we get this scheduled now that he's been adequately pumped up? So he thinks that he's ready.
I'm a long way off of being ready.
How many years do we have to wait?
How many years?
All right, Anthony, what do you got on the Phils?
Hey, on the Phillies, man. I went to the game the other day, man. It was pretty cold, man. But the Phillies' back was even colder, and I don't know what's going on, man. I believe it's all mental, man. Because I've seen
a lot of it.
switching innings, man. Like Trey Turner, after he got out switching innings, man, he coming back to the dugout. He's real lackadaisical, real lethargic. It's just I just striked out, whatever. Like, what the hell? Like, whatever.
I don't know.
This
about
is
that.
a team. I think they
that.
are searching for what works right now, and this is a team where last year they were really in a groove. Unfortunately, at the wrong time. You know, they started the year like gangbusters. And remember, when this year started, there was a new focus, and it was spearheaded. I think Bryce Harper at one point said, "Hey, that the daycare, you know, like that stuff's over."
Yeah.
I get the feeling that the daycare was part of the identity of what, you know, helped take the pressure off of this team.
But to be fair, John, those guys were trending down last year.
I know.
Stott went down.
I know.
Marsh went down.
I get
and
it.
Bohm at
and
the
it's,
end.
And it's hard to, and it really is hard to do that and have fun and be
they may not just be that good.
If you're playing poorly like that, it's almost impossible to be like, yeah, I'm going to throw gum on you and stuff like that. So it really is hard to replicate. And it almost is hard to determine which came first, the chicken or the egg, the bad play or the doing away with all the extra stuff. But I have been on plenty of teams where the old heads gather the young guys around and they're like, hey guys, we got some issues. So we got to prune away all that extra stuff. And we got to just focus on what matters, the playing of the game, you know, the here. And we got to focus on this. And sometimes, I don't know, that's not the identity that works best for the team.
Do you think they're tight, John?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's the way we play worst. So right now, until they figure out that playing tight is not the way this team plays best, like I think we need to bring back some of that stuff, even if it's not the official term, like the daycare stuff, just having fun and taking some of the weight off their shoulders. They got to figure out a way. I think this team is struggling right now just for the new identity that they feel most comfortable with. It actually works for this team in the way that they play, because they're nowhere close to where that identity should be.
Well, it's a very, very interesting point. I got to think about where I stand on that, but you caught my attention with it. Anthony, I need an answer from you. The best form of entertainment this century is what?
I'm going to say the Avengers.
The Avengers. You got it, man. I know a lot of people are into that big time. Not my thing, but a lot of people like it. One thing I love is the NFL draft, which has gotten stronger and stronger and stronger as we get deeper into this century. Clearly, I mean, it's a way bigger deal than it was, for instance, 30 years ago. Way bigger deal. It's over 3 days now, the whole thing. Something that Ross Tucker said about Jahad Campbell, who Mel Kiper has in his latest mock draft as the Eagles pick. We'll get to that coming up in a minute. Ross on Jahad Campbell up ahead in 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you, of course, with all the playoff action going on, yeah, I'll tell you about that later. Let me tell you right now about engagement season. Seltzer, you see that? See how I just did that?
Smooth.
Everyone watching on YouTube could see me switching from one page to the next.
Don't try that at home.
No,
Smooth.
'Tis the season, boys and girls, for engagement season. And let me tell you about a very special event happening right now. It's the Family and Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Show, now through Saturday. It's going on now through Saturday. Couple days here. They brought in all new inventory and brand new designs. Guys, I know some of you are thinking about getting engaged. I know you are. If you are, get yourself to Family and Company Jewelers. This is your chance to save hundreds, perhaps even thousands, on the ring of her dreams. If you have identified the gal of your dreams, we'll get her the ring of her dreams, and head to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey to get that done. Now through Saturday for the Viraggio Bridal Show. Junior, Ian, the entire team will take wonderful care of you. Great pricing, beautiful showroom, true experts, wonderful people, and a big old Viraggio Bridal Show going on. Get yourself there only from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination. All right, Mel Kiper's latest mock draft, which came out a couple of days ago. Mel talked about, they go Mel Kiper and who's the other guy?
Field Yates.
Field Yates. So they have one of those like back and forth, you know, you make a pick, I make a pick, you make a pick, I make a pick. It's an interesting way to, you know, present draft coverage in the lead up to it. So at pick 32, it was Mel's turn, and it was the Eagles' turn. And with everybody that had already been taken and everyone else still available, Mel Kiper's got the Eagles taking the linebacker from Alabama, Jihad Campbell. We had Ross Tucker on the program yesterday. We had an opportunity to talk to Ross about Jihad Campbell. Listen to this exchange.
He is like exactly how you draw it up in terms of height, weight, speed, everything that you're looking for. He even can give you a little bit off the edge as a pass rusher. You know, there's some people that think he has more there. So he would almost fit the Zach Vaughn, at least height, weight, speed.
But is
profile.
that only if he drops significantly, into late second, early third, Ross?
No, I think they would consider him a 32.
Wow.
I think they would. I wouldn't be shocked if someone takes him late in the first round at all because of his ability. That's the other thing too, is like I keep seeing all these people saying, the Eagles, they won't take a tight end, they won't take a linebacker. I think based on what they just did contractually with Zach Vaughn and Saquon Barkley, I think we should stop saying the Eagles would never do this, the Eagles wouldn't do this,
I agree
they
with
don't
you.
do that. They've kind of, and maybe you can say those guys were their two best players and that they deserve. I get all that, but I think the Eagles on some level are zigging.
And what he was saying, zigging when other people are zagging. He got cut off there, and that's why we ended it there. But, what he's saying is, and he went on to, Russ had an interesting point. He thinks a guy like Joe Shane's trying to do what Howie Roseman was doing 5 years ago. And when Ross was like, hey, Joe Shane, it's not 5 years ago now, it's now. So you better get with the times now. And Russ's point, and he's probably right because Howie's been so exceptional, he's probably ahead of the curve in certain ways that other GMs aren't sensing. Now, here's the deal with this Jihad Campbell that's interesting. First
You
off,
remember when Howie was doing what the Bill Belichick was doing when we were first starting our show in the midday, and we're saying, look at how he's copying the comp pick activities of the New England Patriots. Because he really was. I mean, it was they were leading the charge. They were getting the most. They were scraping the floor for all the scraps they could.
Here's
with
the
comp
let me
picks
tell you,
up, and then Howie started doing it just the same way.
I'll tell you the thing.
Now he's leading the charge.
Yeah, I'll tell you the thing I'm convinced Howie always tries to do and often accomplishes. Because I read this book about Jimmy Johnson's autobiography a couple weeks ago. Great book, by the way. And Jimmy Johnson was the ultimate wheeler and dealer. Trade. I think Howie is constantly trying to find a sucker. And if he finds someone who's desperate for a player at a certain point and he gets extra value, it's like extra value here, extra value here, extra value here. And look, you're not going to hit on all. You're not going to hit on all of them. But if you make 10 trades and you feel like, if you make the right picks after the right trades, you can over time just keep building your team. I think that's part of what look at what he did with the Carson Wentz trade. The Carson Wentz trade led to A.J. Brown.
Devontae,
It led to Devontae.
There's like 5 guys or 6 guys that led to
unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. Yeah. Howie, this ties into what we were talking about yesterday. Howie is the greatest wheeler and dealer on the planet.
He's pretty amazing at it.
Actually, there was a stat that I saw on TV yesterday. I took a screenshot of it. 10 trades involving first-round picks since 2016. The Eagles, Howie has, completed 10 trades involving first-round picks since 2016. That's the most in the NFL. The high-stakes trades happen the most here in Philadelphia because our guy is always ready. He's ready to wheel and deal, and he's not afraid to pull the trigger on any of this stuff.
No,
we should be so proud of all of this stuff. And again, it wasn't an easy path for them to get here. They had to. It was an uphill battle because everyone was saying, "Hey, wait, the good old boys, they don't do it that way." And Howie and Jeffrey were saying there's a smarter way to go about all of this with analytics, with being more aggressive, with all of this stuff, with the way you acquire players, with the way you focus on character. On a team. This is cutting edge stuff. And the Philadelphia Eagles, the reason that we win, that 2 of the last 7 is because they can't catch up with us.
I agree with that. Look, he's a treasure. I mean, I'll use the
Treasure him.
Oh my God, you're not going
Treasure him. Nailed it. You did. Good.
But look, I agree with John. Back to Jahad Campbell, just something to know. Two things to know. Number one, the reason, and John was alluding to the possibility of second and third round. The reason John was alluding to that, Jahad Campbell's got some injury issues. Like, people don't even know when he's going to be ready. So that's part of why he's moving down. But both Mel Kiper and Ross telling you he could be taken in the first round. The other thing to know, he's an inside guy, not an edge guy. A lot of times when we talk about these linebackers,
he's
guys,
an inside guy, but
with edge out capabilities. Yeah. But just
he's had some success at times coming off the edge here and
Right.
there.
But just know, if he gets taken and is put inside, that's a disaster for Nakobe Dean. That's a disaster for Nakobe Dean. So I don't really expect it, but it's notable that Mel Kiper said, and look, without us knowing when Nakobe Dean's going to be ready, it's not inconceivable.
And if it does happen, I think it's a sign that they are much more concerned about Nakobe.
100%.
Yeah.
That's right. All right, 215-592-9494. We also have the Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more. In 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trailblazer, starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Poll question: which do you think is most likely with Howley in this first-round pick? A, trade up. B, actually pick 32. Or C, trade down. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. The horrible performance by Aaron Nola and the Phils last night. Let's go to the phones. We'll talk to Reuben Frank. More about this NFL draft coming up in a moment. Patrick in Tabernacle right now. Good morning, Patrick.
Morning, everybody. How we doing?
Doing well, Patrick.
Hey, listen, man. It's the Phils. You know, it's not Memorial Day, but boy, it's definitely time, for me to be concerned.
I get it. Now, Patrick, I'm going to tell you one, before you keep going, let me tell you one fact I looked up this morning that surprised me, encouraged me, but kind of simultaneously annoyed me from a different vantage point. As of right now, if the season ended, the Phillies would be in the playoffs.
They would be. And not just
now,
that.
the annoying thing is I think baseball lowered their standard. Okay, you guys know I said that a couple years ago, and this would be an example. But they're not playing like a team that looks like a playoff
Well,
team.
I'll tell you a step further. If you looked at the rest of this, like the standings in baseball, other than the NL West, everyone's the same more or less. Like there are so many.
But the Phillies with their
10 and
payroll
7,
aren't
10 and
supposed
8.
to be.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like all of baseball is more or less in the same spot
Yeah.
right now. It's strange.
Well, the thing though for me is it's just a continuation of where we were at the end of last year.
I get it.
And listen, I came in with expectations that we would not have the same team, and we still do have the same team. So even if the play and listen, I'm in for the season, but everyone's way I feel now, it's just like if the playoffs were right now, we're not doing anything better, than what we did last year.
Well, you're right.
We have not, and in my opinion, my eyes are telling me we're the same team at very best that we were at end of the season last year.
Yeah, the one thing,
I think,
but Patrick, the one thing I'll say is Luzardo does look like a difference maker, and the way Nola's pitching and the way Luzardo's pitching, it's not inconceivable Luzardo gets game 2 of the playoffs.
But to me, I'm not going to say that doesn't matter because it does.
Yeah.
We have way above average starting pitching, but then we get in these situations where we need a hit.
I know.
We're asking for one thing in a critical moment. At least I am. And we're not delivering. We're at the same. Listen, it's Groundhog Day for me this season. I'm telling you.
I understand. It's a viable point. I get it. I really do. Patrick, I want to get to Reuben Frank here. Give me the best. So this is the anniversary of Game of Thrones coming out, which believe it or not happened 14 years ago. Debuted 14 years ago. What is, in your opinion, for Phillies tickets which were given away today, the best form of entertainment other than Game of Thrones this century?
This is such a homer answer, but man, dude, the Eagles. Look at
Eagles big answer.
Does that count?
Yeah. I mean, we said sports could count, but look, do I think it's going to win? No, I don't. I mean, because look, there's us, but then there's the nation, and then there's the world.
Yeah.
I think I might go with YouTube. But hey, by the way, our show's on YouTube right now. Check us out, YouTube.
Check out Joe's day-old clothes.
Exactly right. Eagles are an interesting answer, clearly. But you got to remember, in this century, we also had a 2012. We had a 2005. We had a 2020. It's bad. We had some clunkers there. We had Chip Kelly. So you got to factor the whole thing in. All right, Reuben Frank joins us in 1 minute. Hey, April showers bring May flowers. But ball tires, oh no, no good. They bring trouble. On slick spring roads, worn out tread means longer stops, less control, and way more risk. Do not chance it. Roll into United Tire and Service for a free tire inspection and serious deals on top brands, including an extra $50 off any 4 tires. I was in at United Tire last week talking to Greg, not for new tires, didn't need them. I'm in good shape there, but needed to get my car serviced. Popped in, Greg took care of the car. Listen, they're phenomenal, guys, for service, for tires, expertise, customer service. They check all the boxes, including locations, 10 different locations throughout the Delaware Valley. Find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. United Tire and Service is locally owned and operated. Find the location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. All right, as we drive toward the NFL draft, which is now a mere 7 days away, dare I say, John, probably about 7 days and 12 hours or so. I think it's 8 o'clock of next week. And, it's not going to be the Eagles on the clock for a long time that night, but they will eventually be, unless they make a trade. And for more on all the possibilities with the Eagles in the draft, from NBC Sports Philadelphia, one of our own here at WIP, we know and we love him, Mr. Reuben Frank. Good morning, Rube.
What's going on?
Quite a bit, my man. I mean, Aaron Nola's going to get a reprieve here for the next 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Because we're going to go draft, but we're not happy with that guy this morning. But, all right, we're very happy with Howie Roseman. Possibilities the Eagles could go. A lot of directions here, Rube. Obviously, which player you pick matters most, but what you need also matters to a large extent, particularly if you're trying to plug and play a guy early in his career, which often is a first-round, possibility. Need, Rube, edge, defensive tackle. I know you've talked about possibly an offensive tackle that could play guard year one. Is that still your mindset? O-line, the most likely, even though few people are talking about it?
Yeah, I think, look, it's going to be one of those two. And the whole thing about every GM is going to say we don't draft for need. Well, of course they do. I mean, I don't know why they even play that game. Yeah. Now, you don't reach for a need, but, I mean, if the best player at 32 is a quarterback, they're not, or a running back, they're not taking, or wide receivers, they're not taking them. So, yeah, there's a handful of positions that they need to fill, and they will. And yeah, I still think D-line is, look, with Howie, D-line is always going to be a possibility, but I think it's going to be one of those two. I'd be surprised if it's not.
What about tight end, Rube? So this is, they haven't done it first round since Keith Jackson in '88. Now, guys like Ertz and Goddard were second round, and Goddard was high second round. I mean, frankly, only maybe 5 picks away or so from where they're
Ertz. Ertz was like the 4th or 5th pick in the second round.
So it's really very similar to where they're picking. They got great success and value out of those guys. Do you think that's more on the table than perhaps perceived?
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a tight end that's going to line up at 32, but certainly I think it's more likely 3rd round type, 3rd, maybe 4th round. Stellick was a 5th rounder. Chad Lewis was undrafted. So if he drafted higher in the first, I don't think he's going to trade up high enough to get one of the really top guys. But I'm not sure there's anyone at 32. But I don't think he's going to pick at 32 anyway. No, he came out and said the other day, you guys listen to the presser, he said, we don't have 32 first-round grades, which that tells you, now, look, it might not be possible to trade out of that spot because other teams probably feel the same way. So I don't know if anyone's dying to get to 32, but how he wants to get out of 32. He doesn't want to pick there. He came out and admitted in a press conference, we don't have 32 first-round players on our board. So why is he going to sit at 32? So he's going to try to get out of there, and I'll get some more picks or just do the Howie kind of thing. But I think he might not have a choice because I don't think anybody's clamoring to get to 32 either.
You look at the Eagles' success in the draft last year. It's just unprecedented that you go in your first round and your second pick. They're both starters right away, and
well,
they just
the
fit
49ers
so
in '81 drafted 2 corners who started on a Super Bowl team as rookies.
So it's not unprecedented.
It's not
then
unprecedented, but it's pretty not precedented.
It is, incredible.
By the way, if one of these guys turns into Ronnie,
fortunate.
one of them turns into Ronnie Lott, I'll take it.
Yeah. So, exactly. It feels like the organization has gotten it's a far cry from Justin Jefferson not being here, that whole experience. Did the whole organization get better at evaluating these players in the last few years, Ruben?
Well, they've lost a lot of really good scouting directors, and they've had guys, when you have success, these people, they've lost like 10 top scouts. And I think the big thing is that how he listens now, where I think before he got demoted for that year, I don't think he was a good listener. I don't think he was a good collaborator. And I think he understands talent more. I think he's got a better eye for talent, which I think has made a huge difference. He's got the final say, and he just understands what makes an NFL player better than he used to. But yeah, they're on a roll. And really the last 4 years, these last 4 drafts, every top four round guy, I think other than Zach McPherson, has ended up being like a serious contributor. So they're on a roll. And the downside of that is you have to pay these guys. He's drafting so well that he had to lose players that he wanted to keep because he can't afford them.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's ever happened with any team. There's a reason. They're going to Super Bowls with homegrown talent, and I don't see that stopping. And that's why they're going to be good for a long time. Do you know Howie became the first GM in history? This is crazy, to draft a Pro Bowler in the second round 4 straight years.
Wow,
that is crazy.
Miles, Jalen, Landon Dickerson, and Cam Jurgens, 4 straight Pro Bowlers. So yeah, he's on a roll.
Phenomenal.
So you get to be down there at the building, during the off season every once in a while, and that's an amazing, privilege. I just wonder, do you get to see things like the coach player? What am I trying to say? Kelsey became a player that they leaned on a little bit for player acquisition. Like, hey, Cam Jurgens, hey, check this guy out, Jason Kelsey. See what you think on this film, because we love you so much. We value your input. Are there players like that they lean into for personnel, tidbits here and there still? And is this something that's even broadcast to
well, I know
anyone?
when Howie likes a wide receiver, he has Jalen Reagor come and look at film.
That's such a good answer.
Yeah.
No, I think that was kind of an exception to the rule. And certainly if you have a Fletcher Cox in the building and you're looking at interior linemen, those kind of guys, I'm sure BG would look at edge guys this draft. I think it's a common thing, but it goes back to Howie being a collaborator and listening and trusting the judgment of people that whose opinion he values. And he didn't used to do that, and I think it's made a big difference. But yeah, in some cases he will certainly bring players in to take a look.
All right, Reuben Frank with us right now. Rube, I want to ask you about 3 Eagles players that, as of right now, may be considered starters unless a player is at it.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, are they trustworthy to be a starter, particularly for a team trying to win a Super Bowl? So let's say Goddard's off the team. And if he is, Calcaterra would currently be the starter. Obviously, Goddard's still technically here, but a lot of people think he'll be gone. Then there's Jalix Hunt, who with no BG and no Sweat could be the guy opposite of Nolan Smith. And then there's Sidney Brown at safety with the absence.
You wanted to say Sidney Jones, didn't you?
I did. I made that mistake yesterday. All right. Because listen, 1 or 2 or maybe 3, probably not. But one of these guys is going to start. You can't pick all players in the first round that you want. You don't get 10 picks. Do you trust if they have to start Jalix Hunt, Grant Calcaterra, Sidney Brown?
Yeah, and I would put Keely Ringo in that group too. But Grant Calcaterra, no. I don't think he's a star. Look, he got better. He made some nice plays down the field. He's not much of a blocker. I just think he's a good 2. Or a really good 3. I don't think he's a 1. I don't think he'll be their 1. So they added a couple guys during the offseason, but they're just guys. So the answer for Grant Calcaterra would be no. I just don't think he's going to get to that level, although he's a nice player. Sidney, I don't know. Sidney's an interesting player. Sidney Brown is a guy that, he played a lot as a rookie, played almost 400 snaps on defense and did some good things, but he's a guy that will go all out to get the kill shot and miss the sound tackle.
I agree.
Over
Get past
aggressive.
that.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah, you can't do that on a regular basis. And maybe as a rookie, he's trying to look, I can do this. I can make these big hits. He's a big hitter. I just don't know. And I think, but he was 21 also, and now he's 23 in his third year. So you hope that he's gotten past that with some coaching. J-Alex, I'm really bullish on J-Alex's son. He came so far just last year. He wasn't even active when the season started. Like that Falcons game, he didn't even dress out. And then you look at what he did in the postseason, in the Super Bowl, and he was getting pressure like consistently. And this is a guy that was a long-term project, and he did more as a rookie than I think anybody dreamed of. So if that continues, if that kind of upward trend continues, I think he's going to be pretty good. I'm excited to see how far he comes this year.
And Ruben, I just wanted to stress that there are backups that we've acquired now at several of these positions that we just talked about. Outside edge, J-Alex Hunt. Now there's also Azeez Ojulari there to compete with him and possibly win that spot against J-Alex Hunt. You got Adoree Jackson competing against Keely Ringo. He might win that spot. You might have Adoree Jackson outside as a starter for this Eagles defense. And then also Lewis Seen, strong safety. He could be a plug and play from Buffalo, a guy not many people know about, but a capable, very capable and talented athlete.
And he's also a long shot. And they brought him in at the end of last year to kind of get him comfortable in the defense and give him a head start. He didn't play. We'll see. I think those guys, they're long shots. I mean, it's Howie brought them in as insurance in case the young guys couldn't get it done. So you have functional players at those positions. So we'll see how that goes. The other corner who I kind of like is Eli Ricks, and he didn't play much at all last year, but they kept him on the roster. They kept him on the 53 all year. Played a lot as a rookie. I thought did some good things. He got great length. He's fast. So I think he'll get some first team reps in camp along with Ringo and whoever else lines up there. But there's Howie's going to want these young guys to win every one of those jobs. They're going to get every opportunity, and then the other guys are insurance if they don't get it done.
Ruben Frank here on WIP. Ruben, 3 other players on the team. I'm curious what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Bryce Huff, is he they're going to just carry the carcass of what was his career for another season? I mean, is that it?
Dave Zangaro thinks they're cutting him. I think they're going to keep him and try to get something out of him just to help out with the financials. Dave's already given up on him. So we'll see. He just before he got hurt, he was starting to do a couple things. He had a couple sacks. I don't think you can count on him. Obviously, you don't bring in Ojulari and Josh Uche if you have any faith in Bryce Huff.
Huff, no one's going to view it 10 years from now the way we viewed other moves that didn't work out because they won a Super Bowl. So it's kind of like, who cares? But I mean, it could go down as potentially the worst signing Howie ever had because he contributed 0. I mean, literally 0. I mean, at least Nandi made some plays. This guy did nothing anyway.
He's way worse than them.
Yeah, I mean, it's astounding. But it didn't matter last year. It might matter this year because they could use his services and might not have it.
They need to tally just the number of plays that they got out of this guy.
The
cost
the crazy
per
thing, the guy had
play.
10 sacks the year before.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's weird. All right, Nakobe. So, Rube, what are you hearing? What do you know about? Is he going to be ready week 1? Is he going to be ready week 10? Because if he's not ready, they might need to draft or sign a linebacker inside. What do you know about Nakobe's status?
Yeah, and there's Trotter, and we'll see if he's in the mix there. But he was playing so well. I thought he was playing Pro Bowl linebacker when he got hurt. It was such bad timing for him because not only did he miss the postseason or most of the postseason, it's going to cut into. I think it's going to cut into his 2025 season, and then who exactly is he as a player when he comes back? So. That's why I was shocked that Oren Burks signed. Where'd he go? Bengals, maybe. I just thought it made so much sense. He didn't get any money. So why wouldn't he want to stay here? Why wouldn't they want to keep him here? as starting back. Oren Burks was great in the postseason.
I felt so bad for Nakobe because he was right on the verge of being eligible for a contract extension. He had not made big NFL money. I felt really bad for him on multiple fronts with that. And then let's tackle the Goddard thing, Ruben. So the draft's in 7 days. It'll be over 9 days from now. And at the end of 9 days from now. So is Goddard 9 days from now? After they move through the Friday and they move through the Saturday and all the third round and fourth round and fifth round and sixth round picks are made, 9 days from now, is Goddard no longer an Eagle because he's been traded during the drafts?
I don't know. I don't think he's got any value. A 30-year-old guy. He's still a good player when he's healthy, but he's hurt all the time, and he's 30. So I think the reason he's still here is because they're hoping he'll take a big enough pay cut that they can carry him because there's still a better team with him. They need him. They don't have another tight end who can do what he can do. You look at his postseason production. He's a top 10 all-time tight end as far as postseason catches and
is
yards.
That so?
Oh, yeah.
Holy cow. That's surprising.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a great postseason player throughout. So, I think look, he's still here because they would like him here at some price. Now, how low is that number, and would he accept, I don't know, $6 million? I mean, he's not going to get it anywhere else. Nobody has any money left to pay Dallas Goedert. So, we're like 6 weeks into free agency, 5 weeks into free agency. There's no money for Dallas Goedert for a 30-year-old injury-prone tight end. So I think that all adds up to there's a chance he's still here. I would say in 9 days he will be here. I just think it makes too much sense not to keep him around.
Okay, interesting. Well, I guess he's got to have to agree to that pay cut, and if he doesn't, they'll zap him. Hey, Rube, great stuff, pal. Maybe we talk to you again one more time next week before the draft. We love having you on the show. As always, from NBC Sports Philadelphia, and here with us at WIP, Ruben Frank. Thanks, Rube.
Anytime, guys.
Thanks,
Good stuff, man. Some interesting stuff. I mean, the Nakobe thing and Goddard, and there's a lot in there. He's a big believer in Jay Alexander. John, a lot of people believe in Jay Alexander. I mean, maybe he's a legitimate year 2 starter.
I just feel like I don't know him at all.
But he was coming on.
I'm excited.
Like,
very excited.
He was
to
nothing
see what happens.
in the beginning. He was nothing to start the year. And by the end of the year, he was a contributing football player, rapidly improving. That was very encouraging. All right, 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake studio. Unfortunately, the opposite of rapidly improving is Aaron Nola. Holy mackerel. So 0-4 out of the gate. He's lost half the losses the Phillies have this year. They're 10-8. By the way, I'll give you one piece of good news on the Phils that you might not have put together because we're all kind of in a bad Phillies mood. They've lost a lot lately. It's been a bad week and a half. It's been a really bad week and a half. And obviously Nola's been one of the worst Phils this year. But here's a weird good news fact. Take it for what it's worth. I looked at the standings this morning. I was trying to figure out how does this equate for a season. They're actually on pace for 90 wins.
Yeah.
Like, that's weird.
insane.
Doesn't feel like a 90-win team the way they're playing right now, but just extrapolate 10-8 out, times it by 9, and then you're 90-72. So that's what they're on pace for. But we know what and by the way, third wild card right now is what they are. And 90-72 is typically, that's the third wild card territory.
89 last year was the third wild card.
But we also know for a week and a half, they have played a lousy brand of baseball. Matter of fact, let me give you 2 moments from last night that are a lousy brand of baseball. And actually neither has to do with Nola. Well, other than there was a single to center field. That has to do with Nola. But let's start with Trey Turner because this was a 2-0 game. And it's early, it's first inning. And Trey's got a shot to make a play that's not that hard. And he doesn't. And it results in 2 runs. And he's just not a very good shortstop. Listen to this moment.
And the 1-1 on the way. Breaking ball hit towards short. And Trey Turner can't stop it. It glances off his glove. 2 runs are going to score as both Chapman and Ramos cross the plate on a ball to the backhand side of Turner. And he went into a slide in shallow left, and it just glanced off the glove. And it's 4-0 San Francisco.
By the way, I really appreciate the LA. When that happens, you're like, he gives you one of those. You can tell he's not happy.
He doesn't have to say a lot.
No.
He can just say it with a sigh.
By the way, he did it again 6th inning because Rojas did it. It's a different kind of play. And frankly, it's a way worse play. This is an astounding, not since, who was that player for the Sixers in the tank year? Alexei Shved? Is that his name? He had a shot one time. I think it was in Madison Square Garden. that went about 25 feet over the backboard. I don't know if you guys remember this. He had the most ridiculous shot one time.
No way.
No, it was.
There's no way it
Spike
went 25 feet over.
If Spike's listening, Spike
Come
probably
on.
remember this. It was the craziest shot I ever saw.
25 feet over?
I would say at least 15 feet.
Hold on.
It was at least 15 feet over the backboard. Anyway, the Rojas throw reminded me of Alexei Shved's attempt at a bucket in a Sixers-Knicks game.
Couple of all-time Philly athletes right there.
Right, exactly. So Rojas, listen to this moment last night. You'll hear a similar kind of sound from L.A. discussed with what he's saying. And Nola gives up the hit, but Rojas, what the hell?
The pitch. Swinging a fly ball center field. Rojas coming in. He won't get there. It's a base hit. Lee was waiting to see whether he'd catch it. Now Rojas throws it indiscriminately past everybody towards the on-deck circle third base side. It bounds out over the netting and out of play. And Lee is going to score. And into third goes Chapman on the overthrow and error. And Johan Rojas missed flat out everybody with that throw.
I mean, that's brutal.
Right. Like you just threw the ball and see where it goes.
And he's really only out there to play defense. I mean, let's be real. By the way, John, you didn't find the Alexei Shved shot, right?
No.
There's no way that's on YouTube.
It's really hard to find.
There's no way. But I remember seeing it. It was like, I don't know, something with his left hand or something. It was weird. All right, so bad job of the Phils last night. And the worst of them, of course, was Nola. Gives up a lot of runs, a lot of hits, a lot of walks, a lot of everything.
Do you remember who this shot was against, Jim?
Yeah, I think
the Knicks. He said.
I think it was the Knicks.
I think I might have it, but I'm waiting on I'm waiting on a commercial.
All right. Well, in the meantime, let's take your call.
I got this shot.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Right?
Holy cow. Yeah. He missed by a lot. He threw it from where some people would make a layup from there. He made it into a massive full-strength sky hook. Like you could have made.
How far did he miss
a tiny little layup? He went full-strength sky hook.
Yeah.
He missed by 40 feet.
Okay. Right? Score one for the hammer.
Undershot.
Alexei Shved.
Pretty awesome.
All right, Rojas, dude. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, if you're only out there for defense, you can't do that. Nola's got to pitch better. It's the start of a second year of a 7-year deal. I'm a Nola guy. But, he's trending backwards. There's no other way around it. He's got to get it together. And I know the bad weather. He's typically not pitches well in bad weather. I get it. But come on, man.
Well, guess what you're going to have to do in baseball? Pitch in bad weather.
Yeah. It's not just bad weather. It's weather that he personally doesn't like.
Man up. Yeah. What are we talking about here?
For him, the cold weather is like doubly problematic because he's so much better when it's humid, when it's hot, like it is at LSU. He likes the stickiness. That really seems to contribute to the grip ability of the baseball, so he can spin it harder.
Yeah.
And yesterday, when it's freezing cold and there's no humidity to speak of in the air, and they took away the pitcher's ability to use all the stuff that they used to use, now what's he supposed to do to spin it?
I'll give you an answer. Pitch better.
True.
Let's go to the phones. By the way,
needs to be better.
BG Day happening May 5th, coming up in just a couple weeks. BG Day here on WIP. We're going to honor Brandon all day. On 5-5, obviously his uniform number was 55. Brandon's life, career, all will be presented through a bevy of stuff through all the shows that day. And we're going to have, some of his former teammates on. It's funny to say former teammates. These guys are now former teammates. But they are because he has retired. We love Brandon. We will honor Brandon. Also that night, there's going to be a big event called BG Live. BG will be there. You can be there. Get yourself to BG Live. It's a one-night only event as Brandon takes the stage at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. And your opportunity, I think there's a couple hundred seats, is my understanding. So obviously this is something we would certainly expect to, get the capacity. Get in quick at 94WIP.com. to get your tickets. 94WIP.com. What a great gift that would make for someone you love. Big Eagles fan, your parents, your kids, whoever. Get tickets to BG Live and be there May 5th and join us. It should be quite a night. Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to JP in Plymouth Meeting. Good morning, JP.
Good morning, guys. The honeymoon is over. Everybody got excited for opening day. Phillies are doing great. Now the honeymoon's over. Now, reality starts to set in. They're chasing pitches again. They're doing exactly what they did, towards the end of last season. They're chasing every pitch, and they're doing it with the same guys that did it last year.
JP, two things have struck me in the last couple of days here on WIP. Ideas I heard. One is John said daycare should go back to being daycare. And Ike had referenced, and I didn't hear all of it, but I know he referenced maybe they should just go back to trying to hit the way they did last year. Maybe this.
They are patient. They've been walking a lot.
They have. And Ike was saying maybe
it's just not who they are.
Maybe it's not who they are, and just go back to trying to slug, because it is notable. They're not hitting many homers. Obviously, Bryce got a couple the last few days, but they're not hitting a ton of homers. And while they're walking a lot, it maybe, has, like, I remember Jalen Hurts in 2023. Part of what set him back, I'm convinced he was running less and running more tentative. And sometimes you just got to be what you are. And so I can't tell you, JP, I know for sure how I net out on opinion on where I think the Phillies, I appreciate that they're trying something different, but if it's not working, then, maybe they do have to alter some stuff. Back. I want Dancing on My Own, Seltzer. Dancing on My Own. I want that back too.
Yeah.
And then I want them to pick up the Sixer slogan from 40 years ago and say, "We owe you one." And then let's get that back. And then
we build together. Or...
Yeah, together we build. Yeah. That was like 15 years ago with the Sixers. And then they had that thing like It Starts Now, and then Michael Carter Williams got traded the next day.
Yeah, they did.
whatever that one was. Oh, for the love of God.
They're
JP,
really good at messaging.
Go ahead, pal. I'm sorry.
No worries at all. So in 1 week we got the draft. I think the Phillies or the Eagles need to go edge rusher. And you guys made up a great point while I was on hold. I think that Dallas Goedert is going to take a pay cut. I don't see them trade. I don't see them trading him. I just think they're just going to ask him to take a pay cut. I believe he's still going to be.
Well, for what it's worth, I think they've already asked him, so it's notable that he hasn't yet. Listen, here's the one thing I'll say I disagree with Ruben on, or at least close to where he was when we just had him on. I think the Goddard thing is going to be resolved either draft weekend or very soon thereafter. Like, I think the Eagles are holding out hope that someone takes Goddard and you pick up a 4th-round pick, 5th-round pick, something. Who knows? If that doesn't happen, I don't really know what changes from May 1st to August 1st. I mean, they're going to look at him and say, okay, nobody traded for you. So for like the 7,000th time, are you willing to cut your salary in half or not? Yes or no? Look, it feels like a standoff right now. And he's going to have to make a decision, and then they're going to have to make a decision. And then that's it. I mean, it's really not that complicated. I continue to hold out belief that they want him on the team, and they want him to take the pay cut.
We're a better team with him on it.
I agree.
We are a better team with Dallas Goedert.
Yeah.
Dallas Goedert, when he is healthy, is a top 5 tight end in the NFL. Yeah. And that's all around tight end. But even if you're talking about just producing as a receiver type tight end, offensive weapon tight end, he's still top 5.
But I will say
he's
this,
that skilled.
On the flip side, I will say this. He strikes me like the kind of athlete that could decline fast because he has such a physical style of play.
And he's got a lot of injuries.
So many injuries.
We talk about him. Yeah, exactly.
So many
those
injuries.
Pile up after time.
Yeah. I mean, I love Goddard. I mean, I love him. But anyway, JP, give me an answer, my man. You can win the Phillies tickets we're giving away for April 29th. What is the best form of entertainment this century?
So growing up in high school, from the time you went to see a movie till the time it came on TV was about a year. Nowadays, from the time it comes out in the theater till the time it comes out in a streaming service is about 3 months. So I think streaming services are a great form of entertainment.
Big answer. I mean, that is a big answer. All the streaming services. It's still annoying that you can't flip back and forth from a streaming service to a game, to a streaming service to a game. Takes a long time. What? Go ahead, James.
I thought we were talking about like the actual things you watch on the streaming service.
That's why I brought up YouTube earlier. I mean, streaming service is a big answer.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So what? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we're saying what's the best form of entertainment this century? Streaming service. It's big. All right, 215-592-9494. Up ahead, something Howie said recently about how he approaches a draft related to the first round. More of Aaron Nola after the game last night. Also, what people are saying about us as they observe on YouTube, what they're seeing, what they're saying. We'll get to that and more. Phone calls on all of these topics on 94 WIP.
I love my dog Cheney. He's got 2 speeds, full of energy, running amok through the house or napping for hours, kind of like having another toddler in the house. And Cheney is my other baby, so it's my job to make sure he is happy and healthy. And the place I do it at, the place that can help you make that happen for your pet, Dogs and Cats Rule. The lead dog, George Parante, will tell you the place not only to get help for your pets, but many solutions for your pet's needs is at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. So maybe your pet's got a specific dietary restriction, maybe allergies like my dog. The staff at Dogs and Cats Rule, they are the best trained in the business to help you with all of that. Weather is going to start to warm up, so it's time to think about natural flea and tick prevention. Also, you're going to be outside a lot more with your dogs, so freshen up your outdoor toys. Maybe get a new ball launcher. The selection of food at Dogs and Cats Rule, it is second to none. Large selection of raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and canned. It cannot be beat. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule, 7 convenient locations. Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information, online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
For JD Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 3. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 4:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Look it up, and it is gone. A towering fly ball to right.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
Come into your local AAA Car Care Center this month to buy 3 select tires. You'll get the 4th tire free, plus a free alignment. Only at AAA Car Care Centers. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Ike Reese here for my friends at Dietz & Watson. Baseball is back, spring is in the air, and that means grilling season. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. And don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Colorado's Travis Hunter making waves, telling a reporter he'd rather not play ball at all than be forced to pick between offense and defense. The fact some teams are making this a conversation in the first place is wild. It's not like he's great at offense and can do defense or vice versa. He's great at both. He won the Heisman because of it. Hopefully the team that takes him doesn't overthink things too much and lets us see his college success have a chance to transfer to the pros. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies fell to the Giants 11-4. Sloppy game by Aaron Nola. By the defense, continue to be terrible with runners in scoring position. 1 for 9, stranding 10. As for Nola, walked 4 batters, 1 with the bases loaded, needed 35 pitches to get out of the first inning. But in addition to Nola's struggles, he was not helped out by his defense. An error by Johan Rojas in the 5th, allowing San Francisco to go ahead for good.
He's got to be a little bit more under control, make sure he hits cutoff. People are going to make mistakes every once in a while, The ball just slips out of his hand. So it wasn't as if he was trying to overthrow the cutoff man. He was trying to hit the cutoff man.
Phillies are 10-8, 4-6 in their last 10. They'll go for a split with the Giants later today, 4 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Christopher Sanchez on the mound. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate, 866-90Nation, or visit windownation.com. Sunny, high 64. It's currently 44. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, bad job by the Phils for about a week and a half now. Not good. And Nola's got half the losses. Which does make me wonder as John bobs his head. It's a great song.
Cranberries.
Yeah.
I saw them live in San Francisco in a tiny little club.
Really? After they were big?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but it was It was a small club, and they were awesome. And that place blew up. It was
so cool.
And it was this song that was just so spectacular. That whole place was thumping.
Wow.
I mean, everyone jumping up and down at
Wow.
the same time. Just one of those moments where everyone, just like at the Matrix, from my experience, everyone, when they see the opening scene and Trinity's running up the wall and everyone's just looking at each other like, holy cow, did you see that too? And you have this communal experience of awe.
Yeah, that's really nice.
And wonderment.
Yeah.
That was,
I got to see that again. I do. I'm always struck by the big, now maybe it was before they were really famous, but when a big time famous person goes into the small club. I know Springsteen was known for doing that sometimes. You know who did it one time in the Poconos was Elvis. So Elvis and Muhammad Ali were close.
Wow.
And I know my brother
There's
knew
a mismatch.
yeah. My brother knew someone that saw this. Ali would be training in the Poconos. That's where he would often train in the 70s. And Elvis one time was there, and Ali's like, hey, would you do me a favor? Let's go to this spot I go to. And like, I don't know how many people are there, 10, 20, 30, like not big. And Elvis Presley.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That small room.
Tiny little, wow.
How absurd is that? All right, that certainly would have been better to see than Aaron Nola last night. Let's listen to Nola. You know, after the game, he was asked to compare this April to past Aprils. Here's Nola.
Body feels good, and definitely the worst start I've ever had, by far, I feel like. And I mean, all I can do is keep working and, keep trying to have good weeks and prepare as best as I can for the next game I pitch, and take all my work into that game and just compete.
Look, he's given a lot to the Phils. He's been a really good Philadelphia athlete, but he's trending down. And with this being the start of year 2 of a 7-year deal, the total is $175 million. It's got to now enter a concern both short term and long term. The short term is if he pitches like this, they may miss the playoffs.
Well, no.
The long term.
Hold on. If he continues to pitch like this, you're going to have to take action, and that means that Ranger Suarez moving in or Andrew Painter moving in.
They're
or
not
someone
moving
else
Nola out of
moving
the
up.
rotation, though.
Yeah.
No way.
Eventually,
no way.
only maybe
$175 million.
Drop him to the bottom.
Only maybe in October, but not during the regular
Correct,
season.
Joe.
All right.
Correct.
Yeah, but I'll say
I'm not a baseball expert, but
they
being
won't.
a mile and a half slower with
They paid him $175 million, and we're not
mile
even 2
and a
years
half
in.
per hour slower. That's
So they rolled out Taiwan Walker last year.
That's right.
For one reason.
That's right.
They pay him.
So look, it is a short-term concern that could cost them the playoffs. But then the long-term, with the contract, like, he's already got a bad trade contract. Already got that, and not good. All right, 215.
7 years. He turns 32 in June.
Yeah, he's going to be paid what?
He'll have 5 more years after this one that are.
That's a lot of money. It's a lot of years. We also have our show on YouTube. Hello to everyone watching on YouTube right now. I'm waving to the camera. Hello. Hi, everybody. Watch our show on YouTube. It's up there always, except for Fridays when we're at Borgata. We're looking into that. We're going to hopefully get
at the Borgata. We save our video down there just for the hammer experience.
And I've been giving you a lot lately. I gave you a great hammer
last week.
It's so magnanimous of you.
That's what I do.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's what I do. Hammer. Listen, 282 coming tomorrow. For what it's worth, the show 4 out of 5 days of the week is on YouTube. We encourage you to watch it either live as it happens, or you can go back and watch it later. Now, we also enjoy the fact that YouTube, you can comment. And then what Seltzer does is he rounds up the comments with the help of our buddy Anthony, who works here with our show. Anthony's doing a great job, by the way, behind the scenes. Great social media guy. Does great work. Anthony and Seltzer round up comments, and then James says, here's what they're saying. James, what are they saying today?
Robert is saying, Joe looks like he's about to sell me a used car.
No!
My dad sold
Joe
used
think it was
cars.
going to be a good comment, did the arms in the air, and I was like, oh,
Well,
no.
listen, used clothes, used car.
There
they
you
I thought
go.
you looked
I
good,
got
man.
Yeah, it's a good.
Used
I
car
think you look good.
salesman is not a
It's not a compliment. Nope.
Well,
There's a connotation there.
you look good
Correct.
for
Yeah.
you. You look good
Well, I do look good for me.
for you.
Yeah.
But it looks bad. It piques me the wrong way that you've got the same socks on
I hate it.
as last night.
I hate it. Like, it really bothers me.
Too
It's
bad.
disgusting.
You're not supposed
to
to
me.
do
I can't
that.
do that. Like,
You're
it's
not supposed to
underwear
wear the
and
same socks.
Like same jeans, sure. Yeah, I wear the same. That's
Totally.
fine.
Wear the same
You know,
jeans
yeah,
all week for
sure,
that matter.
yeah.
I don't
Like,
care.
Underwear and socks, half
Yeah. I thought you knew this rule, Joe.
Dude, if I put on socks for like 5 minutes and then I realize some reason I have to take them off and change, like I will put on a new pair. Like,
I might
crazy.
wear 2 or 3 pairs of socks in a day. I might wear 2 or 3 pairs of, if I go swimming.
Draws.
Draws, but swimsuit, draws. I'm going to put a different pair of draws on after swimming.
Let me ask you a question. If I
need to pay attention to your hygiene.
It was only 2 hours.
Better, man.
No big deal.
No.
Let me ask you a question. Tell me though if this is no. Because I have a story rattling through in my mind. You know, such when you have a story like you're not sure if I should tell it or not.
Yeah, I love when you
if
go.
It was a long time
go for
ago.
it.
It was different you.
All right. So if it was the 90s,
different
and I
you.
had a girlfriend in college.
Feel free.
All right, appropriate or inappropriate? Girlfriend in college.
Probably in.
Probably. She's sleeping. I have a sock that I've worn for
Where is she sleeping?
In a bed. She's sleeping.
Okay.
Is this at your place?
I don't remember. I really don't. Mine are hers. Sock that's been worn more than a day, maybe much more than a day. I take the sock, I place it right over her nose.
Oh no!
Right.
What a pig!
Right over the
You're a
nose
pig.
while she's sleeping.
You are.
Nope. No, sir.
It woke her up, and she was not happy. I thought it was funny.
What a romantic you are, Joe. Really.
God, that's horrible.
I mean, it's harmless.
That's the kind of thing you do to your buddy, not to your girl.
It's harmless.
James is right. You do that to a friend who's passed out after you drank too much.
That's all right. She, I mean,
you really didn't like her.
No, exactly right,
Good
John.
point,
Exactly
John.
right. That's
anyway,
exactly right.
she did not have a sense of humor about that one. I'll say that.
I don't blame her.
James, one or two more comments. What do we
Okay.
got?
Sean says John Ritchie looks like he could beat everyone at WIP in a fight.
Well, it'd be John or Ike or Ben.
Which goes well
and
with
Hugh.
Mac Troid's
Hugh.
comment, who says, I
Hugh
need
would
John
win.
Ritchie to start headbutting stuff immediately.
Well, sure.
My head is made for headbutting. That's for sure.
I'm taking
Yeah.
Hugh.
It
So,
really is.
really? You think Hugh's the scrappiest? Is that what you're trying to say?
I
Because
think.
I think Hugh's pretty scrappy.
Yeah, I mean, there's part of that. He's
yeah,
also big.
he's scrappy.
Yeah, he's big, but Ike's
I had
bigger.
to
I mean,
try to
Ike has,
block
the longest,
Hugh.
Ike has the longest
I had
reach.
to
I mean,
try
we're
to block
talking fight.
both.
Ike has the longest reach.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Ike was a light linebacker.
Yeah.
And
It's true.
And Hugh,
and he's lost weight since.
And
So
Hugh
Ike's,
was the defensive end.
I've blocked both Ike and Hugh.
Yeah.
And I think Hugh is harder to block.
Hugh is not
Then
very
Ike.
motivated these days.
Okay, so you think he loses because he
No,
doesn't?
But these
just-
days, Ike would
Yeah.
probably be harder to block than
Okay.
Hugh.
Well, maybe that's a Twitter poll one of these days.
Yeah.
All right,
Sounds
so let's
great.
do one more comment.
Should we put Jack in it as the fourth athlete at WIP or no? Yeah, you sure? Okay, I just want to
Yeah.
check. I just want to
Yeah.
check,
And
'cause-
Jack might be tougher to block than Hugh right now.
I'd rather have.
I knew you'd hate
I'd
that.
rather have Diane's probably a
As soon
better
as that
athlete.
popped in my head, I was like, this is awesome. I'm really excited to say this.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hugh coming off the edge. Jack coming off the edge. I've seen Jack have some pretty nice balance. Pretty nice balance. And he can
Jack's
get
got
low.
some bend too.
He
to
does
his
have
game.
bend.
You
Yeah.
guys are pathetic.
No,
You're backing the wrong horse.
We're
but fine.
we're talking.
I said I'm
We're
rooting
just
for
talking
you.
shop.
I
Yeah,
am.
but you don't believe in me.
Wait,
Of
you're
course not.
backing
Give me a
him?
reason to. Give me a reason to believe in you, Jay.
Why would I back the guy who's 16 years older?
I
And
gotta
doesn't
win.
work out,
The
isn't in
ath-
shape.
I am working out.
Okay,
the athlete-
just started
Yeah.
working out.
Yeah. Do you see a difference?
Well, wait, hold on. No. And how much
No.
longer
No, I
are you
don't.
going to quote work out and how long is this ramp up? How long is the
I don't know. I
training?
really don't know.
I think
know
we're
it
thinking
leads
like
into
2-3
this.
years.
Are you
It
just
feels
going to try to
so.
wait him out so he forgets that this is a thing?
I'm not sure yet. I'm trying to figure that out.
Wow.
I know this. Enough people have gotten to me, including you guys, to concern me about injury potential that I'm actually now taking that serious.
I did not tell you that.
Well, I've heard it. I've heard it from a lot of people. So I am now worried about
You
the
think
injury
that
factor.
Jimmy? You think that I was at? Be careful about injuries.
Well, somewhat. A lot of people were. A lot of people.
I said
Who are
don't
these
run.
people?
Huh?
I said not to run. You will blow out your hamstring.
Well, that's the one that concerns me the most.
It should.
Yeah, I mean, it's just flat out straight sprint.
Yeah.
And then
You hold up.
Everyone needs to stop
If-
telling
if it
him
is
Also, no,
negative
but
ideas.
that's why you build yourself up to it. That's why you work out and start running and get to the point where you can sprint
Well,
without hurting yourself.
and that's the process I've begun.
Oh yeah, you're really kicking butt.
Well, no, I mean we're about 2 weeks anyway. I mean, give a man
So
some time.
you're saying 2 years? We'll maybe do this sometime.
I'm saying to be determined.
All right.
You've one more comment in there.
Yes,
What does that mean?
I do have one
What
more
is
comment.
the ballpark of to be determined?
That also is to be determined.
No, I
you're
refuse
getting
to
no
accept
commitment.
that. We need
No
a
commitment.
ballpark that's closer,
John, this is like
than the universe.
This is like Stephen
to
A.
be
This
determined.
is like Stephen A. Smith and president. Maybe I will run. Maybe I won't run. You know, that's it.
It would be the most embarrassing thing you've ever done. No, I just want to put that out there.
Trust me when I tell you, there's been more embarrassment. You guys just don't know about it. James, give me one more.
Brian wants to know why no hat, Joe.
Because it wouldn't look right with the nicer outfit today. I mean, you can't,
Can't force it.
Yeah, I mean, it
The
just
tuft of the
Did
hair
we
at the front
guilt
of the
you
back
a
cap.
little bit yesterday? Is
No.
that part of it?
just because I had a nicer outfit and I gave the extra minute to my morning today to
You
budget time
made-
for the gel.
You made the
Oh, it is.
You have
outfit
to budget a
much
minute.
less
Well, it
nice.
takes about 30 seconds.
You made the
You have to
outfit.
budget that into your morning?
I'm like Sam Malone, man. I got good hair. Got to
No,
show.
I don't mean the hair thing. It's 30 seconds, one way or the other.
No, I know. 30 seconds is.
You made the outfit much less nice by telling us that you were wearing it yesterday as well
Okay.
as today.
Well,
It's a very good point, John. It does suck some of them.
3 words.
does.
What are my words?
It puts a damper
Deal
on
with
it
it.
all.
Deal with it.
Yeah, we are.
Deal
We're
with
just
it.
Yeah,
commenting
I mean,
on
Let me
it.
say,
fine,
everyone
man.
on YouTube, 3 words that are really good to tell people. Deal with it. Get you off the hook. And just deal with
People
it.
love
Wow,
it
that was
when you
really
say that to them.
profound.
That's what I
when you
told
did
my
it that
girlfriend when I
way.
put the thing over her nose, the sock. Deal with it.
And then she was no
You
longer his
put the
girlfriend.
thing over her nose. Man, it
is so
doesn't sound
gross.
good when you talk about it
which
like that.
Don't be a dirty dog, Joe.
I'm
It's just-
not. I
okay.
mean, yeah.
You're being a little bit of a dirty dog.
You've done some things, Joe DeCamara.
Let's go to the phones. All right. So Nola stunk last night. Phillies are 10-8 now, obviously sliding backwards. Eagles have a draft. We'll get to more coming up shortly, including what Howie said about his approach to the first round. We'll hit that shortly. Rick in Easton. Rick, good morning.
Joe, I don't know what's worse, the things that you do or the things that you really admit and you tell people later.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
To do these things.
You're right.
Anyway, so
He looks really put together today,
Thank
and
you.
then he tells you, "Oh, but I was wearing this yesterday also." It changes the whole thing.
But Rick, I think you're talking more about the sock over the nose, right?
absolutely I
Yeah,
am.
yeah.
So, Seltzer alluded to it. I just got done looking at the standings on both leagues, and it's really funny how so many teams are really 10-8 or 10-7. But here's my issue. If the Phillies are going to call Citizens Bank Park, or the fans, I should say, is such a great home field advantage, you have to play better at home, especially when you come off an abysmal road trip. The eye test just is not good, and they're almost looking like they did last July and August.
Well, they are. It looks very similar to that. I agree with that.
So my Eagles issue, or point, I should say, is I don't know who's having more fun, Howie Roseman with 20 picks over the next 2 years, or Fangio with, he looks like a kid in a candy store on Christmas Day morning. Has he ever had a collection of defensive talent that he's had here in Philadelphia in his career?
Well, the Stars defense was pretty strong.
And like, what?
Really?
Sam Mills. No, I don't. Rick, the candid
Sam
answer is
Mills was awesome.
no, he was. Rick, honestly,
so hard to get under him.
I don't know. I'm not sure because I don't remember all the stops. But I would certainly think last year's defense was the best he's had. Now, let's be clear. They've lost 5 starters from that, so they got to rebuild that to an extent. But most of the main prime starters are still here.
Yeah,
Namely the 2 cornerbacks, Bond and Carter, who I think clearly were their 4 best defenders last year.
And when he starts leaning on this defense and asks them to do more, the sky could be the limit for this defense. But look, we'll see. Hey, before I give you my answer, who's been a worse signing the last couple of years, Huff or Taiwan Walker?
Well, that's a good question, man.
Yeah, I mean, equal.
I don't know. I'm struck by the fact one sport you can get out of it by cutting the guy and taking a signing bonus collapse, dead cap hit, and then the other guy, you can't. I don't know. That's a really, Taiwan contributed a little bit. Huff has literally not contributed.
At all.
At all. Like at all.
So maybe a slight.
But
lump
you
for
can
him.
cut bait and get out from under in the NFL
You
so
can.
much easier than any of these other sports.
I don't know. That's a really tough one, Rick. I'm struggling with that, as you can tell. Give me an answer. Best form of entertainment this century.
Is it since 2000
Yes.
or the last 100 years?
2000.
Since 2000. Well, I want to tell you, I don't know how they do it, and it made me watch. And every time they're on, they sell out everywhere they go, and they sell billions of dollars of merchandise. All the WrestleManias.
WrestleManias this century. Interesting answer. All right, James, I know you said to me last break, you got a point you want to bring up regarding this century in entertainment.
Yeah, I think that what I thought this was about pieces of entertainment, whether it's a movie, whether it's a video game, whether it's a song, an album, whatever. Specific, not like the streaming service that it is on. Okay. Like, if I say a show that's on Netflix, how does that beat Netflix?
You would like a movie instead of movies.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's fair.
I think that's far more interesting.
So streaming services then out. So that means those that would apply that have been said so far today would be Band of Brothers, NFL Red Zone. Does that count?
So that's like the line. I don't know. I would have said no, but I could go either way.
Does the Avengers, of which there's like 25 movies, does that count?
Well, there's a movie called The Avengers.
Oh, I thought there was a whole bunch of them. All right.
There are, but there is a movie called The Avengers.
All right. WrestleMania. That would count, right?
Sure.
Well, that's
I would
another
pick a
one that's
WrestleMania.
sort of-
though,
All right,
like-
let me tell me if this one counts. Charles Barkley as a basketball commentator.
I think so.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
I would hope so. I mean, at
That
some
works.
point, something's got to
Yeah,
count.
I think that counts. That's what I'm saying.
What about The Sopranos?
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
What
Any
about The
TV
Wire?
show?
Of course.
See what I've done?
What are you
See what I've
doing?
done? See what I've done?
You know,
See what I've done?
you should stop.
I'll
good.
stop right
Just took those two right off the board
there.
there.
I'm going to stop right there. Tell you what I'm not going to stop with, though. Giving you audio of what Howie said recently, in this case about his approach to the NFL draft and the first round and how he approaches these things. Howie on that coming up in a minute, because an interesting stuff from Howie the other day on the first round.
It's grilling season. It's time to fire up those grills and enjoy some mouth-watering steaks, incredible burgers, and seasoned chicken from Wild Fork Foods. I was just there yesterday. I was buying stuff for Easter myself, but whether you're tailgating, hosting a backyard bash, or just hungry for something real, Wild Fork has you covered. Stock up on the 2-pack of ribeye steaks, only $10.98 a pound, or chicken thighs, antibiotic-free, only $2.40 a pound. How about some juicy Angus beef sliders, 15 pieces, only $12. You can even get the brioche slider buns at Wild Fork, 12-pack, only $5. If you haven't checked out Wild Fork Foods yet, what are you waiting for? Wild Fork has premium quality meats, seafood, and chef-ready meals, all flash frozen to lock in flavor and freshness at prices that can't be beat. Visit their Neshaminy store located right across the street from the mall, or one of their other Greater Philadelphia locations, or shop online for same-day delivery straight to your door. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
All right, good morning to you on this Thursday morning. I hope you're having a great start to the day. An announcement for you. I think in the last day or so, I finally got excited for the draft.
Hey!
And I wonder if others have, because most people have been dormant. 32nd pick hurts, as far as draft interest and all. But you know what the NFL's really, God, they're so brilliant. They are so brilliant. They roll out Howie and Nick 2 days ago. Why? Because it's league mandated. The league is so good. I mean, that's what the OTAs are about. I mean, that's not all that they're about, but part of it is they stay in the news cycle, and then here Sirianni speaks, and then this guy speaks. Like, John, they are brilliant at capturing the news cycle for 12 months. Frankly, the only time they really don't do it is those 6 weeks that they're off after the OTAs and before training camp. They take those 6 weeks off for the most part.
Like July.
Yeah, they feel like there's not
First few weeks of July, they're July 4th.
Yeah. But you know what they're going to do, like after the draft? After the draft, they're going to have maybe it's before. I think it's after. They're going to release the schedule. That'll like they are so good at owning the news cycle. But my point is, hearing Howie speak the other day, and Nick, but primarily Howie, because it's a draft. Like, it kind of got me like, all right, the freaking draft is coming, and let's get into it. Because I've been dead on it. I've been dead on this draft. All right, Howie. He said some stuff the other day, and I found this one really interesting. Because obviously he tries to hold things close to the vest in the approach to the draft, but he says some stuff about how he traditionally approaches the first round that I found very interesting. Here's what he said.
The way we go into looking in the draft is we always take worst case scenario and work back from that. And we got to be really comfortable with whatever is our worst case scenario, which will always entail getting a good player. There's never 32 first round grades on our board. We don't have 32 first round grades in this draft. So Obviously, it depends on how things go. You go through a lot of hypotheticals. You try to put yourself in any possible position so that you're ready to execute. Just even looking at last year, the guys that we thought were most realistic being available at 22. We feel like we got fortunate to get one of the guys that we didn't have in a lot of the scenarios. So, luck plays a part in it. Obviously, everyone's looking at things differently. Everyone has a different vision for what they're looking for their team. Everyone has a different vision for the particular players that they're looking at. And you just hope that, kind of makes sense for your football team.
Look, there's a lot in there. And one thing that strikes me is he talks about Quinyon Mitchell, obviously not by name, but last year getting him when they didn't think they would. Obviously, the same thing happened.
Or it could be Cooper DeJean.
No, but he's saying, well, yeah, but he specifically said the first round. He's talking about 22 and Quinyon.
Oh, okay.
The other thing is the prior year, same thing happened with Jalen Carter. I mean, they didn't expect to get him when they were sitting at 10. Now they moved up to 9, but they didn't. I mean, that was not. He fell when he got past 6. It was like, whoa.
Right.
Eagles might be able to get Jalen Carter. If you remember, Bijan went before the Eagles,
this
which
is
like
like every guy we're talking
that's
about
part of how
who
he came
plays now. Just think about it. It's like, Nakobe Dean also. It really is guy after guy after guy who has made their way to the field. Seems to, we got them for
Nolan
a bargain.
Smith was supposed
draft
to be,
wise.
Nolan Smith was supposed to be gone before they got him.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's another guy who
now
fell into our laps.
with that said, obviously
just patience for Howie. Wait until they fall into your lap. That's exactly what he did. And it feels like we've gotten the best value, the surprise value
clearly
of those first round, second round picks for like the last 3 go rounds.
Yeah, they've had a bunch of them. And I mean, they've really hit on those 1s and 2s for 4 straight years now.
Yeah, 3 or 4
years.
The
other thing I was struck at how he said, we never have 32 first round grades.
I think that's really critical. Think about that. What does that mean? If someone wants to get in, you can come talk to Howie. If someone wants to get into that first round.
I view it the other way around. I view it like 32 is the worst spot to be because don't expect a first rounder unless a guy falls to us, which of course is possible.
I think everyone knows you can make a deal with Howie. He is willing to trade back. He's willing to trade out of the first round. He did it the last time we won the Super Bowl, traded out. The Baltimore Ravens came in and got Lamar Jackson. And he's saying, hey, if you want to come in and get your guy with that 5th year option that you can hold him with that 5th year for your own purposes, whatever you need, come talk to us. Come talk to us because, hey, 32. We don't have 32 guys with first round grades. We're not all dead set on anyone in particular. We can move back. We're happy to do so. We will facilitate your arrival into this first round. Just let us know.
Well, I've also wondered in the past, is the 33rd pick more valuable than the 32nd pick? Because the one thing about the 33rd pick is the entire league has 24 hours to figure out whether they want to trade for it. Meaning a general manager that holds the first pick in the second round has a whole day to field all these phone calls for whichever 5 players weren't expected to be there at 33.
So you want Howie to trade down the 30?
Well, but then you flip that.
I've really wondered that.
Well, and then
really
that versus the 5th year option.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I would think because you only have a few minutes, with the 32nd pick, but you have like 20 hours for the 33rd.
If there's
pick.
any way he stays at 32.
Well, actually, let me get to that because that's our Twitter poll question of the day. Good way to segue.
Here to help.
Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. In 2025, Armin Chevrolet proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. Poll question. First round, Howie. Which do you think is most likely with Howie in the first round pick this year? So, Ree, do you think it's trade up, pick at 32, or trade down?
I'll go trade up.
I'll go trade down. We'll see. We'll see where the results come in with the remainder of our show.
Would you be disappointed with a trade down?
Well, John was out of his mind the Goddard year. John came in here storming Norman the next day because, and I'm like, wait a minute, good value. Now I didn't realize they're going to trade a future Hall of Famer and multiple MVP and Lamar Jackson. But, but I thought because what they got was the second round pick, which was a high 2 and a future 2. I mean, that struck me as good value. I don't remember who they got with that future. I think it might have been Arcega-Whiteside.
Oh, God, don't say
I
that.
think. Because I think it was a 2019 2. I think that turned into Arcega-Whiteside. Let's go to the phones. Rob and Delco. Rob, good morning. Robbie. All right, Rob is not there. Let's talk to Nick. He's calling from Wilmington. Good morning, Nick.
Morning, everyone. How you doing?
Doing great, Nick.
So I got a couple Phillies points just to bring up. So number one about Aaron Nola, it's very concerning. And Ritchie, you were saying it about his velocity. You know, the average four-seamer on MLB is right around 94 miles per hour. And when you look at where he's pitching, he's not even close. And
you know where he is right now?
He's about, I think, when I looked at StatCast, he was around 91.3.
Yeah, 91.4 is what I have from Fangraphs right now. For 2025, he's sitting at 91.4. Last year, he was 92.5.
For the whole year, right?
Yeah, for the whole year. So he's 1.1 miles per hour off what he was for the whole year last year.
And he never had a blazing fastball in this day and age.
No.
So that's why it's pretty important that he sticks. You know, like you don't. He's a pitcher, and I say that as a compliment. He's a pitcher. He's someone who knows how to pitch, but you don't want him to lose that extra 1 or 2 miles an hour because
it's on all his pitches
that
too.
Can make a big
the
difference.
Cutter's 1.6 miles per hour slower.
Yeah.
And John, you brought it. It's across the board, but also too when you look at the whole big picture, because some of my buddies weren't getting, and I had to enlighten them that he's pitched the most innings since I believe 2016 of any active pitcher. You have him for about 6 more years to 2030. And when you put on top of the velo, it's very concerning. And I know he's a great pitcher, but he, like my wife brought a great point. He might be here for 20 years. And what has he done when it comes to winning a World Series? The future looks kind of bleak, but for a couple other just quick points.
Bleak's a little strong. Look, I'm not going to go to Bleak. I think that's too strong. And what has he done? Look, he's done a lot. I mean, he had a really good run in 22. He had a pretty damn good run in 23. Now, he tailed off both postseasons. I mean, I vividly remember that he didn't pitch as well at the end of the 22 postseason and the 23 postseason. But, you know, he is probably somewhere between the 7th to 10th best pitcher the Phillies have had ever.
Yeah, without a doubt.
So, like, you know, he's not in that Carlton, Roberts, not forget Bunning, Schilling. He's not.
Halladay.
Wheeler, he's not there.
Hamels,
but he's in like that next group.
He definitely is.
I mean, he's had a really good career.
I'm not saying he's bad. It's just, you know, when you look at the overall picture, it's concerning. But one other point I want to bring too, because I looked at some of the numbers too, because I'm going to wake up with a cold sweat because if someone says runners in scoring position, I'm going to have like night terrors. Is that last year we were bottom 3 leaving runners in scoring position. And right now we're in the bottom 4. So when you look at like getting people on base, that's not the biggest concern. But when you keep seeing 1 for 9, 0 for 8, 2 for 10, you know, that's very concerning. And that's tough. And when I saw that Rob Thompson brought in Brandon Marsh after Rojas got his first extra base hit of the season, and then you're going to bring in Marsh because he can hit against righties. I hate to tell you, Rob Thompson, he can't hit against anybody. So I don't understand why you bring him in against the righty when he's clearly not that good. He's just not.
He's not.
He's not.
We know it.
Listen,
Rob Thompson knows that. I mean, frankly, it's more of a Dombrowski issue. I mean, at this point, Nick, I'm ready to put Schwarber out in left field more often because the combination of Marsh's bad offense, Rojas's bad offense, and Kepler's, I'm not sure what he is yet.
He's okay.
I mean, you know,
he's okay.
I think he's solid, but not great.
I'm just telling you, I'm willing to have Sosa grab a glove for the outfield, and I'm willing to have Schwarber grab a glove for the outfield. And now the problem is you don't have a great DH to put in there. So, like, it's not like if Schwarber plays the field, then you have an exceptional DH to put in there. Obviously, last night the theory is let's go with JT and have the kid catching, and that makes some sense. But it's not like the Phillies have this stud hitter that's just a bench guy that they can slide in as the DH. So Rob Thompson doesn't have as many quality options as you'd hope. Hey, Nick, give me a great answer, a specific thing, a form of entertainment this century.
Well, I did have a great answer, but what's not surprising is taking mine, Joe DeCamara, on Sopranos. So I'm going to have to go David and Goliath. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm going to go The Wire.
I said it. You got to pick something else. I'm sorry.
I'm going to go Breaking Bad.
All right. That's a good answer. That's a fair answer for sure and had not been said. Speaking of answers, more in this Mel Kiper mock draft, the latest with Mel's draft and where he's got certain guys going. We've talked an awful lot about from an Eagles standpoint. We'll We'll get to that in 1 minute.
You know you want lawn care service that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets. That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. And by using organic fertilizers for safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. With Natural Lawn, I know that my family's getting a beautiful lawn that we can all love. And switch to Natural Lawn's safer services, you can start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of too. And if you schedule their full service program today, you'll get free seeding every year. This has helped my lawn so much. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, the locally owned and family operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
All right, so with Mel Kiper's latest mock draft, and we told you this a day or two ago, he's got the Eagles taking Jihad Campbell, inside linebacker with outside edge capabilities, linebacker from Alabama at 32. But what we have not detailed for you yet is the run-up to that, players that would be off the board, according to Mel, prior to the Eagles pick, and those that would be on the board when the Eagles pick, that they would select with Campbell instead of these other guys. So let me just run you up to that spot. A 5 or 6 notable names we've talked about. So first off, I think the intrigue of this draft, just from a high up standpoint, before we even get to the Eagles, is what do the Giants do at 3? Do they get their quarterback or not? And he's got them passing on Shedeur Sanders to take Abdul Carter. So Sanders, he's got Carter at 3. He's got Shedeur Sanders going to the Saints at 9. Now let's talk about players we've talked about from an Eagles standpoint. Every once in a while, John, we get a phone call from someone that says, I'd love to see the Eagles get Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State. And sure, we all would, but he's not going to be an Eagle.
That'd be great, unless they
trade way up
some of these 20 picks over the next seasons.
He'd have to drop down, though, into the 20s.
Well, here's the thing.
Mel's got him going 10.
No one thought that Quinyon Mitchell was going to fall to where the Eagles would have a chance to get him. No one thought that Devontae Smith would fall to where the Eagles had a chance to get him. It happens.
It does happen.
Guys fall.
It does. Do I expect
Warren might fall to where we consider it striking distance? It's not out of the question.
I'll agree. Right. Not out of the question. So he's got Warren going 10. All right, Mike Green, who
and I would absolutely trade up for him. I personally, if he slips into like 20-ish, I'm going and getting him.
He's your tight end for the next 8 to 10 years.
Oh,
right?
man.
He's your guy.
Yeah.
All right, Mike Green. Ray loves him. Edge rusher for Marshall. Character issues. Mel's got him going 15.
He really is good.
Walter Nolan. We've seen him attached to the Eagles in a lot of mock drafts.
Mike Green, you said 15?
15.
Mm.
Walter
Mike
Nolan.
Green is really aggressive in the way that he plays.
Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss. Mel's got him going 17. This is notable because the mock draft we saw last week had him going 39. So this is all over the place.
Well, he supposedly has maturity issues.
Yes,
but that's the character flaw. Maturity issues can go away.
Which is sort of Jalen Carter territory from last year.
Malachi Starks. You might remember a couple of years ago, the Ravens were able to get the safety.
Kyle Hamilton,
the whole Kyle Hamilton, Jordan Davis thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's got them taking Malachi Starks. That would be quite a safety.
Hey, did I just sound like Sling Blade?
You get a little this in there.
I think I
Look
did.
at you guys.
Sorry.
Sling Blade.
Sorry, it really did. I think
French
it really
fried
was.
taters.
that might be a side-by-sider.
Okay.
I don't know. It really did, just in passing, sound like Sling Blade.
We can size that up. So Malachi Starks, he's got him going 27 to the Ravens. Now, that obviously would also be in that range where maybe the Eagles
is such a
up.
bummer. Are you kidding me? The Ravens hog all the good safeties?
And then Jihad Campbell, 32. The players that we've talked a decent amount about that go after the Eagles, really only one. And look, let me be very clear. These 5 or 6 that we've referenced here, it's not to say that others aren't totally in play for the Eagles. There's like another 10 or 15 in play.
I think we're going to get out of this first
But
round.
James Pierce, who we've talked a decent amount, edge rusher from Tennessee, he's got him going all the way down to 43. And then even Mason Taylor, the tight end from LSU, that some people think maybe Eagles go tight end, he's got him going down 51. That could be trade down. That could be trade up from the second round. So keep your eye on all those players.
Mason Taylor.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's crazy that
51.
that's Jason Taylor's son?
That is something.
It's Jason Taylor with hair. It really is. You know, like the Lego figurines that you can remove the hair from one to the next. It really is. Like, imagine that. Take that Lego hair and put it on Jason Taylor. You got Mason Taylor. Boom. 6'5". He looks like Jason Taylor, like slender in build.
Can he play like him?
I don't know. I don't know if he can go get quarterbacks on the ground. I know he's got really nice hands, and I know he can run like the wind.
Sure. All right, so look, your calls on the draft. It's coming up in 1 week. We're going to have huge draft coverage next week, including that night. A lot going on here at WIP. So draft 215-592-9494, and obviously reaction to the Phils. All of that plus life advice up ahead, and something Howie said earlier this week about character issue guys and how they evaluate that. That's up ahead as well on 94 WIP.
Let me talk to you about my good friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill. I've been working with them, leasing cars from Lexus of Cherry Hill for over a decade, and there are plenty of good reasons why they are an elite of Lexus dealer for 2024. It's the great people, great service you will receive when you first enter into the dealership. They've got the 2025 Lexus models in. They are moving fast, and Lexus of Cherry Hill, they are now a 7-time certified J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. It is something you will experience when you go into Lexus of Cherry Hill. Stop in, see Tony Lobello and his team. They'll take great care of you. They'll help guide you to the Lexus of your dreams. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing to really love about Lexus of Cherry Hill, they are veteran-owned and operated business. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey today at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly? Attention!
Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone? Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery.
More mega!
It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots.
Something mega got more mega!
Even better odds of winning. It's more... Mega?
When I say more, you say mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5.
Mega!
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at nairabets.com/Philly25.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more. This doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rash? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Pending credit approval. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax.
Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat, dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota during Dell Toyota's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the #1 Toyota dealer in the region and remains the Delaware Valley's preferred truck and SUV headquarters with over 400 trucks and SUVs in stock and ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Jack, sell them for less.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. No matter how and when the Dallas Mavericks season ends up coming to a close, they need to waste little time and move on from their GM, Nico Harrison, as soon as possible. This level of self-sabotage he's created for this team is historic. Ask yourself this. If he wanted to completely destroy the team and its relationships with the fans, what would he have done differently this year? Or maybe that was the point all along? I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Labor's District Council. Less at Fun Phillies, hoping for a split of their 4-game set with the Giants, 4 p.m. later today, live here on 94 WIP. Christopher Sanchez on the mound. Rough Aaron Nola start, coupled with some sloppy defense and continued struggles with runners in scoring position, led to an 11-4 loss to San Francisco last night. We are exactly 1 week from the NFL draft. Interesting to note, as of today, every club still owns its first-round pick. For the NFL Network, at least one team has traded up into or within the top 15 in 24 consecutive drafts. The Labor's District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Sunny, high 64. It is currently 47. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
I got to tell you, listening to Robert Plant here in Zeppelin, John, you know, every once in a while I'll change the name, and it seems hard to believe that's the person we know. Like
Jamie Page.
Well, I think you're going to say
Bobby Plant
Bob Plant.
or Bobby.
Yeah, I mean Bob Plant is just not Robert
Doesn't
Plant.
work as well.
I mean Bob Plant.
Nah, it's not great.
Like you would have no clue. Hey, Bob Plant.
How about
Bert Plant? Bert Plant.
You know, you can never call Billy King Bill King.
Bill King, yeah.
Not his name. His actual legal name,
Really?
birth name, is Billy.
And that's rare for Billy's, right?
Yes.
Oh,
I
yeah.
had a
Usually
brother
they're
Billy. It's
Williams.
William.
Yeah, they're almost always just William, and then it goes from
Sure.
William.
Mike Fox was always one of my favorites.
That's a
Take
great
out,
one.
Take out the Michael and the J.
That's what makes it so good is that the
Mike
J
Fox.
goes also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve Smith instead of Stephen A. Smith. Steve Smith.
It's less good because
No.
there's actually a Steve Smith we know.
I
Senior.
Exactly. All right, life advice with the hammer in about 10 minutes. Also, something Howie said about character issue guys and how he approaches that. We'll get to that
Howard
shortly.
Roseman.
What about
Roseman, we never
Joe-
do that. Flip it the other way. Howard Roseman.
Yeah.
How about Joey Jerry?
Say it again.
Joey Jerry. Isn't that? I mean,
Oh, for
do a lot
Joe
of
and
people
Gerald.
call you that?
Oh, my
Yeah.
middle name. Well, you're
Joey
yeah,
Jerry.
You confused me there. I
Joe
get it.
Jer.
Joe
Joe
Jer.
Jer.
Joey Jer.
Joe Jer. Joey Jerry. You get
Yeah.
that a lot?
No.
I just like Geraldine. Let's just go with Geraldine.
Yeah.
But that's a misnomer. We did give Joe a hard time for the Geraldine thing, but it's not even Geraldine.
I'm proud of it. I got no problem with
It's
it.
Gerald.
I was named after a nun. It's all
So
good.
Joey Jerry or Joe Jer.
I'm sure you're fine with it. I don't know if the nun is as fine with it.
Well,
you know.
she's passed
Have you
away.
talked with?
She
well, then-
passed away.
Oh,
There
did
you
you ever have
She's
a
the one.
chance to?
She's the one. I think I've told you died twice.
Oh yeah, you have told us.
She
yes,
died.
yes,
We got the phone call.
yes,
She had
yes.
died, and then we got the phone call the next day. She had not died. It went down the chain of nuns, and the wrong nun's name got passed down.
Wow.
So Sister Mary Gerald was alive. She is risen. Me and my mom, the day after we
Man.
cried, rejoiced with
Yeah.
the claim of her life
How-
still being alive. And then the next day, we got the call that
It's
she was
so
dead.
insane.
It was
Oh,
3
you
days in
got
a
it.
row.
And you didn't
Kidding.
believe it, did you?
The second time they made sure to
So
get
did-
it right.
What was that like though? The in between where you like you
Thought she
mourned-
was- we
yeah,
thought
you
she was
mourned
really
someone
alive.
It's
and
like
then
the
you thought,
stone
like,
was
to
rolled
be fair,
aside
yes.
and she rose.
To be fair, we knew she was really old and
okay,
sick.
so it wasn't like you,
Yes.
okay, I got you.
Yeah, it wasn't like she's going to be around
It
for the
wasn't
next
sudden.
40 years.
But that is a
Oh,
unique thing.
yeah.
I don't think there are many people
Yeah.
who like mourn
Right.
a death and then find out they didn't
Right.
die.
And
You
it
know,
was 3 straight days.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
dead, alive, dead. 3 straight days.
That is messed up.
3 straight phone calls. Yeah, it was wild.
That's like karaoke.
Whisper,
it's like
whispered.
the worst roller coaster ride of all
It
time.
was whispered down the lane, but it went awry
Oh,
within
no.
the nun world.
Mortality karaoke.
All right, let's go to Bill right now. Bill, what's going on, pal?
What's going on, guys? Pleasure to be on the line with you guys.
Thanks,
I,
Bill. That's
Our
really
pleasure.
nice to say.
Our pleasure, sir.
I don't know about that. Like, do you really feel that way? It's a
John,
pleasure.
me and you, our paths have crossed many times.
So
I
then
actually
that's
worked
a
in
no.
television media in Harrisburg.
What?
So we can let you slide, John. That's
Used to
fine.
work
It's
where?
a pleasure to talk to you this morning. I worked in media in Harrisburg. I
Wow.
saw you on the television back in the day.
No way. Wow.
Yeah, I produced the local television ratings for the Harrisburg market back in the day.
Holy cow. That's amazing.
Is John still a legend
Yes,
there, Bill,
sir.
or is that kind of worn off?
I think folks our age kind of know who he is. The younger folks, the under 35s, they
Yeah,
don't
that's
know
fair.
who he is.
That's fair.
There's no
Yeah,
way.
nothing wrong with that.
There's no way they care.
No.
Makes
And Rhea,
sense.
I've met you many a times when I've lived in Philadelphia at some of the wing balls back in the day. Always a pleasure to run across you again.
Awesome.
Joe, I've never met you, Joe, but I definitely would give you a little bit of hint. Change your socks, change that underwear daily, my friend.
Why? Yeah. The underwear is
Seems
a
like
given.
common sense.
Underwear is a given.
So are
But
the
I thought-
socks, Joe.
Yeah, that's like the advice you never think you have to give, you know?
Yeah, right. Why don't socks
Absolutely,
qualify in the same category as underwear?
It was only about 3 hours that I wore
I think socks are worse than
'cause
underwear.
you're
Like they should be.
standing on
Yeah,
them.
you should change them.
I don't
even
know
with
if it's
more
worse,
frequency.
but it's similarly bad.
It's
We'll
in the
say
same
that, yeah.
ballpark.
Ooh, I
It
see what
is
you
in the
did there.
same ballpark. Yes.
I tell you what, though, I have been married for 25 years. My wife falls asleep on the couch. I'm putting a sock under her nose just to see
Yep.
what the reaction is. Just got to see it.
Bill, I'm telling you,
Why
That's
not?
messed up.
it's
Bill.
good, man.
It's not good.
And it took her like 5 or
Oh,
10
did she
seconds
think
to
it
wake
was
up.
good?
No, but I didn't care about that. I was into my own entertainment.
Bill, does your wife think it's good?
He's going to do it. He hasn't
we're
done it
going to
yet.
find out.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
We're going to find out tonight.
And Bill, you got to make sure it's a particularly stinky sock, like a couple days worn.
Oh, yeah, really double down on this idea.
You
No,
know?
Bill, you could
His-
get slugged. I'm just warning you. I'm telling you right now. I would slug somebody if they did that.
Well, you know, I'm also a volunteer firefighter. I've been doing that for many times. Maybe I'll wait till I get a good fire, and then I'll do that. So we'll see.
There you go.
Not
All right,
right.
Bill, what do you got on the Phils?
So I heard a caller, I don't know, earlier this week or last week that made a very good point about blowing this team up. Not blowing it up, but, man, we got to do something. The bats are horrible. The outfield is terrible. I wouldn't mind seeing, you know, some folks move around in different positions.
Yeah.
But something has to give. And I don't know, Joe, you tell me, how much longer do we have to wait for something big to actually happen to get a rise out of this team?
Well, I think a while, to be honest with you. I think the first thing that would be changed is the outfield situation. But even that, I frankly don't expect it to change in the next month in a meaningful way. I mean, could they send Marsh or Rojas down and bring up some guy you've never heard of and just give him a shot? Yes, that's possible. I don't think they're going to rush Crawford. I don't think Crawford's going to be up here this month because Marsh and Rojas are struggling. I think you're frankly going to have to kind of deal with it. I don't expect a major trade anytime soon. So I think you're going to have to deal with it. Bill, the one thing I'll say that does give credence to dealing with it is notable, you know, teams like the Mets, the Phillies in 2023, the Phillies in 2022. I mean, you can be not great for a long time and make a hell of a charge in October by making a charge in August and September to get there. First off, right now, the Phillies are in a playoff spot as of this moment. That could change today. But at 10-8, they are on pace to win 90 games and be the third wild card. So we can't lose sight of that. They're not out of anything. And I think that they will give these guys some leeway to play their way through it. But I will say Rojas or Marsh, and it's probably Rojas, would be the first to go. And that could happen maybe in the next 3 to 4 weeks, is my guess.
Yeah, super dull. I'd love to see a spark in that team and get them excited because, you know, right now there's no other sports for me to be able to watch.
I know.
I know I live here in South Carolina. I've been down to Philly for 20 years, and I love this Odyssey app, by the way.
Good.
I've been listening to you guys every single day for the past 5 years. So,
Bill, excellent phone call.
We're
We're glad you like the show. Excellent call. Give me an answer for a tremendous form of entertainment this century, something specific.
I'm actually a pretty simple man. For myself, the entertaining is going out and doing a round of golf.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to win. He's like, hey, the Phillies tickets, I don't want them.
That's some old school.
He's going to be playing golf that day anyway. Yeah.
In South Carolina.
I mean, I love a round of golf too.
Yeah, I
Hey,
guess if you live in South Carolina, the golfing's probably a little easier
There you
year
go.
round.
All right, life advice with DeCamara coming up in a minute. We're going to get to someone's question, someone's scenario of what they need help with, because there's a lot of people in life that need help. And I'll try to spin you some good advice coming up in 1 minute.
You're ready to propose, and yes, it can be a bit intimidating shopping for the diamond. And that's why men all around the area will tell you, no matter what, you have to visit Benari Jewelers. They have a way of transforming intimidating into informative and confusion into crystal clarity. Here's how. The Benari team starts by putting you at ease and showing you every single thing you need to know about making that important purchase. How to evaluate the cut, the color, and clarity. And no hard sales, just education, putting you in the driver's seat. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of diamonds, and not just any diamonds. These are the hand-selected Benari special diamonds, with only a few making the grade to become a Benari diamond. The others land at the big box jewelers with high-pressure sales to move them along. But with Benari diamonds, the value shines through, and you'll walk away with a superior diamond that she'll love for years to come. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Exton and Newtown Square, online at benarijewelers.com.
My life's a waste of time.
It's time.
I'm a tool.
For life advice with the Hammer.
You know how rock bottom your life got to be to get life advice from Joe DeCamara?
The Hammer.
I'm an idiot. I'm always struck by the irony of apparently I'm a horrible advice giver. You know, apparently I'm an idiot. So says some fool. And yet people come to me for advice. So I thank you for that. And I think you should come to me for advice because I think I'm wise. Life advice with the Hammer. Sorry. Life advice with the Hammer brought to us by MHS Lift. If you're looking for forklifts, a warehouse efficiency assessment, any type of material handling equipment, or if your equipment needs repairs, go to MHSlift.com.
You think you're wise?
Well, it's a little tongue in cheek. First piece of advice today: if you want to play a little joke, put a stanky sock over someone's nose while they sleep.
Yeah,
because it did
great
take her.
advice.
It took
That's
her,
a great start.
it took her 5 to
Percent.
10 seconds. Like she was sniffling, she was moving side to side. Like
She probably couldn't get the smell out of her
she
nose
couldn't figure
for
out
all
what was
day.
going on. I was
It's
just
horrible.
looking at her. Like I could tell, like she was struggling with the sock, and it's like, you're right.
Yeah, I
you're right.
did that. You looked at her, you're like, yeah, I did that.
That's like a
You like that?
special
That was me.
moment for you guys.
How much
Yeah,
longer
that-
did you guys last together?
It was off and on. It was
30 seconds
off after
or
that.
30 seconds.
That's a hard one to
That's a
answer.
relationship builder.
All right, so what does someone need help
All right, we're
with?
gonna help Ricky out. Ricky, or we're gonna attempt to help Ricky out, I
Hmm.
should say. Ricky says, I've worked a night shift next to a work partner for the past 5 months.
He's worked a night shift next to what?
Next to a work partner for the past 5 months.
Next to a work
So
partner.
two guys.
Somebody works with?
Yes, a work part. So they have
Oh,
the
a
night shift together.
I thought he was in a different building. Okay.
I
So-
worked the night shift next to a work
Sorry.
partner for the past 5 months.
Got it.
We become friendly inside of work and text outside of work. Over the past week plus, after our 4 a.m. break, he has started to fall asleep during the shift. That's never happened before. As a coworker / friend, where is my responsibility in having a discussion with him about either getting more sleep, getting his health checked to make sure there's nothing wrong with him physically that's causing this recent sleep issue only after 4 a.m. break? I don't want to cross a friendly or professional line if it's not my responsibility to do so, but I like the guy, and this is very out of character for him. What should I do?
You should talk to him. I think this is really simple, man. I know, conversations can be uncomfortable sometimes, but I'm going to give you 3 words. And you know it, but I'm going to give it to you because I think you need to hear it. Be a leader. Not just a friend. Be a leader. Help this guy. Help him out. And by extension, help the company out. So, yes, can it be awkward to approach someone and say, hey, you should pick up your game? Yeah, that can be awkward, of course. But you can do it in a way where you're looking out for him because here's the thing. You're not trying to be a jerk, and you won't be a jerk in the approach. If he takes it that way, that's on him. And then you'll learn something about him that will, for you, be a reevaluation point of how you'll approach him both as a friend and a coworker. But the situation merits that you talk to him in a kind way, but in an encouraging way to try to improve the situation. Don't not do something. Don't not be a leader. Be a leader. Be a friend. Take it on.
It's real easy to address this with him. He's your friend. This is, hey, I'm concerned because I noticed this is something that was different.
Something like you.
You didn't used to have this issue. Now I noticed you were nodding off a little bit. I'm worried. Are you okay? What's going on, buddy? That's an easy conversation to have.
But you got to then take it to the next step because that's point 1. Point 2 is, hey, I'm strongly encouraging you to not sleep because if you do, then you could get fired. And by the way, you could put us all in jeopardy because you create vulnerability for our little group here. So take it on.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Up there with the best advice you've ever given.
Thank you.
Really nice job this time. I'm flummoxed. I don't even know how to
I
respond.
appreciate that. Here's the other thing you could say. You could pull out a tape recorder of Bobby Knight and say,
now you better get your head out of your ass.
And we're back.
You could always do that. You could also go with this one.
Enough is enough. Start playing with some jam in here. Let's go.
Yeah, you could do that. But again, just say, hey, pal, I care about you. Wake the hell up.
And look, if his name's Martin, you could do this.
Martin! That's true. And with that, a little life advice with the Hammer. All right, let's listen to Howie Roseman. Character issues are obviously something that's tricky for teams to navigate as they try to figure out, should I pick this player? Should I not pick this player? So we played some audio earlier in the day with Howie talking about character from 2 days ago. But he gave another answer 2 days ago about character and had specifically been asked in the lead up to this about Walter Nolan. Now, he's not going to tell you about specific players, obviously. But Walter Nolan, a player that is generally projected to go in the first round, might be second round, D tackle, area of need for the Eagles. Would they take him? We don't know, but we know Howie has put some stuff out there about how they approach character issues. Here's what he said.
We start with these basic principles of we will not draft because of this. And when we get past those guys, then we obviously have a process that we go through. That starts with Dom. I don't think there's any doubt that he's the best in the National Football League, and in my opinion, really all of sports in what he does. His ability to not only gather information, but to have a feel for people. And then we just have to make judgments, in those situations, those are a little bit more subjective, and that's based on all the information that we get. And so that we'll have a bunch of those in this draft, just like there are in every draft. And, we're just trying to do whatever we can to increase the odds that we hit on a player. And talent's a big part of this. The person's a big part of this.
An answer that makes a lot of sense on a lot of levels. The Big Dom thing, couple things. One, I don't know how the guy does all that he does.
Oh, my goodness.
Like every event with an Eagles player during the season, it feels like he's there. So I don't know how he's at 37 different events.
And also researching every draft prospect and their history and talking to like families and talking to law enforcement, all these things in any situations. It's unbelievable.
And I really have wondered, man, I wonder how much money he makes.
Well, also
because he is a big part of this thing.
And he's also always on call in a way that most people are not on call.
Correct.
Like he's on you could be called at 1:00 in the morning to leave your bed and go handle something that we have to a sports trade happens. Like I'm gonna have to record a podcast and have this is get out of your bed and go handle business.
I know.
So yeah, he probably gets paid a lot, if I had to guess.
John, is he over $3 million?
No.
I love that what a specific
I don't
number.
know.
I think he's probably in that range, if I had to guess. Think about how much they talk about. How he just used that answer as a way to say Dom's amazing at his job.
Ray, is Big Dom over $3 million?
I don't know if he's over that, but
Think he's around that?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, whatever he did to
It's
try to
worth
figure
it.
out, he did to figure out, should we draft Jalen Carter or not?
Yeah.
That was very valuable. And that was extremely tricky.
Oh yeah, people were
And
were
they
up
might
in arms over
and they
it.
might
Yeah.
not have won the Super Bowl without him.
No doubt.
Well, and
he was their
especially
best defense.
and-
I think he was better than Bond. I know Bond was higher in the grading as it related to NFL Defensive Player of the Year. Bond finished in the
there
top
was a
5.
lot of stuff
I
with
thought
Carter.
Jalen Carter
Yeah.
was the best defensive player they had last
There
year.
was a lot that doesn't show up in stats with him. So it makes it hard to see it
No
unless
question.
you're watching the game and then you see how
Yeah.
violent he is.
And I still think he made the 2 most important plays of the season
Yeah,
at the end of the Rams game.
Yep.
I believe that. There's nothing to me that happened in any other point in the season, including the Super Bowl. Cooper DeJean's play, none of
Totally.
it. There's no 2 plays to me that were more important because the season, John, for about 30 seconds hung in the balance versus the Rams at the end. And Jalen Carter's the guy that made those 2 plays. It was unbelievable, man. 215-592-9494. Time's yours and phone calls on all this. More on the Phils last night. Obviously, Nola's been struggling. The Eagles with the draft, which is now a week away on 94 WIP.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets when you go to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to get started. Join FanDuel today. You'll begin with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to win big today.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
I'm PJ Glasser, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network.
Even though the Masters is over, it doesn't mean the golf bets don't stop coming. Colin Morikawa has a strong history at RBC Heritage with 1 runner-up finish and 2 top 10 finishes. You can bet Morikawa to be in the top 10 at -118. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app.
All right,
today.
when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at nairabets.com/Philly25.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get 1 unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay restored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Extra fees vary and not guaranteed.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hardworking, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming 1 more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. with easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away, so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Real concern about Aaron Nola, winless in his first 4 games following the Phillies' 11-4 loss to the Giants. Needed 35 pitches to get through the first inning and walked in a run.
Body feels good, and definitely the worst start I've ever had. By far, I feel like, and I mean, all I can do is keep working and keep trying to have good weeks and prepare as best as I can for the next game I pitch, and take all my work into that game and just compete.
Phillies hoping for a split of their 4-game series with the Giants. That'll wrap up 4 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Christopher Sanchez on the mound for the Phils. Sunny today, high 64. It's currently 47. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hard charging. Blake dead.
Rios and North
Why
Philly.
are you saying that now? He said that the other day too.
I did?
Is it Rios?
He
Did
did.
Rios get you on the hard charger thing?
I don't even know what that means.
Is it in honor
Rios, our
of
caller,
Rios?
that's his line. He goes, "You're a hard charger." Well, hard charger.
Don't know it.
Yeah,
Really?
this week
I don't
Joe
know.
has done this a couple
He
times.
calls in the afternoon, right?
He's called us a few times, but yes, he
okay.
is an afternoon show caller more than
He has called us a few times to say,
give a hype speech.
"What's up,
whatever.
Richie's?"
That's Jose and Norris.
Oh, that's
No,
right.
well,
that's
they
Jose.
both kind of
They both do it a little bit, but I have heard the hard charging repeatedly.
Okay.
And this week you have said hard charging.
Wow.
Jimmy actually pointed it out, I think, when you did it earlier in the
Okay.
week. And now I'm noticing it too. I think this is something that you're into.
I
Why?
didn't even know.
Why have you settled on charging hard, Joe?
It just struck me like a song that had that.
Maybe because you are now charging hard with your training.
Listen, I'm charging.
Let's get this scheduled.
Hard charger.
The contest that you're charging so hard to train for.
I'm willing to play the golf on the early side.
Oh, yeah, what that big of you?
I mean, that's it doesn't take much.
You want to go down 0-1 early, huh?
So I got to win golf, I got to win tennis, and I got to win basketball.
Okay, so when?
I got to win this.
When and when?
I don't know.
Never, never, and
Yeah,
never.
I mean, John, you can keep pushing me all you want, but I'm just telling you, like, I'm going to make sure I am steel reinforced.
Well, look, I mean, I don't feel like
so never
pushing.
is actually
I
the
don't
correct
feel
answer.
like saying, "Hey, when's this going to happen?"
I know.
Every single day. But if I don't,
I know.
you're not going
It's
to
not going to happen
actualize.
It's not going to happen before June, and I'm not sure I don't know. I'm worried about the injury situation. I mean, I've had a lot. I've had the elbow. I've had the groin.
So here's the question: why did you come so hard at Fritz, and why'd you be like, I'm definitely
because I know I'm a better athlete.
But you can't even compete.
A joke.
Well,
you can't even make it to the starting line.
It does remind me a little bit of Jordan. If you remember, Jordan's last year with the
Wizards. It reminds
Wizards.
you nothing of Jordan.
Jordan had the bad knee with the Wizards. He'd keep getting his knee drained, that whole deal. So there is a comp there for greatness that just can't take the court on a daily basis.
It's one thing when you compare your sports trivia ability to Jordan, comparing your athletic ability to Jordan, that's where we draw the line. We're not going to allow that.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right, let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. We'll find out a week from now what the Eagles do with the first pick. We'll find out if people are right or wrong with their answer to this Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more in a 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trailblazer. Starting at $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Jen, how do you think people voted on this question? Most likely for the Eagles with the top pick, what Howie does. Trade up, stay at 32, trade down.
Man, I mean, trade up being the most aggressive. I'm assuming trading up means going lower in the numbers into the first
lower
round.
in the numbers, yes.
Going to the pricier.
It's always confusing with that.
It sort of is. Yeah,
I think we've accepted it.
I'm going to assume that trade up is what wins because it's what's most exciting and enticing.
It does, but I don't think it's the right answer. So 48% say trade up. I think he's most likely to trade down, which 37.
I think he will do that.
Yeah.
So I actually am with the audience.
Out.
I think,
Why?
especially, I think the comment about we don't have 32 first round grades was interesting. That could mean either. It could mean we're trading back because there aren't 32 first round grades. But I saw it more as we're going to go up and get one of the guys we believe has first round.
Well, I'll give you something that could substantiate that. So, and I know I keep referencing this Jimmy Johnson book I read a few weeks ago, but I can't tell you how much it reminded me of Howie Roseman. And one of the points Jimmy Johnson said is there can come a point in an organization if you have a ton of picks and a lot of great players, you can't fit all the picks on the team. It's not possible. It's not possible. So, you want to package picks.
Boy, that's a luxurious spot to be located.
Well, that's where the Eagles are.
And they have 20 picks the
Right.
next 2 years. Like, he's not going to draft 20 guys.
I mean, there's no way 20 guys are going to join the Eagles in the next year.
We are not compile more picks.
Guys.
Well,
Come
listen.
on. That's extreme. That's crazy.
No, but the
to say
point is
we're
they don't need a lot of. They don't need like 20 guys.
They don't need 20. If you can take those 20 picks and make it 14 guys over 2 years,
still a lot of young guys,
and have more excellence with 14 than more players with 20. That's the theory,
right?
So
that's precisely what we'll do. That is precisely what we'll do. Our GM has made the most moves in the first round since 2016. He's made 10 first round pick moves since 2016. That's the most in the NFL. And we are going to continue to wheel and deal because that's what Howie does. That's what Howie does best. And I think the rest of the league finally is appreciating just how great he
they
is
know.
at this.
They fear him. You know what's still a joke? How after 2020, with the Eagles not wanting Carson and Carson not wanting to be here, how did Howie get a first-round pick from a team?
It's unbelievable.
How did it happen?
I have no idea.
What were the Colts thinking? I mean, what were they?
Well, Frank was there, right?
Yeah, but wake up.
I guarantee you that Frank believed that he could fix Carson.
I mean, he must have.
It's the only way.
It is the only explanation. But I think you can make a case that cost him his job.
And even still, with the leverage that the Colts had in that situation, if Carson was like, I want to go there, it's insane that how he was able to pull out what he was.
I don't get it. I don't. Hey, BG Day is happening on May 5th. You can be a part of it that evening with BG Live. Big event we're going to have at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. It's BG Live that evening. I think it's 6 o'clock. You can see all the details at 94WIP.com. You can get tickets. You got to get tickets to be there. Can't just stroll in. Got to get tickets to be there. And certainly we expect tickets to sell out. So get yourself tickets, and certainly a great opportunity to treat someone that you love that's a big Eagles fan. 94WIP.com. Check it out on the website and get yourself there that night. Should be a great night. BG behind the scenes, stories through the years, and really our way to celebrate his tremendous career and thank him for all that he did, not just for the Eagles, but the Philadelphia sports community. And WIP has been a big part of our station for years. I mean, he's been, long before we were doing the morning show, he was calling in, with Angelo's morning show for many years. I mean, he's just a big part of the fabric of Philly sports, and we look forward to celebrating his spectacular career coming up in a few weeks. Let's get to Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, team. So I'm speaking about the Bobby Plant thing. I'm so glad that Richard Sherman stuck with Richard, if you know what I mean. Really, and I don't know if this is something that I hate, but I really feel like there's going to be a holy bleep moment in this draft. I don't know why, but I kind of blame you / give credit, Joe, for planting the seed of Tanner McKee trade in my head. And so I have 3 quick, super hot takes, never going to happen, but I just wanted to run them all by you.
Sure.
One, I don't know, we're a Saquon Barkley injury away from having to rely on Will Shipley. We don't know what we're getting from A.J. Dillon. If Omarion Hampton falls to the late 20s, that's the first one. Second one is, we talked a lot about position versatility, how Howie loves to have guys who play guard, tackle, corner, safety. If Max Hairston falls to the Eagles around 32, he could potentially be your slot corner. You move Cooper DeJean to safety. That's your position versatility. And then the one tied to Tanner McKee is if you flip him for a 3rd-round pick, another Jalen could potentially be available in the 2nd round. You're going to have to draft the backup. Those are my 3 kind of, we're never going to.
Well, let me take the Cooper DeJean on. I'll tell you this.
Don't move him to safety.
Correct. I'm not saying he couldn't, Ed, but man, corner is so valuable. And if I got a great corner, now the only thing we really don't know is will his game translate as effectively outside when they play him out there when there's only 2 receivers on the field and he's a starter for that play and then moves inside on the slot. I mean, we don't know. A guy like Avonte Maddox is an example of someone who was far better inside than outside. And that does happen with players sometimes. So if they have that intel on Cooper DeJean, theoretically that's possible, but I think it's unlikely. I mean, look, Ronnie Lott was moved from corner to safety after he'd already established excellence. Now, it's notable that Ronnie Lott was one of the bigger safeties ever and one of the hard-hitting safeties ever. But I just want to – there's nothing for me to – it's like when people used to talk about maybe the Eagles should move Lane Johnson from the right side to the left side as Jason Peters is winding down. And it's like, well, you could – but I got this stud right tackle. Do I really want to mess with it? And they never did, and I'm glad they never did.
Yeah. I mean, again, these 3 things aren't going to happen, but,
I get it.
Fun to talk about.
I know.
Likely go guard, tackle, or edge rusher, but I guess it's just a product of me being super excited about the draft.
Well, I'm starting to get there, too. It's ramped up for me in the last 48 hours. Ed, give me a big answer for something that's a great form of entertainment this century.
Has The Sopranos been said yet?
Has been said, yes.
Oh, good. Playing Halo on Xbox.
Okay, you got it.
Sure, Halo.
That was massive.
So you know what would have been a better answer?
Those Eagles teams in the early 2000s did a lot of that.
Okay, I got to tell you, something that hasn't been said. We're 3 hours and 45 minutes in, and now I got to take it off the board. I now have my own permission. Taylor Swift should have been said.
Yeah, we haven't had any real music answers, have we?
Should have been said. I mean, like Tay-Tay.
Everyone's mad at Taylor.
Really?
Like.
Well, some are, but I mean, come on. Taylor Swift's she's already surpassed Madonna. Like Taylor Swift she's in the Michael Jackson territory.
I think so too.
Yeah, she's really.
But it seems like I don't know. People are sort of mad.
Why are they mad? Because the Chiefs thing?
Yeah.
I think they think it was a little bit of overkill, like between her and Travis.
There was a lot going on.
It was just too much.
There's a lot.
So
There's a lot.
That's how people.
It was
amazing.
It was a lot.
People love certain people, and then all of a sudden, like, I'm sick of them.
Yeah, no, that happens
It
sometimes.
goes very quickly.
It does happen sometimes. All right, time's yours up ahead in 1 minute.
You know you want lawn care service that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets. That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. And by using organic fertilizers for safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. With Natural Lawn, I know that my family is getting a beautiful lawn that we can all love. Switch to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of. And schedule Natural Lawn's full service program today. You'll get free seeding every year. This has helped my lawn so much. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Naturalawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours. Time's yours. Thank you, Andy Reid. Time's yours is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. By the way, before we hit it with Time's yours, I'm curious, because John's got, you don't have the pull, but Ike's got the pull. Do you think for BG Day, John, you do have the pull, but I don't know if you have the initiative. Sorry, buddy. Because I got this done a couple years ago. Do you think for BG Day, when we bring on, Brandon's former players and teammates and coaches, do you think Andy Reid calls in? And he drafted him.
Yeah, he did.
Ike got Andy on. Was it after?
It was for Andy Reid Day, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
That's when it. I thought it was. I thought it was after the last Super Bowl,
Maybe
or it was a couple years ago for something. I don't think it was Andy Reid Day back in 20. That was 2019.
Was it for Foles Day? It was one of those type of things. It was for someone for a day we did. Was it for Angelo? Was it for Angelo's last show? Maybe.
No, he did a video for Angelo's show.
Okay, he definitely did that.
But I mean, it'd be, look, it's off season. Andy should have the time, and Eagles just.
He's not busy.
You've talked about how he does that stuff. He flew in for
that.
Donovan. You've talked about that stuff before. So.
And he got his hiney spanked in the Super Bowl. So I'd like to hear from Andy Reid. Ike, get
Me
on
too.
it. How about John
really
Ritchie?
would like to hear from
John
him.
Ritchie. Can you get
You are on the clock.
Can you get Andrew Reid on the show?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm just putting that out there. It'd be fun to talk to Big Red. All right, with that, let's hit it with Time's yours.
I seriously think it's time to start talking manager. It doesn't look like a major league team. They're not hitting cutoffs. Center field doesn't take command. I think it's time for a change for real.
Well, I don't, but obviously the focus is ratcheting up on Rob Thompson. I would not fire him right now, but I know there are people thinking of that way.
You guys have to be kidding me. The excuses are unbelievable. I just heard John Ritchie say it was cold. And Aaron Nola, who pitched at LSU, he's been in Philadelphia for 10 years. He's pitched in this cold. Oh, and he's also pitched in October. And guess what it is in October? It's cold. Hey, guys, stop making excuses.
You know what? Even Rob Thompson, I think, goes too far with it sometimes. So, look, it is true, and obviously it's harder to grip the ball, but it's his job to do it, especially at $175 million, to be better at it.
I'm surprised the Hammer doesn't give Aaron Nola a break for pitching in 40-degree weather last night. We have to hear countless excuses every Friday during Beat the Hammer, and you can't even defend our franchise pitcher. Something to think about while you stew in that bathtub.
Wait, I can't defend, or I do defend, or I don't defend the friend. I'm confused.
I was confused too.
Yeah, it was a little confused. I think he's saying that you have excuses for you'll come in and be like, "Oh, my glasses aren't. I didn't sleep last night," or whatever.
Well,
You'll come up with right. But he's saying you won't give Aaron Nola the same grace that you give yourself.
Yeah, well, their difference is that the Hammer mostly wins all the time.
Well, that is the difference. I mean,
why you gotta go?
I know, because the guy wasn't making.
Can
any
I tell
sense.
you why Rhea said it? Because I was about to say the same thing. So she's
great.
I wear the same socks multiple days in a row all the time. I have on Eagle socks right now. I've worn 3 out of 4 days. And in high school, I would wear the same socks for a week or more.
You are disgusting, sir.
No, listen, good man. Good man.
Gosh, that's not right.
Yeah, whoever that is,
should not do that anymore.
Someone in your life tell you to stop doing that.
When you said,
that's horrible.
Look, when you said when you were in high school, you wore the same socks many days in a row. That's okay. That's problematic. You should change that. Like, now's your chance.
You're grown up.
Don't do that anymore. Yeah, grow up into an adult who washes the socks and changes the socks daily.
You could,
because it really is. It's what the adult does.
It is what the adult normally does. And with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, I want to play one piece of audio of Rob Thompson, then we're going to have our winning answer for entertainment this century. So, Topper after the game last night talking about the cold and the walks, because obviously Aaron Nola walked a lot of guys. This comment I know annoyed some people. Listen to what he said.
Is it alarming to have 9 walks? I mean, do you think some of that was just the temperature and guys not?
Well, I think so. We had 6 walks offensively, but
you better get used to that because the Northeast here, you're gonna play on some cold days, whether it's early in the season or in October. So.
Look, he's not wrong, but again, and our buddy Lewis, who works with us here, preparing a lot of the audio for us, and he's doing a great job, by the way. Young guy doing a great work for us. He said to me before the show, "It's like, what the heck? The heck is this?" Like, Rob Thompson does kind of go into his zone with answering questions sometimes, even if it's true. You just don't want to hear it. I mean, I know it's cold, but come on. I mean, the guy's getting paid $175 million.
He did at the end to give Thompson credit. Did at the end say like they got to figure it out. It gets cold,
true.
So I'll give him credit there. But in general, it's too much.
It's a little much there. All right, we got to come up with a winning answer for the best form of entertainment this century. Those that were said by the audience, and a whole bunch have been said by us, including The Sopranos, The Wires. By us, I mean me.
I was just about to say us doing a lot of work here.
Game of Thrones was off the board because that's what it was based on. We got to choose between Band of Brothers, NFL Red Zone, The Avengers, and Breaking Bad. Because the Eagles did have 2020, and that negates them. So,
Hold on. I think there were better answers
There
than those.
weren't.
Did you filter this?
No, and then WrestleMania. I mean,
WrestleMania is pretty good,
We knocked
too.
out streaming services. Like, a whole bunch of things got knocked out because they were determined to not be.
Man.
I would go with Band of Brothers.
I think it's Band of Brothers too.
Yeah, I would go with that one.
Ron, you have won.
I rescind my vote. I want to change my vote. I didn't know it was right. No, I'm kidding.
Ron, you've won the Phillies tickets. Congrats, buddy. Hey, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Remember, afternoon baseball today, 4:00 game. Watch it, listen to it. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Also tomorrow, closer to the NFL draft. 7 days away from now, 6 days as of tomorrow. Joe and Hugh, they're up next.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRuncomplicated.com. New medical plans, new talent? HRuncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRuncomplicated.com.
During the NBA Play-In Tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back. It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. I don't know what the New York Football Giants are doing. They have the number 3 pick in the upcoming NFL draft, and they have a general manager and a head coach who may not be there next year. I know the decision's got to be made whether they're going to take a pass rusher or a quarterback. I would think that the owner, John Mara, would want it to be made by people who, you know, might be around next year. Color me silly. This is Andy Gresh.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
3-2 pitch, and that is a called the third strike. Off the plate away, and Dan Molino just caps our night off. As JT...
They just don't care.
wanders off in frustration. A frustrating night all in all for the Phillies in every respect. As the Giants rout the Phillies tonight here at Citizens Bank Park. And they've taken 2 out of 3 with one more game to go in the series, 11-4 the final.
It's just a shame. I mean, this is an embarrassing game for the ball club, for the organization. It's just ugly.
Yeah, ugly indeed. Ugly indeed. Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. LA said it very well last night. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. You guys with us, 215-592-9494. We got a ton to get to. We're a week away from the NFL draft. We got draft party tickets to give away. A lot of Eagles to get to. Daily Mock. You people. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Did y'all know that men under 5'9" on average live 5 years longer than men over 5'9"?
Uh-oh.
I'm just saying.
Well, I'm not worried. I'm over 5'9". But
yeah.
You know what's officially happened?
What's that?
You know how there people say our phones can hear us?
Yes.
Right? Like, I think my algorithm's matching yours. I saw that too yesterday.
You did.
I think it's happened. Oh no, my algorithm is ruined.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but my algorithm is on 10 every day.
I did see that yesterday. So we're all in trouble. Elliot's in better shape than us.
Well, yeah,
Elliot,
Moshe's winning.
Mm-hmm.
Moshe's winning, probably. In that aspect. Anyway, but yeah, we got problems.
Yeah, we're too tall. All right, man.
Yeah.
That's else has problems. The Phillies right now. That was a disaster last night. LA hit it right. That was ugly in every way. The situational hitting, ugly. The pitching, ugly. The defense, ugly. It was an ugly game. There's been a lot of those lately, and there's a lot of parts of the Phillies that we could pick apart right now because they're not playing good baseball. I mean, let's be real about it. I know, you can tell me their record is 10-8, but they haven't played well now for about 2 weeks, and Hugh, there's a lot of ways we could go and a lot of things we could start with, but let's start with the guy who started last night, and that is Aaron Nola. So Aaron Nola took the mound last night off of 3 tough starts to start the season, and he didn't give me any more confidence after start number 4. 5 1/3, 9 hits, 7 runs, 6 of those earned, 4 walks last night. He left the game with a 6.65 earned run average. And Hugh, I like Nola. I've always felt like I've defended him more than I've beat him up over the years because I think he's been a really good Phillies pitcher and he's durable and he has stepped up over the years in some big games like he did to put them in the playoffs in 22 and in St. Louis in 22. I mean, Aaron Nola's pitched some big games in a Phillies uniform and he's one of the better Phillies pitchers they've ever developed. But Hugh, sometimes with any athlete, you get to a point where you're not the same as you used to be. And I'm seeing real signs of decline in Aaron Nola. His velocity is down. He's walking more batters than he ever has. His strikeout to walk ratio's the worst we've ever seen it. And just even beyond the numbers, it feels like he doesn't want to throw the ball over the plate anymore. Maybe because the home runs early in the season. So he's nibbling and he's walking batters. Hugh, I am concerned here. I know it's early, but I look at all the innings on his arm, and I'm ready to hit the panic button on Nola and what he is now at this stage of his career. Is he bad? No, he's not this bad. But he used to be a number 2 starter, and I don't see that anymore. Hugh, where are you at on Nola? Because right now, he does not look like the guy they gave a 7-year contract to last year.
Long talk segment here.
Yep.
I don't let me see, Joe, how I want to say this. I'm not pushing the panic button, but I am concerned because here's the thing. There's a thing, like, especially as a professional athlete. Sometimes you get to a point where you don't recover like you used to, and certain things happen, milestones happen that you're not proud of. Like last night, I think it was the first time in his career that he's had 3 losses or 4 losses.
4 losses in a row.
4 losses in a row. 4 losses in a row. He's a little bit older, and to your point, you talk about his velocity is down a little bit. I think that he's at a point where I don't think he's cooked. I don't think that I want to say that first. But I think that he's probably at a point where he's in rarefied air where he's kind of second guessing himself a little bit. Because like you said, his velocity's down. So when your velocity's down, you have to have better location.
And right now he's walking everybody.
Yeah, you have to have better location. And so now you're in a position where, you're probably looking at it like, damn, this has never happened before. Can I work my way out of this?
Right.
So I'm a little bit concerned about that. I think that's probably where he is in his career. He's not that old. He's 31 years old. So it's probably one of those things where he's probably in a space where he's not comfortable being in, and he's trying to figure out how to work his way out of.
Yeah, well, he is not. He does not look comfortable right now at all. 215-592-9499 for your reaction to the Phillies last night. 11-4 they lost. Again, the defense ugly. The
crazy.
Situational hitting stinks right now. And they're not playing good baseball for now 2 full weeks. And even beyond that, you go back to the middle of last season. It feels like that same malaise. But the Nola situation is troublesome. Hugh, it's two things. It's like him and then him wrapped up in the team. He doesn't look the same. But the strength of this team is supposed to be their starting pitching. And unfortunately right now it's not. I'd say the starting pitching this year overall, like when you add all the guys, right? The Wheelers, the Nolas, the Luzardos, Sanchez, and obviously Taiwan has been the fifth guy. It's been okay, right? If you add all five together, but Nola's a big reason why it hasn't been very good. He's stunk so far this season. And Hugh, you're right. He's not old, but I've wondered this for a while. How many innings does he have left in his arm? I mean, high-end innings, right? He's not hurt. There's no one saying he's hurt, but he's thrown a lot of innings. Sometimes those innings catch up to you. He's thrown 200 innings, 30 starts every year over and over and over again. And I thought when they signed him, like in the back of my mind, Hugh, I thought, okay, he's a number 2 starter right now. By the time his contract is over, he's probably going to be a number 4 or 5. I'm just starting to wonder, did we skip the number 3? You know what I mean? Like that trajectory of...
Yeah, because you're wondering whether or not he fell off the cliff.
Yeah, or like, did he fall faster than I anticipated? So he was a number 2. Right now, he looks to me like a number 4. And I thought we would get some years of him as a number 3. This is a big drop compared to where he was a couple years ago. 215-592-9490 for your reaction to Nola last night. First inning was bad. He did settle in, but by every start we're like, yeah, it wasn't that bad. Well, the ERA is 6.66, and the velocity is not good. Let's hear from Topper last night, kind of making some excuses for Nola and what he saw. Here's Topper after the game.
Well, I thought, in the first inning, command was off, but from innings 2 through 5, I thought he was really good. And I thought the stuff got better. The breaking ball got sharper. Changeup was good, and he was throwing strikes. His command was good.
Yeah, I mean, that's Topper saying his command. I mean, every start, it's like, well, it wasn't that bad. And then, his ERA is 6.65, and he's lost all 4 starts. It also hasn't been good enough. In the end, he put more runners on. That first inning was a total mess. Let's hear from Nola, who was way harder on himself than Topper was after the game.
You find yourself under command, 2 starts in a row with the bases loaded walk. How crazy does that drive you?
Yeah, it drives me crazy. It's unacceptable. I hadn't... For 3 times in my career, I've done that, and 2 times past 2 games. I just got to get it better. Too many free passes, and usually those runs have been scoring, and I'm just kind of making it harder on myself in those situations. 8 walks in 2 games overall. It's not good. So I'll clean it up.
What hit me there, Hugh, is him talking about he knew this. It's amazing he knew it off the top of his head. I mean, I don't imagine someone told him yesterday. He had to know this. So he walked a runner in yesterday. He did in his last start. And he said there, he's only done this 3 times his whole career.
That's what I'm talking about, Joe, because you get to a point as a former athlete where you start to see a pattern that you don't want to see.
Yeah.
And now you're starting to second guess yourself. For him to be that aware of the times that he's done it is telling. He's in his head a little bit, and he's wondering whether or not he can work out of this. I think he can. Because I think Topper mentioned something about his numbers in April. They're better after this month.
So people have said for years, and it has played out, Hugh, that because he's from Louisiana,
and it's warmer. A lot warmer.
Yeah, when the weather warms up, as we're going to do the weather thing today, and it was pretty cold out there yesterday.
No, it was brick.
It was cold. When the weather warms up, his velocity tends to pick back up.
Yeah.
It did last year, but this is probably the lowest I've ever seen it. I mean, he's thrown last night. His fastball averaged 90, and I know velocity is everything. You brought up Jamie Moore. Greg Maddux is one of the greatest pitchers of all time. But there is a difference between 92 and 90. You know what I mean? Like
you can whether how much you can see that.
Yeah, it's almost like in football. Like, do you need to run a 4.3 to be a great receiver? No, but you also can't run a 4.8, right?
No,
you got to have some speed.
You got to have something.
Yeah,
got to have a little something.
Yeah, I'm concerned with Aaron Nola. He doesn't look right. He's again, and if it was just some home runs, you'd say, eventually those they'll be flyouts at the wall. It's not that. It's command, it's control, it's velocity. And like you've said there, Hugh, it feels like he's second guessing himself now.
Well, it's you know, you as an athlete, you have a point where you say, okay, I might not be at the top of my game, but I can still do this.
Yeah.
Or I could do that. I might not have my velocity, but I still have my location or something like that. Yesterday, he didn't have either. You know, and it was probably frustrating for him. And you know, I know people aren't going to like to hear this, but the weather probably did play a factor.
There it
in
is.
I mean, it probably did.
I think it did. But if he had 2 or 3 good starts and then last night, I would throw last night away and say.
But I mean, and that's the unfortunate thing about it is because this looks eerily similar to last year. When you talk about not only him, you talk about the hitting. You talk about the fact that we lost 4-11. Bryce ties the game up, and then we just get blowed out.
7-0 after that.
We just get blowed out. So it's that. It's a bunch of stuff, and we have anxiety. As fans, we have anxiety about this team because, number one, we ran it back. There's no infusion of new talent on this squad that's young and get people excited about. So I understand when this fan base feels a certain type of way when you keep seeing the same things over and over again, and you're trying to tell yourself that it's going to be different, but in reality, it doesn't look any different.
It does not. 215-592-9494. Are you hitting the panic button on Aaron Nola? A lot of innings on that arm. The velocity's down. Will it pick up a little bit this summer? Probably. But he just doesn't look right. He's walking batters, which he typically doesn't do. He's not getting swing and miss. He threw, I think the number I saw this morning was 44 fastballs last night, and they swung and missed at like 3 of them. I mean, it's just he's not getting – It just looks like hitters are very comfortable in the box against Aaron Nola. Kyle, where are you at on Nola as the Phillies get rocked last night and their starting pitcher, who they gave a lot of years to, does not look right?
Yeah, I don't know how you can't be hitting the panic button on Aaron Nola right now. Like, he's asked to start the season. And usually you know what you get with Aaron Nola. It's up and down. There's inconsistencies year to year. But even in the down years with Nola, like, you know what you're getting. He'll let up a bad home run or two, and you just sort of have to hope and pray that it's not like a grand slam or a 3-run home run. It's just a solo shot.
Yep.
But, like, it's the velocity dip, which I understand could get better. But something about the way he's pitching right now feels like it's the worst that I've ever seen Aaron Nola. And it's got to be the worst start of his career. He hasn't even been letting up home runs the last 2 starts. It's the walks that are absolutely killing him. Like, Nola, to me, is a piece of this pitching staff that I feel like you always knew you could rely on for him to go 6-7 innings. He's there every 5th day, which he still is to his credit, but you don't want that to be like a guaranteed loss or feel like it's a loss every time. Like, the difference between this pitching staff being just good or like great, I feel like has a lot to do with Aaron Nola. I mean, they should be like 4 guys deep right now that you know you can rely on. And right now, I mean, Luzardo's probably been their best pitcher to start the season. Sanchez, you don't see the Cy Young stuff that they talked about a lot, or we talked about a lot before the season. Even Wheeler's not been as dominant. Now, I trust Wheeler to bounce back and get it together a little bit. But, like, we could be in for a long season with Aaron Nola being this way, and that could sink this team in the postseason.
Well, I'll frame it this way. If there's a scale, on the scale is ace is the top and Taiwan is the bottom of a rotation, okay? I'm not trying to. I
know what you're saying, but that's the differences we have, the dynamics
ace,
that we have.
Ace or Taiwan, right? That's one's the top, one's the bottom of a rotation. Aaron Nola, for a good portion of his career, skewed way closer to the ace. He wasn't an ace, but he was closer to that. He's way closer to Taiwan right now than he is ace status, and we're like, he looks like a 4th starter, and he's supposed to be a 2 or at the bare minimum a 3. 215-592-9494. Chris in Middletown starts us off as we talk about the Phils and Aaron Nola. What's up, Chris?
Happy gloom and doom day, man.
Yeah, that's where we're at. What's up, Chris?
Oh, it's just great to be a Philadelphia fan, to be alive today, you know?
Well, let me echo something that people like to say to me whenever I have, a thought that's like, we're struggling. The Eagles won the Super Bowl, Chris, so you have that. You could hold on to that. Yeah, Super Bowl champs. Yeah.
Baseball team is, in shambles and on fire.
Yeah.
Here's how I feel about Nola. Hugh, you remember when we were kids and we go to Grandma's house, and she'd cook out like a steak or usually not a steak, usually some like liver.
Yeah.
And it was like overdone, beyond overdone, like
super
a piece
tough.
of shoe leather.
Yeah,
like,
flashback.
You need the A1 on there.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't have A1 because that was too expensive. So, you had to eat the shoe leather, like dried out. That's Nola. Like, Nola's like just beyond cooked at this point. And unfortunately, guys, I mean, we started to see this last year. He started giving up more and more home run balls. He got hot in the middle of the year, but then he starts to really tail off, even in the playoffs. But guys, I mean, to be fair to the guy, he has 1,000,001 innings under that arm. Like, we have more than got our money's worth out of him. And unfortunately, we'd all like him to be great, and we're all desperately, grasping at straws here and hoping that June, July, we're going to put some spin on this, that maybe he maybe will be better, and I think he will be in those months. But guys, Father Time's unbeaten for a reason, and like, it's just human nature in the body. Like, Nola is not the number. Fine, because we got Sanchez. So, Nola is 4. More, I'd actually say he's a 5, because I agree. Taiwan's pitching a whole heck of a lot better than him. And you know what, guys? I don't know what's going on, but I'm starting to see some clarity here, though, because excuse-making Douglas was just talking about the weather. And this makes another picture start to come into focus for me. Was Nola's last contract his Jacksonville Gap contract?
Oh, but
that was a 7-year deal guaranteed.
But see, this is not fair to me, Chris. This is not fair, because Chris, my job here. See, this is where it gets testy for me, because I sit here and try to explain to the best of my ability, as a former professional athlete, what it might be, and when people hear it, they don't want to hear it. Well, but it's the truth.
They hear excuses.
It's not an excuse. It's me trying to get you inside the head of the player, because between the two of us, Chris, no disrespect to you, I'm closer to knowing what he's probably thinking than you are. No retort?
Wait, what? What did you say? Something?
See how we do.
I heard you say he's cooked. And then
see how we do. Every day.
People hear what they want, and they hear what they want. Chris, good phone call. We appreciate it. So I do think now.
I did say it because you want to say it.
Sometimes there's company man stuff there.
No, it's
sometimes. I mean, also, you understand as an older guy what Nola's going through. He's an older athlete. You're an older guy.
From one cooked guy to another.
The cold hits different when you're older.
See, listen, this is what I employ people to do today. When you listen to me talk, take the anger out of it, because I'm not trying to make you angry. I'm trying to give you perspective.
I feel that all the time.
Can I implore people to actually not take the anger out of it? That's so,
we need
I
that.
like that.
It's kind of part
what
of
is anger going to do? Seriously.
Anger drives emotion.
Yeah.
Well, and it puts you on an emotional roller coaster ride.
Yes.
And that's where you like to be.
Me, yes.
See, I don't want to be on an emotional roller coaster ride.
I think it brings the best out of you, because when Hugh's back's against the wall, he's got to claw out of it. I want the anger.
Back against the wall, Douglas over here.
That's 20-something-year-old Kyle talking. When you get older, Kyle, you have to pace yourself a little bit.
I'm not as docile.
I actually thought today. Now there was a twinge of it was cold last night out of Hugh this morning.
I wasn't gonna go there.
But I think actually that you did bring some perspective. Now some might say gap year perspective, but you brought the perspective of a guy that is starting to wonder why he can't do what he used to do.
That's exactly what it was.
You lived that, yeah.
And when you hear him say that, thanks a lot for clarifying. But when you say that, you're going through your head like, well, damn. Like, I've never been down this road before. How am I going to work out of this? That's basically what he said when he was in that press conference. That's exactly what I heard. Because every other time, we sit here all the time and say, oh, well, that's Nola being Nola. And he's always worked himself out of that.
Yep.
He's in a position right now and in a space he's never been there. And he's questioning whether or not he can work himself out of that. That's what I'm saying. I think he can. But right now, even he's asking himself.
And I wonder, just watching so much baseball over the years and watching him, I wonder if the subconscious Hugh is bleeding into the conscious. Like, he doesn't usually walk batters.
Yes.
It's not him. Now he is. So you know what I'm wondering? He knows his velocity isn't there. So in the back of his head, he doesn't want to throw the fastball over the plate. So he's nibbling.
Makes you cautious.
Makes you cautious. And he's not trying to walk people, but he's trying to be very fine on the corner, because he knows if he puts it over the plate,
it might go out the park.
So, and now he's missing.
It was windy yesterday.
Yes, so he's missing because he's trying to be very fine. And now we're walking people on top of everything else. There's a little doubt there, and I think the reality is he has reason to doubt. His velocity is down. It's like it'd be say if he was his normal self, throwing harder than he is right now, I'd say he'll be fine. He'll tweak his mechanics. He doesn't walk people. I wonder if he's walking people because he knows deep down that fastball is not where he wants it to be.
Well, and a lot of times, because I think back to when I was in Jacksonville and how you're used to doing things a certain way. And when you figure out you can't do that and you're trying to adjust on the fly, it's kind of hard to do that. It's kind of hard to adjust on the fly. So you have to try to get centered. And it feels like just listening to him talk, he's trying to get centered.
Yeah, and look, is this the biggest deal in the world? You could look at it two ways. One, they do have Sanchez and Luzardo emerging, so can he be the 4 here? He could be. I mean, it could. It's not the worst thing in the world if Aaron Nola is your 4th best starter, because that means you have 3 really good starters with Wheeler, Luzardo, and Sanchez. But the bullpen we know is not very good on this team. The offense is up and down. We can't just have him go out there every 5th day and not pitch well. Those are going to be losses a lot unless they figure this out. 215-592-9494. We got a lot to do on the show today. We'll get all your phone calls on the Phillies. Boy, they struggled last night and have struggled a lot the last couple of weeks, including Aaron Nola. Are you hitting the panic button on Aaron Nola? We'll set up Hugh's clues because we have a great prize today. A 4-pack of tickets to the sold-out Eagles 2025 draft party.
You need to bounce back.
Yeah.
I don't need to bounce back.
Yeah, you're on a dead streak.
No, listen. People don't listen. Chris just proved that. No disrespect to Chris, because I know I'm here from tomorrow. But Chris doesn't listen. Nobody listens to what's being said.
No, they listen. They hear what they want to hear.
There you go.
Yeah.
They hear what they want to hear. Just like Kyle, when I talk and I try to explain to him, he hears nothing but blah, blah, blah. You're making excuses.
In one ear, right out the other.
There you go. See, every day. Every day. But I'm here to teach. I come, hey, Kyle, I show up every day.
Class is in session.
I'm teaching every day.
I'm a brick wall over here, buddy.
Hugh needs a bounce back. So do the Phillies. We'll see if we get off to a hot start next in Hugh's Clues. 215-592-94. Speaking of the cold excuse, we'll hear Topper on that next. I'm tired of Topper's excuses this season. That's all coming up. It's the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 3. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 4:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Look it up, and it is gone. A towering fly ball to right.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay. Act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Get ready for round 2 of outrageous fun at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. Friday, May 16th, Cheerleaders presents the Wieners and Wingettes Hot Dog Eating Contest. Doors open at 8 a.m. and 10 hungry contestants will go bun for bun, battling for the grand cash prize. A sizzling combination of competitive eating, the allure of the Cheerleaders, Wingettes, and the non-stop excitement you expect at Cheerleaders. The competition will be fierce, the hot dogs will be flowing, and the Wingettes will be there to add to the excitement at Cheerleaders.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
During the NBA Play-In Tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to get in on all the NBA Play-In Tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Body feels good, and definitely the worst start I've ever had, by far, I feel like. And, I mean, all I can do is keep working and, keep trying to have good weeks and prepare as best as I can for the next game I pitch, and take all my work into that game and just compete.
The voice Aaron Nola after a tough one last night. It's been a tough season so far. 0-4 for him as the Phillies go down 11-4 last night. 215-592-9494. So Nola's very hard on himself. How about Topper? Talking, I'm being a little kinder. Talking about maybe the cold weather and the walks and whatever the heck Topper's making excuse for. Here's Topper yesterday after the game.
Is it alarming to have 9 walks? I mean, do you think some of that was just the temperature and guys not?
Well, I think so. We had 6 walks offensively, but you better get used to that because the Northeast here, you're gonna play on some cold days, whether it's early in the season or in October. So.
Well, at least he wrapped it up there with you better get used to it.
Yeah, you got to get used to it. You got to get used to it. But I mean, hell,
company man Topper.
I'm just saying. I thought I was about to catch it straight. Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate that he's reeling right now, and you need him, so you can't give up on him. Well, you just got to hope that this is an outlier.
I mean, you have him signed for 6 more years. I mean, he's not going anywhere. They need him, and I knew at some point during this contract that he'd morph from a number 2 to a number 4 or number 5. That's natural regression as pitcher ages.
Mm-hmm.
I just was hoping we'd have a few years of the number 3 spot in the rotation, or
but
2.5. Like he looks like a number 4 right now.
Outside of the walks, though, Joe, if the team was better, I feel like he wouldn't be getting as much heat.
Well, okay, so to your point last night, he had a tough first inning. He settled down.
Yes, because that's his pattern.
He left the game, and it was still about a 1-run game.
Yeah.
And then the bullpen basically took kerosene to the fire, and then it blew up from there. So you're right. If the team was better around a better bullpen, and they kept it at 5-4, maybe they come back and win the game, and we're not upset today.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing about it is that we're suffering from PTSD. If I'm being honest about this. Because we see some of the same things that we saw last year.
Yep.
And we know how the results went from last year. So everything that we see right now is over the top. Like everything. The fact that, we've been on Bohm heavy. Brandon Marsh is struggling. And that's where we are, because we're worried about October, November,
mm-hmm.
because that's what we're talking about, the playoffs, and we see stuff that's eerily similar to the breakdown that we had last year. So we're super hypersensitive to what we see when it comes to the Phillies right now.
Well, you're right about that. It's not, again, there's a couple things. It's small picture, big picture. You're right. Big picture, we do have that. We do have that syndrome because we're feeling like, hey, it looks like it did down the stretch. They haven't played well so far to start this season. And with Nola, again, I would buy the cold and the wind and all that if he had 3 pretty good starts, and then last night just
it was like a clunker.
Yeah, you say whatever. Like Wheeler has had a couple tough starts. I'm not worried about Wheeler yet. Wheeler's been a great pitcher for a long time. We'll let this ride out. Nola, the velocity continues to go down. His strikeout to walk continues to go down. He doesn't look like that guy he did a few years ago. 215-592-9494. All right, before we go any further, let's remind everyone what we got going on around here at WIP on May 5th. Some will call it Cinco de Mayo. Some would say the day after Cinco de Mayo. Either way, Monday,
just
May
one
5th.
Just one person.
Yeah, I just want to get past this week. Let me get past
5-5 is BG Day on WIP. All right, so we're going to have BG Day. BG Live is coming up on Monday, May 5th. We'll celebrate Brandon Graham all day. And then that evening, BG Live at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Special event featured Brandon on stage with DeCamara as BG shares unforgettable stories and never before heard behind the scenes moments from his incredible career. 94WIP.com to buy your tickets to BG Live. We'll be there. It's going to be a great, great event. 215-592-9494. All right, let's talk some Nola and the Phillies after a loss last night. Jeff in Wilmington. Hey, Jeff.
Kyle's been on a heater here the last couple of days. He's just not about any of the BS.
None.
So now I couldn't hang on yesterday. So real quick, I do trust Howie. If you asked me 3 years ago, would I trust him in the draft? I would say not really, because up until then, he hadn't really been all that great in the draft. But just to get that out of the way, I was on board with you yesterday, Hugh, and the you people, Kyle and Joe, not with that stuff.
A lot of you
guys.
People out there. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, so I'm actually more concerned about the lack of putting innings together as hitters and getting a big hit than I am with Nola. Yes, I'm concerned his velocity's down. Maybe it has something to do with the weather. I don't really know. I don't want to use that as an excuse. He is older. But, walking the guy. The walks, I think, I don't know, one of you guys talked about it just a few minutes ago about being tentative because his velocity is down, not wanting to put the ball over the plate.
Yeah, Jeff,
trying to
that's what I think, because he's always been so good at not walking people, and he puts the ball where he wants. So my guess is he knows that velocity is not where he wants to be. He doesn't want to make a mistake over the middle, so he's trying to hit that corner perfectly, and he's a little off, and then we're walking everybody.
Yeah. I mean, obviously there is some decline over. The guy's been around for a while, and he's pitched a lot of innings. He doesn't miss starts, and maybe all of this, in my hope, it will force them to consider Painter and getting Crawford up here, because the outfield is just a disaster right now. Getting those guys up a little bit faster. There's no need to hold them down if they're ready to go.
Well, I agree with that. Yeah. And, now the Painter thing, obviously, is complicated because they don't want to. They don't want to do too many innings this year. So I think they're just trying to they're really trying to buy their time with him. But yeah, Jeff, if they have issues in the rotation or their pitching just isn't good enough, that we're gonna yell pretty loud to get him up here pretty soon if he's dominating down in the minor leagues. Jeff, we appreciate it, man, as always. Yeah, look, the Painter thing eventually will become a big story. The Crawford thing feels like it's about to become a big story now because
it feels like that. Yeah, because you want some young talent infused into that lineup.
Energy plus the center field situation is a disaster. I mean,
I saw my dog Schwarber out there last night.
Well, yeah, Schwarber in the outfield,
and Schwarber was the least of their problems out there.
That tells you where we're at right now. But center field, I mean, my goodness gracious. Rojas, we know, he can't hit. And then last night, he airmails the ball from the outfield, and they score a run. And Brandon Marsh, Hugh, is still 0 for April. It is April 17th today.
That's a tough spot to be in.
April.
Yeah, that's tough.
The last hit he had was March 20-something in Washington. It's crazy. Let's go to Aaron, who's up next on WIP. Hey, Aaron.
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Aaron, what's up?
Gentlemen, I wanted to start off my call today by apologizing. Yesterday, I did some excessive long talking, and I do apologize for that.
It was really bad.
Well, you know what?
It's fine. It happens from time to time.
Of course, you say it's fine.
We're all inclusive.
You have enabled the audience to think they can long talk.
They can long talk. I mean, but they have to let you know first that they're about to long talk.
Mm.
You can't just start long talking.
I just prefer if you didn't.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you can do it. That's your thing. But
I mean, it's like you can long talk a little bit, but you got to let everybody know so we can dig in.
Yeah, you might have to get the Oscars music, Kyle.
Wrap it up, B.
Play them off. Go ahead, Aaron.
It's that Super Bowl syndrome, man. It just gets me. And in my long talking yesterday, I made a statement about 8 more days until I get to cash in on my bet, and I did not hear Joe say what bet.
What bet was it? Now that we get to redo this, what was it?
Okay, so you're telling me that you don't remember a week ago, Hugh and Kyle came up with a crazy notion.
Oh, the wide receiver in the first round.
We're going to draft a wide receiver.
Now I remember. Yes, with you're going to fly out here, and the dinner. Yes, I remember. Yes.
So now it's 7 days from me cashing in on my bet. So I just want to make sure live on air. Now you're on TV too.
Who took the bet?
On TV.
You guys.
What's that?
I don't remember taking the bet.
Well, I
actually remember. I remember sort of dumping on the idea, and
Aaron,
I didn't want him in studio.
I remember it, Aaron.
You sort of dumping.
Yeah,
you definitely dumping.
Yeah. I don't really recall your perspective of this, Aaron.
Yeah.
Oh, Kyle, I can't wait to show up and put you in a headlock and give you a noogie. I'm so excited.
I'll tell security not to let you up.
Yeah, Kyle's not a noogie guy.
I mean, how many adult men are noogie guys?
Most look like he might be a noogie guy. I'm picking on. It's picking on most.
Are noogies still in? I feel like noogies went out.
Well, if you get somebody a noogie, you better be prepared for what's going to happen after that.
What was the last noogie you gave out?
Might be able to might catch some hands. I gave Harper a noogie yesterday.
Yeah, but that's
because he's a kid.
Yeah,
he's a kid. Yeah.
Other than
not nobody in my family.
If we remove
as petite as they may be.
Yeah, if we remove your own children when they're young, what was the last noogie you gave out?
Not to a grown man.
That's what I mean.
No, Hugh, and like you, I grew up in the '80s, so I grew up in a consequence generation. So I completely understand what happened.
I like how you say that consequence generation.
We've lost that, unfortunately. Yeah. So what are you thinking on Nola, Aaron?
So as far as the Aaron Nola thing, I drove Kyle crazy because he kept asking me the question, and I said it's not an Aaron Nola thing. It's a team thing. But as far as Aaron Nola, I think he's been here long enough. He's proven himself. I think you need to give him one more start. If the same thing happens, I think it's time to move him down the lineup, put Walker in the bullpen, and then look at bringing in one of these young cats and see what they can do.
Well, I mean, yeah, eventually something like that could happen, and it could be Painter up here, within the next couple months. And Aaron, we appreciate the phone call. The issue is, though, Aaron Nola's not going to leave the rotation. He's
gonna be in the rotation.
Yes, and there is a value to that. He's going to give you 6 innings pretty much every start for 6 months, and he saves the bullpen in those nights. There's a lot. I mean, he did settle down after the first inning, and somehow, even though he had like 35 pitches in the first inning, he got through it and was able to. But the results are the results. And if the offense isn't going to be very good, which right now it's not, and the bullpen stinks, which it does, it's going to be hard to win his starts if he's not settling down. 215-592-9494. All right, before we go any further, we have ourselves a great prize to give away. A 4-pack of tickets 1 week from tonight. We will be at the link doing the live draft show. You could be there with us. The sold-out Eagles 2025 draft party at Lincoln Financial Field, presented by Lincoln Financial Group, next Thursday, April 24th at 7 p.m. Draft party activities include Eagles locker room tours, Eagles cheerleader and swoop appearances, and more. It's sold out, but you could win tickets right now. A little game we like to call Hugh's Clues.
Have you seen my dog Hugh? He's got a brand new clue. Begins with the tramp stamp. Everybody's looking for Hugh's Clues. Come on in. Hugh's Clues. It's Hugh's Clues and you.
I mean, to a certain extent, I guess I did, try to redeem myself today, Kyle, because I made this one as easy as possible.
You have to redeem.
Well, I mean, I don't, because my point was made yesterday. Nobody listens. Everybody's in their feelings. Nobody listens to what's being said.
Yeah, the second to last answer we got yesterday was tragic.
Yeah. It was bad. But we're not going to harp on that. So I'm going to make it a little easy.
It's a new day.
It's a new day. Supposedly, but we still talking about the whole Cinco de Mayo thing. But that's okay. I'm going to let that one go.
We never let anything go.
That's going to last a month. Yeah.
Okay. So this clue is, make it easy for you. This is somebody on the Times top 100 list.
Oh, the influential one, the one we talked about yesterday?
Yeah, the list, the Times top 100 list that we unveiled yesterday, or that was unveiled yesterday.
Okay, so we're starting off by narrowing it down to 100 people.
Yeah.
That you can look up.
That you can look right up on the internet.
So when someone calls in and says tortellini, we could be upset, right?
Yeah.
Or if we can send them to David in the Northeast and get a pasta lesson.
Yeah, if we could do that. All right, 215-592-9494. This person on Hugh's Clues today was on the Times top 100 influential
most influential
Yes,
list.
because I guess Time does a lot of lists. I didn't realize this. Are you a Time reader?
I haven't read a magazine in forever.
I mean, we've all read Time magazine, but I don't remember the last time I picked up the actual magazine. But this person made that list that we obviously spoke about yesterday on the show. Rob in Delco is up on WIP. Hey, Rob.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, Rob. What's going on?
Listen. I got some 3 bulletin points here, okay, Joe? Mm-hmm. All right, and they're all with the Phillies boys. First one is, and I said it before, I know it's hard to remember every call and everything everybody said. I don't believe the manager's going to make it to the All-Star break, okay, Joe? I see the writing on the wall already with the guy, okay? That's my first point. My second point is that 89 to 90 mile an hour fastball is it ain't going to get higher. He's going to be 32 or he is 32, right? So he's going to turn into Jamie Moore is what I'm afraid of in a year or two. He's going to be down to like 84, 85 miles an hour, Joe. And we got 5 more years. Is that what it is left on his deal after this year?
After this, 5 full years after this. Last year was year 1 of 7. This is year 2 of 7. Yep.
Okay. So that fastball, Hugh, is going to turn into Jamie Moore in a couple of years.
Yes, I agree.
Right? That's going to be bad. Third point, guys, before I give you my answer is I'm ready to start turning over the roster. I'm ready to part ways with all these guys, and I love them personally. But I'm ready to part with Stott. I'm ready to part with Bohm. I'm ready to part with Austin Hayes that we had last year now, Max Kepler this year, Rojas in center field, and Brandon Marsh, who I love. I'd have a beer and eat some wings with. That's it. I don't want to see them anymore. I'm ready to overhaul the roster now, is what I'm trying to say. I'm ready to start making changes now. I'm done, Joe. We've seen the light is at the end of the tunnel now. We're not going to win with this team, Joe. We're not. I'm ready to start turning things over now.
Well, here's the part for Dombrowski and for the Phillies that's to me alarming. So London last year felt like the line of demarcation, right? Like before London, they were the best team, and then after that, they kind of scuffled. If you look at Rob, you look at the numbers. When they left for London last year, they were 44-19. Since then, they're 62-59. They've basically been a 500 team since last June. I mean, it's been a long time where it's like, not that good.
Yeah, I mean, the writing's on the wall. That we've seen it, Joe. Rojas is not a major league player, and if I see second and third with nobody out or bases loaded with one out, and we don't, and I understand you can't get a hit every time.
Right.
I know that's not reality, but we are extremely, extremely ineffective with hitting with runners in scoring position with a huge payroll.
Yeah, they've been one of the worst. They've been one of the worst. And that gets it feels worse because they're not hitting many home runs other than Schwarber, and then Harper. Now he got heated up this week with 2 home runs. Nobody hits home runs on this team. I mean, so if you don't hit home runs, the only way to score is to get hits with runners in scoring position. It's like, if you get hit 3-pointers, or you're going to make your layups, and they're missing all their layups right now. It's not good.
It is. It's just unbelievable. And I love these guys, Hugh. You know what I mean? They're great guys. You don't hear about them off the field getting in any trouble, but we're not winning with them.
No.
You know, I've just seen the Stott and the Marshes and the Rojas is enough now. I'm just done, Joe.
I get it. I get it. Rob, where are you at on Hugh's clues? What's your guess here?
All right. I hope this person's on the list. I'm going to go with Serena Williams.
Serena Williams
She is
on the list, but it is not.
No, that's not who yeah.
See, you know what? I had a feeling people were going to guess Serena. Did she come up recently on the show?
Yeah, she did because
she was at the owners' meetings.
Yeah, she's part owner of the Miami Dolphins, which I completely forgot about.
Yes, we all did, and that's why we were confused. To see that, but Rob's listening, obviously, and he's thinking.
Thank you, Rob, for listening to what's actually being said.
Rob he listens. He's a listener who listens.
Yeah, a lot of people don't listen. A lot of people just call in and be
in one ear,
triggered,
out the other.
What?
Go to Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will?
Dream team, how y'all doing today?
Hey, Will, what's up, buddy?
All right. Listen, I just want to say, I think it's about time. Like, these guys need to go to dinner and have a talk, man. And for real, I think Rob needs to ask the team, what do he need to do better? Because there's some things that he needs to focus on and get these guys going, man. Because I don't think I don't think they getting anything from him. It just looked like he's on the side, like he's taking notes and letting these guys just play and not trying to change anything, not trying to show them anything, not trying to do anything different. You know what I'm saying? And I think like they all need to just like have a sit down, right? And just like what you said earlier, Hugh, it is true, man. It's like he seemed unsure of himself sometime when he was pitching. You know what I mean? I think he was like second guessing himself, and it almost looked like a Taiwan Walker syndrome that he had for a moment. You know what I mean? And I don't know, man. I think I'm not ready to give up on none of these guys, man, because like I said, we were saying this earlier about the Eagles, man, and I'm standing on it. I really think it's going to be a crazy turnaround. Once we get hot, we're going to keep cooking, and it's coming. And guess what?
Yeah, we needed that.
We needed that. Is tap back in to have them front. All we need to do is tap back in to being a winning team. All we got to do is tap back in to knowing that no one can actually take us on. The only team beating us is ourselves. We beat ourselves every game that we lose. So now it's time to tap into one another, have fun with one another, and let's win some games, baby. And the big game that we want to win is the World Series. So let's go Phil.
Let's go Phillies, Will. Well, what do you got? Phil. What do you got for us? What's your guess for Hugh's clues?
All right, man. You said we don't listen too much, but I think you mentioned this person a lot of times. You was like, I never would have thought she was on there. How about Demi Moore?
We did mention Demi Moore yesterday.
Hey.
She was on the list.
Well,
you know
I
what?
appreciate you listening because I did mention Demi Moore's name.
We talked
and
about
I
her
talked
age,
about her, her
62.
age and how. And the movie was called Substance.
You know what? I'm impressed with our last two callers. They were listening yesterday, not just listening, but actively listening.
So yeah, some of Will's takes get under my skin with the everything's they're going to turn around.
Yeah.
A little bit of Super Bowl syndrome in there.
Has it crept to the Phillies?
It absolutely has.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, nobody rises to the Rocky music like unprompted. Like he had no idea that was coming, and he just knows. And he ramped it up.
Will's a pro caller.
He
I mean,
is.
you could tell. He knows what he's doing there. He's ready for the music. I have noticed that, though. Hugh, I don't know if you've picked up on this. Super Bowl syndrome may now be bleeding into our Phillies conversations.
Is that right?
Well, because the
We
Phillies
didn't want them to do better.
Well, because the idea is, all right, the Phillies are struggling, but so the Eagles struggled in September last year, or so the Phillies could do the same thing. And maybe, or the Phillies might just have real issues. We'll find out. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard here. Are you panicking about where Aaron Nola is? 0-4 for the first time in his career. The velocity is down. The strikeout to walk ratio is the worst we've ever seen him here. He doesn't look right to me. And the whole team doesn't look right now. There's a malaise that's been over them. They haven't played good baseball for a couple weeks. Your reaction to the Phillies and specifically Aaron Nola with an 0-4 start to the season. 215-592-9494. We got a lot to do here. We got to give away this 4-pack of tickets, Hugh's Clues to the Eagles sold-out 2025 draft party. And on the other side, we'll also get to an Eagles situation. It's still brewing. And I want to throw an either-or scenario at everybody when it comes to Dallas Goedert, his presence on the football team. He's still an Eagle. Doesn't feel like he is anymore. It feels like everyone's just decided he's gone. But I still think there's an either-or here. 215-592-9494. We'll talk some Goddard, Phillies, Aaron Nola right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP. A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairy. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly?
Spring into luxury at Elite Acura during the Spring into Performance sales event. Right now, current Acura owners can lease the 2025 Acura RDX for just $429 a month. Upgrade to a new 2025 MDX for only $529 per month. My friends at Elite Acura have over 150 new and certified pre-owned Acura vehicles in stock and priced to move. Visit them in Maple Shade or online at EliteAcura.com and tell them Ike sent you. Nobody can compete with Elite.
Loyalty and conquest leases at 36 months, 10,000 miles. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers in 4/30/25.
Experience the action of the sport of kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at NairaBets.com/Philly25.
Stop! Where's everybody going? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, where there's always something happening. Free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, the hottest entertainers in the world 7 days a week. And this week, it's adult film superstar Giselle Blanco, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Giselle Blanco, tonight through Saturday. Club Risque, your home for all UFC and championship boxing, shown on their multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamara here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching
Does this have peanuts?
to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The baseball season is underway as we continue to see the teams separate themselves from the rest. Texas has had a resurgence, returning to form after winning it all in 2023. They will be tested in an early season series against Los Angeles. Will Texas be able to wrangle a couple of wins in the series? Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus Awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the brink of a quarterback reboot, we think. Russell Wilson and Justin Fields are gone. Now it's down to two bold paths. Sign Aaron Rodgers for one last ride or draft their next franchise quarterback. It's a gamble either way. Go all in on a legend chasing one more ring or bet the future on a rookie in a draft class not many are gaga about. The AFC North isn't waiting. Pittsburgh has to make its move now. I'm Maggie.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand Slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
There it is.
No, I'm not going there today because there's some angry Philly fans out there.
You don't want to be called a company man again.
Well, no, it's not that.
It is.
It's like I don't want to. The unfortunate thing about the fans of 4 for 4,
you people,
they'll see you on the street and they'll say something. I don't feel like dealing with that.
Duck and run. He's Douglas over here.
People say your takes are ridiculous, Douglas. You suck.
You're not going to say to you.
Well, I'm not singing that. I'm not irritating anybody today. See, Kyle set me up for failure with that.
We got 3 hours to go. So you're not going to irritate anybody.
They want to hear you sing.
Not today.
Not today. All right.
I don't know. Yesterday hit different. 11-4 hits different, especially when you tie the game up.
I know it hits different.
You tie it up. Everybody's excited about the home run Bryce hits.
Yeah.
And then the wheels just fall off the wagon. Because yesterday I was at Harper's game, so I'm trying to tune in.
Yep.
And when I saw Bryce tied up, I was like, okay, here we go. Here's the rally. And then, yeah.
Yeah, they're just not
I
playing.
get it.
They're not playing good baseball. I mean, they've been outscored on the season so far. And look, they started off 5-1. So we don't have to be mathematicians here to realize they're 5-7 in their last 12 games. They haven't played well since the Rockies left town and had their first sweep of the year. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on Aaron Nola? Really tough start last night and a tough start to his season. Are you hitting the panic button on Nola? I am more than I ever have because he doesn't look right. He's walking people. His velocity's down. And it's in the back of my mind. There's a lot of innings on that arm. I don't know if he's going to bounce back. Like you could bring up, he started off, I think his worst start was 2019. He had a tough April. He was also, in 2019? 6 years younger? Like and
the bounce, it's easier. When you're younger, it's easier to bounce back.
Sure.
Every now, it takes a little longer.
Yeah.
Now,
An old age crept in?
Well, no, it's just that sometimes, it just takes a little longer to bounce back.
It does.
It takes a little bounce back game. It's not like what it used to be.
When you're younger, you can bounce right back. And then you get older, it gets a little more challenging. All right, 215-592-9494. Bam in Upper Darby. What's up, Bam?
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Hey,
First and foremost, before I get to my point, right? I heard some disturbing news on the afternoon show. I gotta defend my little brother back there behind the glass, and I gotta defend you guys on it.
What happened?
Yeah. Yesterday, their anniversary, right, of their 1 year show.
The afternoon show. 1 year anniversary yesterday. Yeah. What grade did you give them, Bam? You give them an A, B, C?
I couldn't get through. but because my phone was something wrong with it. But I'm gonna tell you, I heard what I was listening to. They said Kyle's the worst. A caller called in on their show said that Kyle's the worst producer. That the midday show is the boringest show ever.
Ooh. Well, not boring enough for him to listen, apparently.
Right.
Who was this caller?
I mean, because he knows you intimately enough.
Now, did the afternoon show defend us, or do they agree with the caller?
They probably didn't defend us.
No, Jack agreed with it. Jack said
did he?
Oh, that don't yeah. I mean,
probably was he kissing Jack's ass in the process? That does tend to happen.
Probably. It was Corey from Columbus's cousin, I think.
Oh, it was Corey from Columbus.
From Ohio doing stuff like that? Oh, my goodness.
Well, you could take the ass kissing that you give to Jack, kiss my ass, and thanks for listening.
I'm so proud when he does that because that's like my go-to. Kiss my ass.
It's good stuff. All right, Ben, we appreciate it. Now, you can grade their show next time you call them. What do you got for us? What are you feeling on Aaron Nola?
I'm feeling Aaron Nola's cooked, man. Stick a fork in him, man. Stick a fork in him. I'm done. He's cooked. Man, that's the most embarrassing outing I've ever seen Aaron Nola do, man.
Well, Ben,
I think he kind of felt like that too. He felt that.
He walked a run in for the second straight start. This is not like the Aaron Nola we're used to, Bam.
No, we're not. We're not. And I got a guess for Hugh's clues.
What you got?
Is it Nelson Mandela?
Nelson Mandela. You know, any time 100 list, Nelson Mandela could have made.
I didn't realize that.
Not it.
So was Hugh's first clue, pardon me, because, Hugh talks and it goes in one ear right out the other.
For all of us.
Yep. Did Hugh specifically say this year's top 100?
Well, I said on the Times 100 list, I did say that we unveiled yesterday.
Okay, so it was this specific one.
Yeah,
because I hadn't thought about the fact this could open it up to the
every
hundreds
year.
and thousands.
Well, I thought it was, but in Bam's defense, I thought most people would automatically think about yesterday's list.
So we can clarify now. We're
because I did say the list that we unveiled. That was unveiled yesterday.
You did.
I did say that.
It's the one we spoke about yesterday for obvious reasons. There was a very, very local tie-in who made the list yesterday that we spoke about. That's why it came up. So yes, the person, man, it could be anyone, is on the list this year. 215-592-9494. Let's go to Scott, King of Pressure. Then we'll get to the latest on Dallas Goedert and the Philadelphia Eagles with a draft 1 week away. Scott, what's up, buddy?
Scott.
Hey, greetings, guys.
What's going on, man?
So I think everybody has every right to be super concerned with Nola, but until the weather turns, you can't really say, you can't close the curtain on him until the weather turns. He's liable to pick up a mile per hour or two once it warms up a little bit. He's a warm weather guy. We know that. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And when the weather does turn, if he's still, still 91 high and then we'll know. We'll know where he's at. And
yeah,
then
Scott, I agree. And
that's on the Phils.
And he's done this before. We've seen other years where his velocity is a little down in April and it picks up when we get to June, July. And that could happen. Scott, what's troubling to me more than just the velocity is the walks, because that's not like him. It's one thing if it's just, all right, he's over the plate and it's 90 instead of 93 and it's a home run. He's walking the ballpark right now. That's not like him.
Yeah, well, I think part of that is because, even when he's topping out at 94, it's still 94 and he still has to hit his spots in order to be effective. Well, now if you're topping out at 91, it doesn't matter if you hit spots because 91 is going to get hit.
Right.
It's just not, it's not competitive for those guys. Anyway, I wanted to talk a minute about the lineup. So just looking at it, number one, I think I'm looking forward to Wilson coming back because I actually think he can play a role on this team and help out a little bit, that right-handed bat.
Yep.
I think it's a good time to send down Marsh or Rojas and let them get some at-bats in AAA and get their confidence back. The more I look at this lineup, and I've said it 100 million times, I really am disappointed with Phillies and Phillies management, and I just want to appeal to them to reconsider starting Sosa at shortstop now and moving a guy who has center field experience in the major leagues, has proven that he can play there. And we don't need to manage to the back of a baseball card to what guys have done in the past. You need to manage to the present. So I'm appealing to Dombrowski. I'm appealing to Middleton to step in here. And it's clearly what's best for the team is for Trey Turner to move back to center field, a position that he's familiar with, and Sosa to play short. It's such an easy thing to see that this would be a better ball team right now. Crawford's not ready. We all want Crawford to come up and play. He's not ready yet. You don't want to ruin him. Okay. He's going to be your center fielder, just not yet. This is just such an easy, simple fix. And I don't know why they're so dug in on keeping Trey Turner at shortstop. I know he's playing better. I get it. He is playing a little bit better. However, if you look closer, the feeds still are not there. His throws get dug out a lot by Harper.
Yep.
He's just not fluid at short. I guarantee you if you put Sosa at short and Stott, you stabilize up the middle, your pitchers throw less pitches. It's just a better ball team. I know I say it over and over again, but if there's ever a time for them to act and do something, it's right now.
Well, Scott, I agree with you. And the part that is infuriating about this is they have no answer in the outfield, and yet their answer is here. And because they don't do it, Sosa sits the bench 4 out of 7 days a week. It really is like if you took a 10,000-foot view, you didn't know anything about the contract or it's who Turner was supposed to be, and I just presented all these facts to you. Like a better shortstop sits the bench. He's actually hit really well this year. They can't hit in the outfield. The current shortstop used to play the outfield. If I said all those things and you didn't know anything about anything, you would say, "Oh, well, this is simple," and yet they refuse to do it.
I am so with that logic 100%, and I'm just going to keep appealing. I'm going to keep calling. I'm going to keep bringing it up until logic wins out here, because I got to think that Middleton is a financially strong person who makes his own decisions and can look at a situation like this and get involved. Because your baseball guys, listen. I'll challenge any baseball guy's opinion anytime on Sosa. I've said it from the start. I feel like he's a starter in Major League Baseball. At the bare minimum, he should be platooning. His defense on an offensively loaded team is enough to keep him in a lineup. And I just don't understand what these Phillies are doing. And I shake my head at it. And I don't know why more people aren't upset about it, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it's insane, but we're living in with an insane time right now. All right, Scott, what do you got for us? What's your guess? Use clues.
All right, I'm either listening too close or I'm not listening at all. Or Jalen Hurts, first time on the list.
Scott, it's. I was waiting for someone to guess it.
I was wondering.
Scott, not it, but.
No. Good Jessica, Scott.
But that's I want to give Scott credit as well because he listened, and we did kind of not vaguely say the list yesterday, not the list Jalen Hurts was on.
Yeah.
I don't think we did it on purpose.
No.
That's just what happened.
And a little sneak peek at you people. This was funny. As soon as the first clue came out, everyone was like, well, this is an easy one. Jalen Hurts.
Well, no,
it's
not that.
We're not going to give you that.
I'm
yet.
not that predictable.
Well, one more day, this thing goes to 145, and
we might have to make it a little more predictable.
You'll be waving the white flag tomorrow.
I won't. This was a pretty good one, though.
I like this one. 215-592-9494. Before we go back to the phone lines here on the Phils, Hugh, let's discuss the Dallas Goedert situation. The Eagles, are 1 week out from the NFL draft, and Dallas Goedert is still on this football team. He is still here. And I want you to hear Howie Roseman a couple days ago. Howie Roseman talking about Goedert and his impact here, potentially on the draft and what they do.
The unsettled nature with Dallas Goedert right now, how does that affect the approach at that position going into the draft?
The way we look at the draft is it's a separate entity to anything else that's going on. We got to make good decisions in the draft based on who the players are that are available in the draft. We can't make up any positions and make them better than they're not. We have to really have a true process. So it really doesn't affect us. We try to do as much as we can at any position in free agency to try to make sure that we're not in a position where there is needs. Of course, we're not a perfect team, and there's always going to be areas that we're looking to improve. And, honestly, that's going to happen even the day after the draft. We're going to continue to have areas that when we look at our depth chart, we'll go, man, it would be great to add a player here. So the player acquisition period, this is a huge part of it, but it's certainly not the end.
All right. What'd you make of that?
You want my honest opinion?
Always.
It was a lot of long talking and brain wrestling.
A lot of brain wrestling.
Because, and you know what, the reason I say that is because normally Howie is more clear and concise when he wants to talk about something. I mean, he gets right to the point. There, he lost me a while ago when because he was talking in circles. Because, and what I got, to answer your question, Joe, what I gather from that is that they don't even know really what they want to do with Dallas Goedert yet. Because most of the time when you talk to Howie, it's very fluid and it's very short and compact. He took a long time to say nothing. Really.
Yeah.
He took a long time to say nothing. So that's why I feel like they don't know what they want to do with Dallas yet.
Well, listen to Ruben Frank this morning, because Ruben gave his take on the Dallas Goedert situation, and maybe he's on it. Maybe this is exactly what they're doing with Dallas Goedert. Here's Ruben this morning.
Look, he's still here because they would like him here at some price. Now, how low is that number, and would he accept, I don't know, $6 million? I mean, he's not going to get it anywhere else. Nobody has any money left to pay Dallas Goedert. So, we're like 6 weeks into free agency, 5 weeks into free agency. There's no money for Dallas Goedert for a 30-year-old injury-prone tight end. So I think that all adds up to there's a chance he's still here. I would say in 9 days he will be here.
All right, so Ruben's take is they're just kind of strong arming him, keeping him around to try to force him to take a pay cut. They don't. The way I view Ruben's take is they take him back, right? They're not anti-player.
Not at the number.
Right.
Kind of like the Darius Slay situation.
Yes,
but they don't want to cut him because they know if they cut him. I mean, but here's the thing: if you cut him and bring him back, that's one thing. But I think it feels like they're worried about if they cut him, somebody might pick him up.
I know. So, and what's frustrating to me is we keep hearing more now about how they might take a tight end at 32, right? There's a lot of noise going on, about Mason Taylor, the tight end.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, your guy, Mason Taylor, your guy for
my guy.
Very specific reason we know about. But Mason Taylor, tight end out of.
Waved at his auntie this morning.
Yeah. What do you mean waved at her?
Yeah,
your DM and Joy Taylor.
No, I just waved.
Okay.
Before we get Hugh on this, let me just.
Really?
All right, go ahead.
No, I'm not.
Now we can't trust your opinion because
I refuse. No, I'm not. Whatever you were trying to do, I'm not about to do that.
He was worried about a viral moment there. Here's where I'm at. If the Eagles,
I do like this song.
Wait till they draft this kid. We got a whole thing ready. If the Eagles are deciding, you gotta stop the music. I can't talk over this. If the Eagles are deciding, between drafting a tight end at 32, like their first round pick, maybe Mason Taylor, or just keeping Dallas Goedert, I'd rather just keep Dallas Goedert, Hugh. He's here anyway. And then I could use my first round pick on, a defensive player, like a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
It feels like the Eagles are about to, within a week, create a hole to have to fill that hole with one of their higher picks.
Cheaper hole.
A cheaper hole, yes. But one, they don't need to create this. They have a tight end. He's under contract.
Yeah.
Every time Goddard's name comes up, they talk as if, or people talk as if they have no salary cap space. They could clearly fold him into the salary cap this year and play the game. I know he's 30. I know he's injury prone. I'm just saying, if it comes down to, like, if we get to the draft next week and they swap him for a 5th-round pick and they end up taking a tight end in the 1st round, I'm like, hold on. We had a tight end, and you could have used that pick on a defensive player. Hugh, would you rather just keep Goddard or use the 32nd pick on a tight end like, Mason Taylor out of LSU?
Are you seriously asking me
Are
this
you
question?
giving me an honest opinion? Yes, I'm looking for an honest opinion.
Okay. You want an honest opinion?
Well, yeah, let's see if we get it.
I think that, if you go younger at that position, look at some of the young tight ends that are in the NFL right now. And look at like a Brock Bowers. You get a guy like a Brock Bowers on this team with the talent that you already have, you could really do some things. And even though Dallas Goedert, there were some moments for Dallas Goedert in this season.
Yes.
There definitely was some moments.
Well,
for
the
Dallas
moment against the Saints, that would change the whole season.
But like I've always said, your biggest asset is your availability. And a lot of times when you needed that big tight end, he wasn't available. Now, is Mason Taylor the answer to all of this? I don't know. But I feel where you're going with this, because to be totally honest, if I had to draft with my first pick, with the way that things have gone in this offseason, I would feel more comfortable getting one of those defenders with that first pick. But on the flip side of that, Joe, and I hate to say it, but it kind of plays into that narrative that I was telling you earlier.
No.
I mean, it really does. If they draft a tight end and you already have all these weapons, I mean, what does that say?
Come on.
I'm just saying.
Say it out loud.
No, I'm not. I don't have to. I think at this point, I've irritated people enough with my Phillies take. So I'm just. But that's what it plays into.
Well, isn't that a 1-for-1 though? Because they lose an offensive player and then gain one. Sort of.
Okay, but it's still
nothing.
But it's still. But to that point, though,
but we're using the assets. We're
you're
wasting
using
the
the asset to replace that lost asset.
See, well, that's a problem for me. Because it's the same thing. It's the same reason why I'd be annoyed if they drafted Malachi Starks, because they just had a safety on the roster. They let him go. The 32nd pick right now is the best asset the Eagles have left this offseason, barring, them wanting to dangle one of their better players in a trade,
right?
Which I don't necessarily anticipate, right? But I don't understand the idea of letting something you have go, creating a hole, and then just using the best asset you have to replace that. By the way, Mason Taylor, this guy, he's like projected to be the 3rd best tight in the draft. It's not like you're going to get Brock Bowers or something.
Yeah,
that's true.
Right. If he was projected to be Brock Bowers, I might feel differently, because that Brock Bowers looks like he might be an all-time
bona fide.
Yeah.
Bona fide.
And look, you can get a good play. I mean, Mason Taylor might be really good, or whoever the 3rd tight end is, but just based on the mocks, and we do our daily mock every day, to your point, Kyle, they're not going to get probably either of the top 2 guys.
No, right.
It's Tyler Warren and Loveland. They're going to probably be long gone.
And like, I don't know how Kevin Patullo likes to use the tight ends in the offense, but, and make no mistake, when Dallas Goedert's on the field, he has a great impact. Like,
yes,
I like what he adds to the offense, but when he's off the field, it's not like a massive, it's not like you're like, oh my God, this offense stinks without Dallas Goedert out there. So it just doesn't make sense to me. It's using too big of a resource to replace something that you don't really need to currently replace right now.
I have been consistent on this the whole time. I just want to keep him. I mean, I know, like, I get it, Hugh. Teams don't like to overpay players, and they look at his cap number and his production and his age and his
he's making
injuries.
with 12 yams?
About that, yeah. And I know they're trying to save money for the future and all that. And I'm not looking to give him a new contract for 5 years. Like, I think I'm pretty realistic about where Goddard is.
Mm-hmm.
But he's still good.
Pretty serviceable.
Yes, and they just won a Super Bowl with him. He's helped them get to 2 Super Bowls. I just feel like it's a very odd thing with a player that's been very good here for a long time. Plus, they have other holes to fill.
Right.
Like, if they had a perfect roster and they didn't have needs on defense, I'd say, all right, let's freshen this up a little bit. Let's go draft a tight end in the 1st round. But that's not what they've got.
The weird thing is, if they trade Goddard for, say, a 5th, like, at what point are we like, okay, we have too many draft picks to what are we going to do with all these rookies, especially a 5th-round rookie? The roster's good. What if this guy doesn't even make the team? Like, it's almost useless to have a 5th-round pick right now.
I don't get it.
We have a ton of draft picks.
All right, would you rather just keep Goddard or use the 1st-round pick to replace him? A lot of people are bringing up Mason Taylor's name, not just Hugh because of You know, auntie. Yeah, auntie.
With that peanut butter skin.
You gonna be all right?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, auntie aside.
No one buys that.
There's no
nobody
auntie
buys
aside.
that.
You might as well just lean into it.
Auntie aside. Auntie aside. I mean, I think that he would be a serviceable tight end here, and it does add a different dynamic because he can stretch the field. He can help stretch the field with the offensive players that we already have.
Yeah, no, like this is not an anti-Mason Taylor thing. I think he's going to be a good football player in the NFL. It's just we have a good tight end, and we have holes on the defensive side, and we're going to create a hole here to fill it with another tight end in the first round. It just feels a little wild to me. 215-592-9494. All right, let's grab Jay in Philly. Wants you to stop those excuses, Hugh Douglas. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Jay.
What's up, Jay?
Hey, look, man, I heard Aaron Nola is struggling because of the weather. It's good that I can understand that because Aaron Nola's from Louisiana. He just became a Philly yesterday when he pitched, but he's never pitched in cold weather. Oh, he has for a few years.
Oh, yeah, he's been up in the big leagues since 2015.
What are we talking about, man? Yo, last week, Alec Bohm needs to get hugged on his way out to the to bat. Now Aaron Nola should get a hoodie and warmers in the hoodie when he pitches. Yo, what are we doing with the Phillies, man? Like, we're just sitting around Indian style singing Kumbaya with the Phillies. Like, what is going on? They've been 500, like you said, since last year. Like, they don't deserve it.
He does bring up a fair point, Hugh. This Aaron Nola has pitched in a lot of, as much as he's from Louisiana and tends to pitch better in warm weather, he's been around here for a lot of springs and falls.
You know what the funny thing about Jay's point is? I know he's taking shots at me. I hear you, Jay, but you conveniently left out all the other stuff that I added onto that because you wanted to make your point. And even the manager said that he usually does better after April.
Yeah, that manager.
I mean, and it's just
because we listen to what Topper says.
Well, CJ, this is where I can't win this because you're upset, and I understand that. And no matter what I say, you're just gonna say I'll make an excuse. It's not an excuse.
Yes,
it's not. So I understand it. That's you like this call.
Yeah, well, Jay's good call, Jay.
But I get it, man. It's no excuse time, but he's probably in his head a little bit, Jay, because like I said yesterday, listening to the post game, the pregame, I should say, no, the post game, and listening to some of the things that he said and the way that he pitched, he's in a position now that he's never been in. And I can tell you, man, as a former athlete, when you're a little bit older and you wake up one morning and be like, damn, I used to be able to do this, but now I can't do it. It takes It takes a little while to warm up or whatever. He's probably in that space.
And you're right. Listen to what he said. He said I'm the worst pitcher basically in the rotation. He sounds defeated. Like, it's way too early for that dude to set. So then it goes back to what I always say about the Phillies. I don't trust their leadership. Like you said, you've been an athlete. When you were in Philadelphia and we were set up the way we were set up, man, if a player was going through what he was going through, man, do you think it would have been easier, not guaranteed, but easier set up the way that the Eagles were set up for him to come out of it versus where's the leadership in the Phillies? How's he going to come out of it?
Well, yeah, it's not there right now. Not enough. They all look like they're in a malaise, Jay, and it's not good. And the manager seems like he's grasping at straws to figure this out. All right, Jay, what's your guess? Hugh's clues, influential person on that list yesterday.
Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper?
It's not a bad guess.
A good guess.
Because
I'm not sure if he's on the list.
I don't know, but he was in I was in a movie with him, so he listened. Jay listened to the show.
I could see Bradley maybe making one of those lists at some point because there was Jalen was in the icon category with Demi Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see Bradley Cooper.
Is he an icon?
Bradley Cooper?
Yeah.
Was Demi Moore? Like, what are actors? Wasn't there was
well, I would consider her more of an icon if we're doing that than Jalen, because that G.I. Jane thing. That G.I. Jane thing was huge when she did that.
He was more of an icon than Bradley Cooper. I mean,
wait a second.
I mean,
G.I. Jane, was that in the 90s?
It was a while ago, but it was what made it iconic is because it was a big deal because she cut her hair.
Oh, sure, yeah. I
cut her hair
remember
for the
G.I.
road.
Jane,
Yeah. And dude, her bounce back game is strong because if you've seen this movie Substance, she doesn't. It takes you a while it took me a while to realize it was her because she looks totally different because Demi Moore. She had some plastic surgery botches, and she was able to bounce back from those.
I need Aaron Nola
So
to
this
bounce
is-
back like
I
Demi
hate
Moore.
Kyle found him a new toy.
Yeah, this music's going to be a good one. 215-592-9494. Oh, you guys need a second clue. We'll hit you with that next. Second clue for Hugh's Clues. We got a 4-pack. I think it's the sold-out Eagles 2025 draft party at the link next Thursday. All right, Dallas Goedert. Would you rather keep him or draft his replacement in round 1? A lot of noise about Mason Taylor, tight end at LSU. I'd rather keep Goddard. Use the first-round pick on a defensive player. And Aaron Nola. Where are you at with Nola right now? I'm hitting the panic button. I mean, his velocity's down. He's walking the ballpark. The innings may have caught up to Aaron Nola. 215-592-9494. Plus, I got to get it something I've been hearing a lot lately about the Phillies. And quite frankly, I'm sick of. Like, I can't hear. There's this one excuse I keep hearing, or like coping. I just stop saying
Copium.
it. It doesn't even make any sense. It's like, I'm going to explain how silly what I keep hearing is. That's next. Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. During all the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 of bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 of bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get in all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you. Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Pleasant with sunshine through the rest of today. High 64.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-source single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Why did I feel like he was going to come back with this?
We have to have this loaded in for the NFL draft. If Goodell gets the podium and the Philadelphia Eagles select Mason Taylor, tight end, LSU, he's going to hand the floor to Hugh Douglas with this music.
Like, hey, auntie, peanut butter skin.
You got to be stopped.
Yeah, I'm invited to the pregame show too.
Yeah, well, if that day happens, I'm just going to know that you're checked out. Not even a tee up anymore. Just like, we lost you for the day. We lost you. We'll see what the Eagles do at number 32, but I'd rather keep Goddard than draft a tight end in the first round. What are we doing?
Shoot the J. Shoot it.
Yeah, we know you're going to do that. How about we draft a defense player? All right, 215-592-9494. For back to your phone calls and another clue for Hugh's Clues in a second. Aaron Nola, are you hitting the panic button? He's 0-4 for the first time in his career. Strikeout to walk ratio, worst we've ever seen. Walks are up. The velocity's down. It doesn't look good right now for Aaron Nola in the start of this season. But Hugh, I need to just get something off my chest.
What you got?
Well, I keep hearing this, and it's
like you don't do that every day, though.
No, I know, but like sometimes I hear things and I just let it go, and then we just discuss what we're discussing.
Okay.
But sometimes I hear things and I have to
get it off your chest, dude.
Well, I have to stop something.
What you got?
Because there's something ridiculous that's being said about the Phillies over and over. Like I hear it from.
Oh, I think I know where you're going with this one.
I keep hearing people like, yeah, they're struggling, but they're on pace for 95 wins.
Oh, the but. Okay. Yeah.
Why are we doing pace this early into the season? It's stupid. It's irrelevant. Like
copium.
It is copium. Let me give you an example. So the Phillies, if you want to use the winning percentage thing, right? They're 10-8 right now. And that, if you extrapolate it out over a full year, they're on pace for 90 wins.
Mm-hmm.
Do they look like a team that's going to win 90 games the way they're playing today?
Not right now.
They have to play much better. And why it drives me crazy is, here's the equivalent of this. We are one game if we're doing an NFL season. This is like they've played one game, right? Imagine watching the Eagles after one game and one part of their team is just not good at all. Like they like the defense stinks. And you call on a WIP and say, they're 1-0. They're on pace to be undefeated. Like, well, it seems ridiculous to say that. That's the equivalent. They've played one game in terms of football of a full schedule. So while they're on pace to win 90 games, stop saying that, because if they lose today, they're on pace to win, 85 games. If they lose 3 in a row, they're on pace to win 60 games. Like, it's too early for pace for a baseball team.
Yeah, it is, but it's copium. Like Kyle, the word that Kyle's like to use is copium, because here's the reality of this. In the past seasons, and I only can go by the 3 that I've been here, we've always kind of said, hey, you know what? It's early. the Phillies will be okay.
Yeah.
And in the past, they have been.
Mm-hmm.
They've been okay. And, they went to the World Series. They won 90-something games, and they won the pennant and everything. This year is different because of the way last year ended.
Right.
So now we're uncomfortable and our senses are heightened because we see some of the same things that we saw last year, and we don't want it to be like it was, but at the same time, we don't want to be foolish and like we don't see what we see.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And so that's one group of people. And the other group of people is, okay, well, we've been down this road before. We've been fine.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the ones that tend to irritate you a little bit.
I just think this early in the season, looking at the record is not really indicative of things, right?
Yeah.
Like just because a team gets off to whatever start doesn't mean that's who they are. My point is the Phillies have been outscored so far this year. Can they play better? Yes. Will they? I think they will. I think they'll play better than they have the last 2 weeks because this has been pretty bluff or poor for 2 weeks. But to just say they're 10-8, they're on pace for 90 wins. What are you upset about? What do you mean? They don't do anything well right now. I like what? Why do I care? They're 10-8. They're 51-49. Their last 100. Like we could slice this pie any way you want.
I can't tell if this is very pledge-like of you, Joe.
What do you mean?
It's too early.
What do you mean by that? I'm trying to understand.
I'm just wondering where we come, like, because it's not too early to panic.
Well, it's not too early to panic, but it's too.
Because what you saying?
You kind of caught me here. But I would think. Hold on, I got it now. I would think just saying their record is not taking the pledge because the record could be flawed.
I'm only kidding.
I know, but I'm upset.
See, this is the thing, man.
I don't think you expected that.
No, I didn't.
We are in a position where you don't want to believe what your eyes are telling you.
That's exactly it.
You don't want to believe what your eyes are telling you.
So you cling to the record.
Yes, and you're clinging to what it has been in the past. And that's why people are irritated. That's why on days like this, coming in on days out when they lose the way that they lost, it's hard to try to explain to diehard baseball fans because they're not trying to hear that because they see some of the same things that we saw last year. The fact that we had a caller calling in talking about moving Trey Turner from the shortstop position to the outfield and all, that's because we're trying to figure out ways to fix it. And to be honest, last night, that wasn't the issue. The issue was the fact that the bats just went cold.
Yeah.
But we get to the point where the team doesn't do this, that, and the third. And instead of talking about what directly affected the loss or gave them the loss, we talk about everything else that we see that's wrong with this team that had nothing to do with the loss last night.
Right.
That's where we are with this team. And that's the frustrating thing about it because, no disrespect to the caller that called in, but we're talking about stuff that didn't have anything to do with last night's loss. The reason we lost last night because we didn't hit in timely situations. You didn't hit in timely situations.
And Nola.
Yeah.
I know.
But we want to focus on, okay, well, Trey Turner needs to move. Well, Alec Bohm needs to, whatever that is. That's not what lost us the game last night. But that's where we are as fans because you're frustrated about some of the same things that you see. We already know we have a good feeling about where it's going to go.
Right.
Nowhere.
Yeah, just like don't tell me they're 10-8. It's going to be fine. When I'm watching for 2 weeks, they've stunk. Like they are 10-8. That's not a bad record, right? That's mediocre. It's fine.
They're 7-7 to start last season.
Yes.
So there's still time for things to change, but there's a larger sample size at play here.
Yes.
And if you go it'd be one thing if the Phillies made a bunch of changes this offseason, shook things up, and then you come in, you're like, okay, new team. Right, and
it gives you a little bit of rope. You get leeway,
right. But since this almost feels like an extension of last season,
eerily
with
similar.
the same team, like that, I think that matters a lot more than it's too early to panic type of thing. Like you're right, you said they're 49-51 in their last 100 games. That's a 500 baseball team for a very long time.
And yes, they're 10-8 this year. But look, 3 of those games, they got to play the Rockies, who might be the worst team in baseball. They're 3-15. They swept that team. Other than that, they're 7-8. And that's what my eyes tell me. They've not played good baseball. They need to turn this around quickly. 215-592-9494. I just don't want to do the record thing, the on-pace thing. I mean, it's April. It's the second week of April. We do on pace. We're gonna make ourselves crazy because they have a 3-game losing streak. Their pace is gonna change totally. 3-game winning streak. We're gonna say, they're on pace to do this. It's too early. Terrence in Springfield. What's up, Terrence?
Joe, Carl, what's up, man?
Terrence, what's up, buddy?
Man?
Hey man, I got a guess too, but I want to talk about the Phillies. I told Kyle we got to panic on Nola. We got to panic on the Phillies also, because like he was saying, it's definitely early in the season, but this team looks eerily similar to the teams we've seen get eliminated from the playoffs year after year.
Yep.
And I know the other day Kyle said he didn't want her to term insane no more, but I'm going to say crazy. It's crazy to see this team getting blown out by the San Francisco Giants. Like, the one game they won was because of Harper's heroics, right? The other two games, they got cream pie. Like, what are we doing here? And here's the thing. Topper do need to grow some balls and get the team mentally prepared, because it's the same old, same old. We never saw, besides that 1 year we saw with the Eagles, they got demolished by teams. But we've seen that on a number of times. The Phillies get blown out, and the bats just going cold with no explanation. And
yes,
to me, I feel like Nola is stealing money. He's stealing money. He got that big contract. If you ask me, the last 3 years, he hasn't been dependable at all. He hasn't been a go-to pitcher you can go to and say, Nola, go win this game. He hasn't been that guy. And he's getting older. And I want to say this the other day when they got smoked by the Giants. Have we wasted the years of Nola and Wheeler? These guys are getting older, guys. Because we saw Wheeler look kind of cooked that last outing too. Have we wasted these guys' years on these playoff runs that we collapsed on? We got to think about that.
Maybe. I mean, we may have wasted. Here's what, Terrence, and if they win it, then we won't worry about this. But their best is probably past them. I mean, for Nola, it certainly is. Wheeler, I think he's going to figure it back out, but he's given a lot of great years, and hopefully he can continue that. But yeah, I think if we logically, the best of Wheeler and Nola has already happened.
And to me, Joe, right now, that big contract, you're not showing it. You're not showing by going out here and pitching. This team right now, man, it's a panic button. I'm hitting the panic button. And two, I don't see no fight. I don't see the energy in these guys' teams. And I said this, like, the Phillies this year, they just look like flat, like energy drained.
Yeah,
like,
they do.
Somebody got to come to the clubhouse. I don't know. They might have to call back my man.
Stubbs? Stubbs?
Keith's vibes off.
No.
Keith's vibes up. You gotta get that playlist right, man.
Yeah, we've reached a bad spot here.
Kyle is thoroughly irritated.
Terrence, all right, Terrence, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Hugh's Clues?
I'm going to say Snoop Doggy.
Now, was Snoop on the list?
Yes, he was.
All right, it's a good guess,
Snoop too.
Terrence.
I met Snoop.
Appreciate
you know what's
it.
funny about Snoop, man? When I was at ESPN, Snoop likes to smoke a lot of weed.
Yes,
right?
I've heard that.
Do you think that's breaking news?
No, but here's the
shtick.
No, but here's the kicker. Like, he had to do hits at ESPN, right?
Right.
And he would have to, like, Snoop smokes like a chimney. So he would smoke, and like, he ain't smoking no Reggie. He's smoking some top-notch stuff. He would go out, and it was almost like every 15 to 20 minutes he had to smoke. And he smoked. So he came through the building smelling like straight dank.
He did the Olympics thing last year, right? He was all over the Olympics. And didn't he like tricked everyone last year, right? He said he quit smoking, but didn't he has a line of gummies now?
Yeah, no, he did the gummies, but he had the heater. The heater thing was when he was talking about he quit smoking or whatever. He did, it was the heater. But yeah, Snoop smokes.
Yeah, he does. All right, Hugh, before we go any further here, it's not Snoop, but it is someone on that Time 100 influential list. Hugh, why don't you give everyone a second clue for Hugh's Clues?
This individual on this list, I tried to buy a car from this individual, and this individual told me hell's no.
Well, so you've interacted with this person.
I've interacted with one of these individuals, and he told me hell's no.
All right, Hugh tried to buy a car from someone on the influential Time list. Who is it? 215-592-9494.
And I just gave her another clue, and I didn't even.
Yeah.
I did. You caught it. Nobody else caught it.
That's all right. Well, maybe they did. But what are we gonna do now? Herb in the Northeast. What's up, Herb?
What's up, Joe?
Hey, Herb.
Hi. Let me say a couple things about the Phillies, then I want to talk about the Eagles.
Okay.
Last night, it's the same old thing. I'm going to tell you, Castellanos, okay? I like you as a player. You got probably the best right now. You've been hitting the long ball. You've been hitting some doubles. You've been you had a few good games here and there. But the same old thing, bro. Stop swinging at that high bases loaded. Stop swinging at that pitch that's high up there above your shoulders. You knew you were getting a fastball, and you committed to that pitch. As soon as he threw it, as soon as you saw it up there, boom. No, that's the pitch that you're supposed to take the walk. And
I know. Yeah,
another
he
run
swung 2-0.
Okay?
He swung 2-0
So,
against a
I
pitcher that
wanna
had
say
4 walks in the
something.
inning. Yeah. Yep.
Get your head out of your ass, okay? You understand? That's baseball talk.
And that's your guy to Castellanos. So say that to him. Yep. Herb, before you go on, I found out that you were in the bathroom for 10 minutes, Herb.
He's just steamrolled.
I know. Herb, hold on. Herb, hold on. Herb, we got the other umpire sent me a message from that game with the bathroom situation. You know about this?
Yeah, did he tell you?
Well, he said you were in the bathroom for 10 minutes, not 5.
He said you took a number 2.
Whatever. 5 minutes. Maybe it's.
What were you
maybe it
really
was
doing
10.
in there, Herb?
Taking a piss. That's it.
For 10 minutes?
No, it wasn't no 10 minutes.
Okay.
By the time I cleaned up and got my pants up and all that, you know what I mean? So,
You cleaned up. All right, go ahead, Herb.
don't worry. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Never mind. It's my fault.
That guy
Sorry.
there, first time I ever worked with him.
Oh, wow.
First time I
Probably
ever
the last
worked with
time,
him.
too, after that.
No. He wants to work with me. He knows what's up.
All right, well, okay.
He's 30 years old. I'm 70.
Oh, you're trying to show him the ropes.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm 40 years older than him.
That's the math, yeah.
Okay. He knows what's going on.
Herb, what do you think about the Eagles?
Well, I think if you want to get aggressive, I think they might last minute, like Wednesday night, make a phone call to Carolina where they got the 5th pick, right?
I think they have the 8th, but same thing.
Maybe there's a chance to wait, or even Jacksonville. Maybe we go down there because Jacksonville's looking for that tight end, and I saw something. They're looking at that Taylor. So I think maybe you say, look, we got Dallas Goedert. Okay, we'll throw in $7 million. You pay the other 13 because he gets 20. You give us your pick. We'll give you your 32nd.
So you want to use Goddard to move up from 32 to 5.
And now you can go and get the Penn State tight end. Go
Tyler Warren, but he's not
Tyler
related to
Warren.
Joy Taylor like Hugh wants. Joy Taylor.
Tyler Warren, don't matter either one, or I'll take Taylor. But I mean,
Aren't you a Joy Taylor guy,
Tyler
Herb?
Warren's got more. Tyler Warren can do more things on the field than any of those other tight ends.
Oh, he's a beast.
He can block.
Yep.
He can run the ball.
It's got a George
He
Kittle
can run
vibe
the
to him. Yeah,
ball
he's
in the
good.
George Kittle. That's a good.
He's got everything. He's got more stuff than Kittle.
Wow.
That guy's going to be a Hall of Fame dude, man. That dude.
That's strong.
That dude's going to play 14, 15 years. That guy's, he's tough. Wait till he get in a pro camp. Woo, look out. Look out, brother.
Herb, good phone call. So we're using Goddard to move up from 32 to 5. And Tyler Warren's going to the Hall of Fame. And, and 10 minutes in the bathroom is a long time for just
Get
number
your
one.
head out of your ass.
That's taking a dump.
And he went after Castellanos, one of the few actually hitting so far this year.
Herb's tough cookie, man.
I know. Well, that drop's going to be used a lot around here. That one.
Get your head out of your ass.
You're darn right. Juan in Honeybrook. What's up, Juan?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, Juan, what's going on?
Oh, you know, man. I think it's time to panic.
Me too.
I think it's time to panic. The purge alarm. The purge alarm. Oh my goodness.
So what are you thinking about Nola, Juan?
You know, like I said, you know, some of these athletes, man, they get paid and they start laxing, man, and they're like, I got paid, so I could just like coast. And he's probably coasting right now. I don't know, but I mean, maybe the wind had a factor to do with some of those pitches. And I'm gonna tell you what, man, not for nothing, but them Empires suck.
Yeah, well, they're not in a good way right now, Juan. They're not. They're not playing good baseball. The cold and wind, I do think he doesn't like pitching the cold. We've seen that before, but you can only make so many excuses. You got to figure it out. Juan, what is your guess for Hugh's clues? Who is Hugh talking about today?
Tabuzi.
Not it. Juan,
No,
we
but good
appreciate
guess.
it.
He's on the list.
Was he?
I think so.
Okay.
I did pull up the list just so we can now confirm or deny who is actually on this list. But we're looking for someone on the influential top 100 list that Jalen Hurts was on yesterday. And Hugh gave the clue that he tried to buy a car from this person.
Yeah, and they told
recently.
me hells no.
Yeah. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall for that conversation. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on Aaron Nola, the Phillies right now? I'm tired of hearing what they're on pace for. They've played 18 games. I don't care. I want them to play better baseball because right now they're not. And the pitcher last night was certainly a problem. Aaron Nola has struggled to start the season so far. And with the Dallas Goedert situation, would you rather just keep him or draft his replacement in the first round? There's a lot of noise out there about the tight end at LSU. It has nothing to do who his auntie is. So Hugh likes to bring up. It's just it's about the player he is. A lot of noise with the Eagles there with Mason Taylor, tight end at LSU. What would you rather do? Keep Goddard or draft his replacement in the first round? If they draft his replacement in the first round, number one, the kid better be worth the first round pick because it's the third tight end. I know Herb's trying to trade up into the first top 5. I doubt that's going to happen. He better be a great player. And why am I drafting a tight end when I could draft a defensive player and just hold on to Dallas Goedert? All right, speaking of Goddard, we'll get to a team that reportedly checked in on him next, what that means, and how everyone would feel if he ended up in that uniform. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly?
Hey, Joe DeCamara here. During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is giving all customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals and assists, FanDuel's got it all. So many ways for you to win, including player props, and same-game parlays. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel.com/hammer to bet the NBA playoffs and, of course, the NBA play-in tournament. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Joe DeCamara here. It's engagement season. Let me tell you about a very special event happening right now. The Family & Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Show, now through Saturday. They brought in all new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. But you got to head to Family & Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, now through Saturday for the Viraggio Bridal Show. Only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Tennis elbow, griller's back, walker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Dog walker's knee, ping pong wrist, dishwasher's elbow.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 120 providers, over 20 PT rehab facilities, and more than 25 surgical centers all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary. The basketball playoffs are here on Prize Picks, the best place to cash in on the action. The app is so simple to use. Just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code ROAM. Get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get the $50 bonus credit just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. You don't have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. If LeBron James wins a 5th title, the GOAT debate hits a new gear. At 40 years old, still carrying teams, still rewriting records, another ring would put him in rare air. It wouldn't just be the total number of rings, it would be how he did it. 2 decades, 4 teams, no slowing down. For some, Jordan will always be the standard, but 5 titles with this longevity, that's not chasing greatness, it's redefining it. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494 is how you get aboard. We got a great prize to give away. 4-pack of tickets to the sold-out 2025 Eagles Draft Party at the Link next Thursday night. We'll be there doing a live show starting at 6 all the way up into that Eagles pick at 32. Or maybe they'll trade up, or we'll see what they do next Thursday night. We're monitoring the Dallas Goedert situation. I'd rather keep him than use a first-round pick on a tight end, but a lot of people are projecting and kind of connecting dots between Mason Taylor, tight end at LSU, and the Eagles at number 32. There's also news here, and we'll get back to the Phillies calls in a second. Also some rumors out there, Hugh, about a team that might be interested in Dallas Goedert. You see this? SNY, or ESPN New York, Jordan Raanan said that New York Giants had interest in Dallas Goedert earlier this offseason. They still might. It'd be weird to watch Goddard in Giants uniform.
You know what? You do what you got to do, but yeah, I don't know if I want Dallas to go to the Giants.
It'd be weird to see him anywhere in the division. But certainly there. I mean, look, they're not a good team, and they're probably just trying to add any kind of talent they can. I don't know what the value is for Goddard. I haven't known for months because he's still here. I don't know what they could get for him. I'm just saying, if the idea is draft a first-round tight end or just keep him, I just want to keep the guy. Just keep him here. Keep him in Philadelphia. 215-592-9494. That's how you get aboard. All right, let's go to the phone lines. We got Hugh's Clues out there and all your reaction to the Phillies and Aaron Nola last night. Tom in Middletown. What's up, Tom?
Hey, guys. How are you today?
What's going on, Tom?
What's going on, man?
Hey, listen. I will not trade a first-round draft pick to replace Dallas Goedert. That's just not going to happen. We need other holes filled before we try to fill Dallas Goedert. That'll come down the line. I'm not worried about that. I mean, I know he can only play, 3/4 of the season because of injuries and so on. But still, we've already got an established tight end. I'm not using a first-round draft pick to replace him.
So, Tom, I wouldn't either. But it does feel like, I keep hearing, we're going to play a clip of Mike Mayock, who was on with the afternoon show yesterday. I keep hearing people connect the dots to them and the Taylor kid at LSU. I'm with you. I wouldn't use a first-round pick either. I'd rather just keep him or, like you said, draft someone later on. But I don't know. There's a lot of smoke that they might like a tight end at 32. It just feels like a weird use of resources for me.
It is, and I would hate to even use our resources to trade up to try to get a tight end to replace him. We need other resources right now. Right now Goddard could fill what we have, and we're fine. So let's not worry about replacing him right now.
Totally. And look, if he wasn't under contract and it was a matter of money, it was a matter of having to re-sign him, that's a different story. He's here. He's under contract. They could bring him back. It just feels like they're playing hardball here to try to get him at their number. What are you feeling on Aaron Nola, Tom?
I'm hitting the panic button there. And really, because he has to rewrite how he pitches now, because he's lost his power pitch. He lost his velocity. You don't gain that back at 32 years old. Okay, so now he's got to learn how to, do ball placement, paint the corners, this and that. And he's getting squeezed a lot of times, too, because umpires think that he's still a power pitcher. He's getting a lot of close calls that aren't getting called his way. So something's got to change there.
Well, it does, and he needs to stop walking people because it's a bad combination of walks and then giving up extra hits because he's not throwing the ball past anyone anymore. Tom, what's your guess here? What do you got for Hugh's Clues? Who's he talking about today?
Shoot, I'll tell you. All right, he wanted to buy a car. He was turned down. Maybe Hugh's got high expectations. He wanted to buy some kind of crazy Tesla or something like that. I'm going to say Elon Musk.
It's a good guess because he's on the list.
He is on the list.
He's absolutely on the list.
Come on, Joe. Do I look like I drive a Tesla?
No. You
do
don't.
I look like a Tesla driver? I ain't got nothing against Teslas. Those plaids walk the dog.
Sure.
They fly.
Now, you didn't say specifically that this person owns or creates this car, right?
No, I didn't say that.
You may have wanted one of Elon's other cars. I'm sure the guy has 50 cars.
Oh, you talking about, his personal cars.
Personal cars.
I don't know.
It's a fair guess.
Yeah. Elon doesn't strike me as the type that's his thing.
Cars?
Yeah. I mean,
personal.
Yeah.
Collecting cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to see you try to offer. What could you offer him monetarily, though?
Nothing.
not that he probably doesn't already have. All right. Can we hear from Mike Mayock? He was on the afternoon show yesterday talking about the draft. And, it was Todd McShay last week. It was Daniel Jeremiah last week. There's a lot of smoke, Hugh, and this is beyond, your thing with Auntie. There's a lot of smoke going on right now with Mason Taylor, the Eagles. Listen to Mayock and talking about Mason Taylor, how he would fit here in Philadelphia.
But the guy you brought up, Mason Taylor, I don't think is going in the first round, and I think he has big-time first-round ability. And I did a bunch of his tape. I mean, this guy is really, really interesting. He doesn't even turn 21 years old until May. Not only is he Jason Taylor's son, his uncle is Zach Thomas, another Hall of Famer. Okay, so he's got an uncle and a father in the NFL Hall of Fame. He's 6'5", 255. He's a 3-year starter coming out of the SEC, and he never blinked. I mean, as a freshman, he caught the game-winning pass against Alabama in the corner of the end zone, big-time catch. You know, the kid was barely 18 years old. He makes a play like that. He doesn't get a whole lot of love, and I'm not sure why. He can run at all three levels. He can get vertical. He's got really good hands. He runs good routes. What kind of blocker is he? He's a good blocker. He's not a great blocker. He's tough enough. I think he can be a full-time starter at the wide position, a 3-down starter.
Mayock obviously likes it a lot.
Mayock watches a lot of film, man. Watches a lot of film.
So I don't have a problem with this player. I think he's going to be good. It's everyone that talks about him, Hugh, seems to think this LSU, SEC, good pass catcher. He could start right away. I would guess he's going to be a good player. It's to me, why are we creating the hole when we have a tight end to fill it with a first-round pick when we could get a defensive player?
Younger, more reliable. I mean, I get
cheaper,
sure. Cheaper. That's the biggest thing. Cheaper. I think people would feel better because, like Mike said, he'll probably go in the later rounds, first-round talent. I think people will feel better, especially with the way that things have been going for the Eagles, if you could get him in the later rounds to get a defender.
Sure.
Early on.
That's a different story. If he's a second or third round pick, and there are some tight ends in the second and third round, they might target. But if they take one in the first round,
people are going to feel some kind of way.
Yeah, I'd just rather keep Goddard. Let's go to the phone lines. 215-592-9494. Mark in Delaware is up on WIP talking about Nola. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Mark. What's going on?
Not bad, bro.
Speaker.
Thank you, Mark.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Well, that sounds better.
All right. Cool. Thank you. So, yeah, I think Nola might be cooked, man. I mean, it's a shame to say, but, I mean, he's thrown so many innings over his career and everything. So that was the concern when they signed him.
Well, it was. I mean, I remember when the negotiations were going on, and I didn't like the idea of 7 years. I mean, I wanted to keep him, Mark, because they're trying to win a World Series, and he's one of their better pitchers and all that. And I like Aaron Nola, but 7 years concerned me. But I at least convinced myself, Mark, we would get 2 or 3 more of the typical Nola, and then there'd be a little fall off. Feels like that fall off's happening quicker than they thought.
Yeah, I mean, seems like it's happening this year, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that happens sometimes. And you mentioned the innings. I mean, last night he averaged 90 miles an hour on his fastball. That's very low, considering the rest of the league right now. And he only got 2 whiffs on 44 fastballs. That means they're not swinging and missing at that. Mark, what do you got for us for Hugh's Clues? What's your guess?
I was going to say Mark Zuckerberg, but let me say Joe Rogan.
Well, you just want a 4-pack of tickets, Mark.
But wait a minute, how you get 2 guesses, though?
Yeah.
How you get 2
Don't
guesses,
like
though?
it, but it's too late.
What are we gonna do
it
now?
is what it is.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do?
I mean, what
I mean, there ain't nothing we can do.
Mark, you got it. How'd you guess it?
Well, because he guessed
We had 2
people.
guesses.
Well, but what led you to Joe Rogan?
Well, I was kidding with the Zuckerberg.
No,
you weren't.
You threw it out there. I mean,
there's no way to accuse. There's no way to accuse buying a car from him.
Well, then why'd you say it? Why'd you tell me?
Yeah, you get it, Kyle.
You had 2 guesses.
Yeah, he rethought it.
It's okay. You won the prize.
He long talked.
We can admit to what you did.
All right, Mark, you got it, buddy. We appreciate it. And you're headed to the Eagles draft party next Thursday night at the Link, presented by Lincoln Financial Group on Thursday, April 24th at 7 p.m. I think moving forward, if you had 2 guesses in mind, just give us the one you're presenting.
Yeah, now you can't just throw both out on the air like that, man. That ain't cool.
Well, it's not. I mean, it's the.
I mean, it is. I mean, I'm not upset. It is what it is.
Deep
I mean,
down,
great
are you
guess.
a little bit?
Well, no, it's the way it went down.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's not. If we're being honest, it's not fair to other people.
Yeah.
But you won. No, whatever.
Well, now to be fair to him, if he had said that but had it reversed, we wouldn't have given him the prize, even though he said. I think that happened once. Do you remember that? I think once before someone said, I was thinking this, but now I want to say this. And the first thing that they didn't actually answer was it. And we had to wait a while to get back to it. Either way, so now you got to tell the story.
Well, yeah, this was during the time where, what was it called? Rides, Chip Fools was making cars.
So what era of Joe Rogan was this?
This was early in his career. This was I think this was right after Fear Factor or right during the time of Fear Factor.
So this is before he really blew up.
And he got this 1970 Barracuda made, right? It's called the Sick Fish. Man, this thing was nice. It was nice. And I remember calling, because they sent some stuff from rides and stuff, and I was trying to get something made. And I saw this car that they made for Joe Rogan. So I reached out to his people and I asked him to sell it, if he was willing to sell it.
And what'd they say?
And he told me in no uncertain terms, F no. He was like, F no. You know, I'm not selling it. I mean, but this car was nice, man. It was a 70 Barracuda. He had that thing tricked out. And I wanted it, and he would not sell it.
So he wouldn't even negotiate.
No, he didn't even. No,
Yeah.
and if I'm not mistaken, he still has the car to this day. If I'm not mistaken, I still think he owns that car to
Well,
this day.
that's a good story. All right, yes, it was Joe Rogan there. 215-592-9494. That's a hot board. Our Twitter
Well, at least we
question.
ain't go to 145, so I guess there's a.
Do you feel better?
I mean, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, you know, the two guesses thing was not cool, but you know, hey, what can you do?
I know. I do think it evened out. Kyle, do you remember there was a time during Hugh's Clues once where someone did exactly what the winner did, but it was the opposite, where they said, I was thinking this, but this. And we didn't give them the prize because they didn't actually give us that answer.
Did we not? Because I feel like that's the point of no return with Hugh's Clues. Once the answer's out there, like.
I think it happened once.
Or are you talking about when I gave the answer away?
Well, maybe that was that.
Accidentally?
Yeah. Have I done that yet? Because both of you have, right?
Yeah, I guess you're next.
I guess maybe it's tomorrow. All right,
It's only fair. It's only fair that, you know, we screwed it up.
215-592-9494. Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com here. All right, hitting the panic button on Aaron Nola. You know, I haven't checked in with the poll today. Let's see what the people are thinking here. Are you hitting the panic button on Nola?
Also, how did Hugh do?
Yes.
People.
Well, that's important here. Well, because usually
you're talking about
you assign winning or losing to the Twitter poll, like how you did each day. Are you officially hitting the panic button on Nola? Hugh, you're in trouble today. Yes, at 62%.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Listen, man, Phillies fans, when it goes off the rails like it did yesterday, it ain't too much consoling them. I mean, I knew that. So I mean, I'm not, you know, hey. Sometimes you get the bear, sometimes the bear gets you.
So you're blaming Nola. It's more on him
No, I'm
than
not.
you.
I mean, it is what it is. Like we're in a weird spot when it comes to the Phillies with a whole bunch of different things. So yeah.
I'm actually a little surprised how many people are hitting the panic button. I mean, it's just 4 starts. I thought
eerily similar.
Well, and Nola's kind of he's been on shaky ground with people for a while.
Yeah,
like
long time.
every playoff season, we do a thing on like, do you trust Nola? And it's usually pretty 50-50.
And now he's pitching bad.
Yeah, and he stunk to start the season. So like it's enough for people who already had him on thin ice to go that direction.
Yeah, the numbers are pretty alarming.
They're bad. Yeah, he stinks right now.
Yeah, like we could be doing this conversation if his ERA was in the upper 4s. It's in the upper 6s.
Yeah.
And he's really struggled. Last night, that first inning was as bad as I've ever seen him pitch. And he even hit that after the. Can we hear from Aaron Nola? Because last night, at least he was real about it. I mean, he got Topper making excuses about the cold. But Nola talked about how it was really unacceptable the way he pitched last night.
You pride yourself on your command. 2 starts in a row with the bases loaded walk. How crazy does that drive you?
Yeah, it drives me crazy. It's unacceptable. I mean, I had 3 times in my career I've done that, and 2 times past 2 games. I just got to get it better. Too many free passes, and usually those runs have been scoring, and I'm just kind of making it harder on myself in those situations. 8 walks in 2 games overall. It's not good. So I'll clean it up.
Look, he seems very frustrated with himself, and I do appreciate that he's not making excuses.
He cares.
Right, he's not saying, and we had a caller last hour that talked about mailing it in. I don't think that's Aaron Nola.
No, he didn't.
Aaron Nola strikes me as he's not hard to figure out. He seems like a hard worker.
He's transparent.
Yep, he seems like a guy who is pretty simple in terms of his life and baseball. Like, he takes it very seriously. He works really hard, works out a lot. The Phillies, since he was young, have talked about how he puts a lot of hours into his craft. I think with him, we're talking more about decline, physical decline, rather than, not giving his full effort. I think he's trying his hardest out there. He just can't find the plate right now.
I think that he's trying to figure out if he's in a decline, number one, and can he do a workaround. A lot of times I remember Michael Strahan telling a story about how when he got older, he had to start losing weight and change the way you do your routine. You can't do some of the if you want to play at a high level, you can't do some of the things that you did when you were a younger man.
Right.
Because you got guys that go in there and try to lift the whole gym. You know, you got to modify that workout, man, according to the way that your body is responding to certain things. And I think that, unfortunately for him, is that it's happening in real time.
Fast.
Yeah. And so now he's trying to adjust, because you talked about something, Joe, that jumped out to me. You was like, he's not throwing it down the middle anymore because he doesn't have that velocity. So now he's and I think somebody else said it, Joe, talking about how he's getting squeezed because they haven't adjusted to him adjusting to his game yet. So this might take some time. And that's one of the main reasons why I said I'm not out on him, because I feel like he's savvy enough and he's veteran enough that he'll work through this. It's just going to take him a little bit more time than he's comfortable using or accustomed to get to that point where he feels comfortable.
Sure. When I say I'm panicking on what he used to be compared to what he is. Like, I don't think he's going to have a Taiwan 2024 season where it's like his ERA
just fall off. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll be better than that. I mean, I think he's smart enough. He'll figure this out to some extent. But you know, he was signed to be a number 2, and he looks like he's a number 4 right now. That's where my panic is, that we just skipped over the number 3 thing.
And not only that, he had to adjust to the pitch clock too. Remember that?
Yes.
He adjusted, and when he adjusted, he was cool. And it took him a while to do that, because remember, he said when he was asked about it,
that took
like I don't like it. Yeah,
it took a while.
So this might be the same thing. It might, and you know, you just have to. I mean, which is going to be hard to do, is just be a little bit more patient with him. He's still going to be who he
on this radio station.
He's still going to be who he is. But yeah, he's going to have to learn how to adjust a little bit.
So I think that's one thing that could give me a little hope. The adjustment thing, like Nola is a veteran. He's been known to. It goes through shaky parts of his career, but like he does sort of pull it together and bounce back. So like there's that. He could just be a declining player. But I'm with you. Like it's not panic. Like, oh my God, he's going to be. I think he will regress a little bit back toward the mean. But how much? Right? It's not the kind of guy who I'm like, okay, every 5th day we have a good chance of winning this game with Aaron Nola out there. I don't feel that right now. And for what was supposed to be the strength of this Phillies team, it's the starting pitching. It just worries me a little bit that might not be the strength that we thought it was. And there's nothing truly great about the Phillies right now.
No.
And that worries me.
That's the thing, because there's so many other things that you can deal with. And it's compounded by the fact that was the one part of this team that you felt was solid.
Yes, the starting
pitching. You felt it was solid. Now, you know, we're on Ranger watch. we're trying to figure out, you know, painter watch. We're trying to get some more arms in here to try to, I guess, for lack of a better way of describing it, stop the bleeding.
Yeah, it's almost like the math doesn't math this way, right? It's like when we talk about the Eagles defense, and because they were number 1 last year, could they be 10 this year and the team still be good? Yeah, that works. But you know, the Phillies pitching, people thought it was the best rotation in baseball. You look up right now, it's closer to the middle of the pack so far this season. And
there's a lot of 6s and 5s that I see in the ERA.
Yeah, it's not good. And then the bullpen's not good. I mean, it's a lot not good right now. And with Nola, I think he can probably get through bad lineups. Like you throw him against the Rockies, you throw him against the Marlins, who he won't face this weekend because he just pitched last night. But he could still probably get through that. But his next start, Hugh, he's lined up for a big one. They go to the Mets next week. They play the Mets for the first time, which means he's got to start against Lindor and Soto and Alonso and those guys. Like, that's not easy the way he's pitching right now.
Yeah, I love that.
I wish he was facing the Marlins this weekend. Really, I wish that didn't line up right. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Violet in Virginia. Hey, Violet.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Violet, what's up?
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. I'm sorry about that. I'm at my other part-time job. But anyway, I just wanted to chime in. I am concerned. I actually had some concerns last year with Nola during some of the periods. And just overall, I don't know if it's just because I don't know what it is. I just can't put my finger on it. They just seem kind of blah.
I feel the same way. Yeah, they feel like they're in a weird malaise. Like they're just like I don't think sleepwalking's fair because I think they're trying, but there's no umph, there's no energy. There's the life there. It doesn't feel like they have it right now.
And I don't know, and I don't think it's winning per se. I mean, of course, winning makes things easier, but there's just something. Something has to happen. There needs to be a little spark, something that just gets them excited.
Well, yeah.
Maybe I need to come teach him a spin class.
You know what? I'll work. Anything that will work, we'll take right now,
Spin
Violet.
class is no joke, bro.
You did that once?
I did it with Dorsey.
Oh, yeah,
Dorsey Levens
that's
when he
right.
was a spin coach. But I was in the back.
Oh, I love spinning.
Yeah, I was in the back.
Why were you in the back?
Hugh?
But I still have faith
Seriously?
in them. I'm not going to give up. It's too early.
Well, yeah, no one's given up yet, but we are hitting panic buttons here. Violet, we appreciate the phone call. Spin class Douglas over here.
Yeah, I was in the back of the class.
Yeah, we all know why. And then you don't have to say it out loud. We get the
Yeah,
whole thing.
it gets stiff at times. You know what I mean?
Kyle just got something to do.
What did we get from
bananas.
Herb today? What was the Herb drop today? We got one mixed in there. There's a new one, isn't there?
Get your head out of your ass.
Yeah, that one. It feels like we might get a season worth of that one right there. Let's go to Ritchie, who's up next. Hey, Ritchie. Ritchie?
Mr. And there's, how's it going? I just got back from the doctor, so I had some, numbing agents. I'm a little bit, out of it. I've been a Philly fan since I was a kid, right? I don't know if anybody brought this up, but I noticed Nola. I noticed over the years, I follow very closely all the pitches. I used to pitch in high school. He seems to not be as effective when the weather is chilly, or whether it's early April or October or something. He seems to be, I don't know if you've noticed this,
I mean, you know what, Richie? I noticed it, but I get ridiculed when I said I get called a company man and things.
Yeah, excuse maker. Yep.
Yeah, I get. So I try not to point it out as much.
That was an excellent. I don't know. You said that was an excellent insight. He just
disagree.
He's a warm weather pitcher. You ever noticed this?
Yes, Richie, I have. Yeah, when the especially the humidity. I mean, I think it's probably because where he was brought up in Louisiana. He went to LSU. Yeah, I get it.
And a guy like him, he's very fine. So if he's a little off, he doesn't have that, that overpower. He can get away with it. Like you said, he can't get away with it. Make it a little mistake. He's got to be really fine. He makes a mistake, he gets bombed.
Yes, and I think now on top of it, because his velocity's down, he's even more concerned about making that mistake. So he's nibbling, and it's a lot of walks. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's it. But I was surprised you were mocked by that by saying that was a very good insight.
Well,
no, nobody's trying to hear that.
No, see, Richie, here's the thing. It wasn't specifically that, because that's true, and you're right, and Hugh's right. Hugh's been
it was a delivery.
He's towing the line of making too many excuses lately. So we gotta keep him in line, Richie.
Don't listen to Joe. I'm not towing the line.
Stop.
I'm just adding perspective that nobody wants to think about in this situation.
Yeah. Joe, listen to you. He makes a lot of sense. He's one of my favorite
guys. Sometimes.
He doesn't say much, but when he says things, they're very
Mr.
profound.
A-leg parlay over here.
Oh, stop. Richie, good phone call. We appreciate it. All right, so Richie's right. You're right. Does it come across as an excuse sometimes?
Oh, it definitely does, especially when it's right after a loss. And I get that. I'm not mad at anybody getting mad at me for that, because I know how much they love these teams, the 4-for-4.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things. And not only that, it's compounded with the fact that you look eerily similar to last year. You didn't make any changes. And you came out and you made a conscious effort to take more pitches, but now the long ball is suffering. So it's a lot. It's a lot going on, and people are frustrated. Yeah. And let's not forget the baby blue bat. Just wanted to throw that in there.
No, I don't think anyone forgot.
No, even though Bryce Harper did hit one last night, but still.
Home runs in back-to-back games.
Yeah, he did. He bounced back from the bat.
Yeah, unfortunately, everyone else has not bounced back, because the Phillies lost 11-4 last night. 215-592-9494. All right, your phone calls here. Aaron Nola, are you hitting the panic button? Dallas Goedert, we're a week out from the draft. What would you rather? First-round pick on a tight end, which a lot of people are bringing up Mason Taylor at LSU, or just keep Goddard? I'd rather keep Goddard than use a first-round pick on a tight end when I have defensive issues. I gotta fill holes on the defensive line, edge, all that kind of stuff. Safety, I can't use a first-round pick on a tight end if I'm moving off of Goddard just to do it. So we'll hit all that. 215-592-9494. We do have a lineup for the Phillies today because we're playing a 4:00 game. We'll give you the lineup today. Who's in? Where they batting? And we have to get to something that happened this morning here, where Hugh may have caught a stray. What's going on? We'll talk about that. Midday show, Sports Radio 94 WIP. During the NBA Play-In Tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you could even combine your live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get on the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sports because the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 3. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 4:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Look it up, and it is gone. A towering fly ball to right.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at NairaBets.com/Philly25.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Stars and Stripes Harley. Visit starsandstripesharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah. Posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Access fees vary, not guaranteed.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
prices are going up everywhere. Tariffs may drive up costs across the country, but not at Legacy Box.
Why? Because we're proudly 100% American made. Every tape, film reel, and photo you send stays right here in the USA, digitized by skilled technicians who know your memories are priceless.
Introducing the Legacy Box All-American Sale. Just $9 per tape. Not $15, not $12, just $9.
We're the nation's #1 digitizer, trusted by over 1 million families because we've made it simple. Just fill your Legacy Box with old tapes, film reels, and photos. We'll digitize them by hand and return everything, plus digital copies on the cloud you can relive and share forever.
With Legacy Box, your memories are safe from tariffs and safe from time. Heat, humidity, and age are already destroying your family's history, so take advantage of our limited time $9 tape sale.
Visit legacybox.com/value to lock in savings today. That's legacybox.com/value. Legacy Box, American made, trusted by families.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Coming up at 1, the Daily Mock at 1 o'clock. We only have, I guess, 8 to go. Well, not even because we're not here on the weekend. I mean, we got like 6 of these left. It is counting down. We're a week away from the NFL draft. This hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car to 94 only at Sunoco. All right, Hugh, a couple of things to hit here. First, we've got a Dallas Goedert update, and then we will give you today's Phillies lineup. They play a 4 o'clock game today, the finale of the series against the Giants. Christopher Sanchez is going to pitch today. All right, Jordan Schultz. Sources. Eagles tight end Dallas Goedert remains a name to watch in the trade market as the draft approaches. Interested teams believe Philadelphia would be open to future picks if they don't receive 2025 draft capital. Goddard is in the final year of his deal, and he could be looking for a new contract as well. So, Hugh, that tells me they'll take anything. I mean, I think they're
trying to get a box of Juju fruit.
Well, if you're not even wanting picks this next weekend, then
you say they don't want to give him away.
Right.
They don't want to give him away.
So we're going to add a 13th pick to next year's haul because they have 12 picks in next year's draft. We're going to 13th pick. How about keeping him? Why is this not a?
It's so weird.
It is.
Well, because they're
kind of doing him dirty,
holding on to him the way that they are. I mean, but not. This is where it gets a little cloudy because they're not trying to do him dirty. Because if that was the case, they would just cut him. But they don't want to not get nothing for him.
But if they wait till after the draft to cut him, that does do him dirty because all the teams that pick a tight end,
that's doing him dirty.
They don't need a tight end
and
anymore.
I think that he has value, but the unfortunate thing about it is teams know that you probably want to move on from him.
Yeah.
So they're gonna hold it. They're gonna hold on to him as long as they possibly can. And it is unfortunate that it puts Dallas in a bad spot. It really, really does.
I wonder what the gap between what he's owed and what they actually want to pay him is, because I would think he'd want to stay too, right? If they, but or unless they're asking him to take like a slap in the face kind of offer, right? What is he supposed to make 11?
Yeah, I thought it was like closer to 12, like
12.
6.
So I want your perspective on this. He's been in the league a long time. He's done a lot. Ruben mentioned the stat this morning. He's top 10 all time in playoff yards and catches and all that.
Yeah.
Hugh, is there a point where it becomes insulting to him to stay for so much of a pay cut? Because if he wants to stay and they want him, but it's just about money, you would think at some point, like last year, they compromised with Sweat. Remember
Slay.
Right.
Yeah.
But this doesn't seem like we're going to have a compromise.
It doesn't. That's the weird thing about it, because they've, under other circumstances, they've operated from a position where they didn't want to pay the guy, but they gave them ample time to move on,
right? To
try to find another team. You know, you talk about Slay and the fact that he talked about going to Baltimore and everything, and he just decided to come back because Big Dom asked him to come back.
Yep.
I can't even guesstimate why this is going the way that it's been going, because this has been talked about for weeks. And I think that what has happened is that the Eagles aren't operating from a position of power. So they don't want to seem weak. But if teams know that you want to get a tight end, just use that for an example. If you want to move up and try to get a tight end, and you have a tight end, but you want to move on from him, all I got to do is just sit back and wait. Just sit and wait and figure out what you're going to do. And if you decide to cut him, then, hey, I'll just swoop in and I'll give him $6 million or whatever you're going to give him. and he'll be my tight end.
Yeah, I mean, look, there might have been 3 or 4 or 5 teams. We heard the story earlier. The Giants, the Broncos, I think were interested at one point. Like, someone's going to sign him if he gets cut. It's a matter of how much he gets. But we'll keep monitoring the Goddard situation. I'd rather keep him than use a first-round pick on a tight end. I think the first-round pick should be on the defensive side. All right, quickly, Phillies lineup to back tell your phone calls on Nola and the Goddard situation. Phillies today, at home finale against the Giants. The Phillies will throw Sanchez on the mound. And their lineup today, leadoff, second base, Bryce Stott. Batting second, the shortstop, Trey Turner. Batting third, Harper at first. Schwarber back to DH, hitting the cleanup spot. Castellanos in right, batting fifth. Max Kepler batting sixth in left field. Then we rounded out with Real Muto back behind the plate after DHing last night. He's batting seventh. Alec Boehm batting eighth at third base. And we're going back to the Johan Rojas well in center field tonight. I wonder if Brendan Marsh got hurt last night. It looked weird in the outfield, the way he was moving. So we'll see what's going on with Marsh. But they're going to line it up. Stott, Turner, Harper, and Schwarber 1, 2, 3, 4 today.
You know, we're minus 185 to win this game tonight. That's a steep price for going against the Giants. Like,
Sanchez, I guess. Sanchez,
but why? Like, Sanchez hasn't been lights out.
Yeah, I think he's been pretty good, but not special yet.
I just don't know where that number comes from.
I don't know. I mean, their starting pitcher's got a pretty inflated ERA, but the Phillies aren't hitting right now. So we shall see. Phillies, big favorites today against the Giants. Sam is up next on WIP. What's up, Sam?
Hey, Joe, Hugh, Kyle, honored to speak to you guys. I've got 2 things that I wanted to bring up, and I'm sure you guys have stats on this, and I must not be the only one that feels like this way, but for the Phillies, it just seems like that they are leading the league once again in leaving men in scoring position and or leaving men in base. Am I the only one that feels that way?
You're not. They have done it a lot. And what's frustrating about it is they've
Especially
had
the last couple of nights.
Yep, they've had some better at bats to where they're getting walks. Right, I think they're second in baseball in walks, but they're not bringing those guys in. They get on base like the first inning yesterday. They get on base and then they don't bring them in. It's extremely frustrating. I think for the season, I saw it this morning. I think they're hitting 200 with runners in scoring position.
And it just seems like it's the same old. That's also what's been happening over the past season or so. So moving on to Nola, we can definitely beat him up a little bit. And this is what I said to Kyle, and you guys must have this clip somewhere, but I think it was the football coach, Dennis Green, during the press conference, screaming at the top of his lungs, they are who we thought they were. Aaron Nola is who at least I thought he was, which is exactly what we are seeing of him this year. So am I pushing the panic button of Aaron Nola? Yes, in the context of because he's supposed to be the number 2 or number 3 guy, but no in the context of that this is what I expect out of him.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, like what you used to think about him, what you still think about him. And Sam, I've always liked him more than I haven't, and I've always seen the more of the glass half full on what he provides versus it doesn't. But I think he's declined off of even that. Like, he's not as good as he was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and that's a problem right now.
Especially if I didn't like him 2 years ago, and if he's declining off of that, that makes it even worse. The last point in regards to Goddard, getting rid of Goddard and then drafting a tight end is like when you see a friend get divorced and then get re-engaged or remarried to a girl that looks and acts exactly like his ex-wife. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Why did you and I look right at each
other? Well, they have a type. That's why. Sam, good phone call. We appreciate it.
Well, let me just say this. We all have a type.
Yep. That's it.
And there's no disrespect to anybody who has dealt with that situation. But normally when that happens, they usually the person tends to be a little bit younger.
So you're spinning it to the
no,
draft?
I mean that's like I hear what he's saying.
It's like you're resetting the clock.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to be like that, but that's kind of what you're doing.
So what's
and we all have a type now. We all have a type.
What's ironic is when we did we did our daily mock, right? The day they took Mason Taylor. Do you remember what NFL.com's comp was for Mason Taylor?
Who was it?
Dallas Goedert.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I mean, I see why they have interest
you're right,
in this guy. He's a younger version of Goddard.
But he's healthier.
Yeah, cheaper.
So it's even though that was a great analogy, it's kind of in the wheelhouse of what we're talking about.
Or you could just stay with the first
one. And she's cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't walk into that one, Kyle. I can do that because I'm I have no ties. But yeah, this is cheaper.
Yeah.
It's a
Or you
cheaper
could
date.
stay with the first
Because
one.
when you with the first wife, the taste is a little bit different.
Oh my.
She probably wearing like what they call them red bottoms. The young wife, you might be able to get away with a pair of Reebok Classics.
So is that we're going to present Mason Taylor when he gets on the podium? Here's a pair of Reebok Classics.
Somebody caught that analogy, and they're probably in the car right now cussing me out.
Yeah.
Like, you ain't nothing, Hugh, but they ain't say nothing. They use the other word.
Yeah, well,
they use the poop emoji. They use the poop emoji.
All right, I pulled up the numbers. Our caller mentioned it. The Phillies runners in scoring position. They were 1 of 9 last night. They left 10 on base. They're hitting an even 200 this season with runners in scoring position. Like, this can happen. You could have a bad week or two with that particular thing. It's frustrating. What compounds it is they're not hitting home runs. Like, Hugh, other than Harper and Schwarber, I wonder how many home runs they have as a team if you take away Harper and Schwarber. It can't be many. Stott has 1. Turner has 1. How many does Castellanos have? Maybe 3 now at this point. I'm sorry, he hit 1 a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Hit 1 earlier. Does Kepler have 1? He has 1 opening day. He hit 1, a home opener, I think it was. Just 1. I'm telling you, other than Harper and Schwarber, there's no power here right now. It's like if you leave the bases loaded 1 inning, but then you come back the next inning and hit a 2-run home run, we kind of forget about it. They're not getting home runs right now. It's a problem. Joe in the Northeast. What's up, Joe?
Hey, you, Joe, and Kyle.
What's up, man?
About the Phillies with Nola. Let's see when JT Realmuto catches him. I know Marchand has caught him at least 2 of the of his 4 starts, and I heard him say in the post game that he caught 3 of the games, and Nola walked 4 this last night and the start before. I'm saying that Marchand should not be the backup catcher. All right. I don't have the number. Last year, when Realmuto went on the shelf after that London series, Stubbs and Marchand caught. Stubbs had the better winning percentage than what Marchand had, and Ranger Suarez did not win a game for 7 or 8 starts, and Marchand caught him all the time.
Do you think we have a Marchand problem behind the plate?
No, well, yeah. Well, I'm saying the familiarity of Nola throwing to Realmuto, can make a difference. Let's see when he has his next start. So
Joe, it's going to be Monday. It's the first game of the Mets series in New York. My guess is they'll give JT the day off Sunday for the day game, against Miami. So I'd imagine JT's catching that game Monday night against the Mets.
And when you face Alonso, you don't pitch him on the outside part of the plate, like they did in Game 4 of last year's playoffs, right? When he keeps the Mets alive against Milwaukee, hitting the home run to right field.
Yeah, off of Devin Williams. Yep.
And he did that to us in the game prior. Nola pitched our starters in that series with the Mets. They gave quality starts. All 4 of them. Ranger got out of trouble at that last start, but he didn't give up any runs. It was the hitting, then. And let's talk about Mr. Thompson. If he was the one that made that decision to play Kyle Schwarber in left field, he should be fired. Okay, you do not risk, first of all, Schwarber getting injured playing out there in the field, and he's not a good defensive.
It was one game. Relax.
Yes. Pardon me.
I've heard a lot of people freaking out about Schwarber going in left field today.
To be fair,
been literally one game.
While I agree with you, Kyle, to be fair, he did get hurt playing one game out there last year.
He got hurt last year.
Yeah.
But he didn't get hurt last night.
No, he didn't.
And they didn't lose because he was in left field.
What advantage was that lineup by putting Marchand 083 instead of
they can't.
Who do you want them to put in the lineup?
Well, they can't catch it, but they can't catch. They can't catch JT every day, Joe. We realize this.
Kepler should have played.
Kepler stinks too.
Well,
whoa there.
No, he's
nice first game.
He's supposedly an everyday player.
He supposedly says Dave Dombrowski. I mean, that says me.
Right. Well, he came back off of the best game he played was Tuesday night when he had 2 base hits, and the other 2 times at the plate he hit the ball hard. Okay, and it was just, and we're revisiting the same thing that they had done before. Austin Hayes, they had him last year. He did this thing when we had he was a terrible pickup. All right, but I was at the game last year when Hayes has 2 doubles, hits the ball hard, and the other 2 trips. And the next game he's not playing. Don't tell me that you want to have Marshawn catching and taking. That's all. That's what that move did. It got an 083 hitter in there.
Well, so I agree, but I think it was really about JT was not going to catch last night because they had a day game. Well, they're not going to catch him.
They usually do that on Sundays,
right? But they have an extra day this week, right? There's no off day on like a Thursday, so like JT wasn't
like 17 games straight,
right? JT. So it was a matter of no JT in the lineup or JT DH. I mean, I think that's where it came from.
He shouldn't be the backup.
So you want Stubbs back?
You know what? Stubbs is handling the darn AAA pitching staff, and they're not quality guys down there.
But
he's handling them much better. He's handling them much better. Okay, and a matter of fact, he's hitting over 270 down there.
Well, he should. I mean, he's been in the big leagues for 5 years.
Yeah, he's a better backup catcher.
Colin
with
hearing that
Marshawn on the
today.
disabled list.
Well, he's not hurt though.
Well, yeah, he is. He's
hurting Joe's mental health.
All right, Joe, I love you, man. Appreciate it. Are we out on Marshawn that fast? Do we really need Stubbs back? Are we? To me, that would be the ultimate sign of panic. We got to get the Spotify playlist back in the clubhouse. We got to get the Chiefs vibes officer back up here.
First of all, that was real disrespectful.
What did I do?
Spotify playlist.
That's what he has. He has a Spotify playlist.
He called him the Spotify playlist.
You're gonna be the lonely one.
You know, sometimes I hate y'all.
We got a $300 million shortstop with a 600 OPS, and I got to get Stubbs back up here from AAA to save the day. Are we serious?
Well, you tell us weekend is almost here. It's almost Easter.
I know, but like this is, you ever like, you're not attacking the real symptom. You're just attacking a little part of it.
Yeah.
The shortstop can't hit. The catcher is in decline anyway, the regular catcher. Aaron Nola, they gave 7 years to, and he looks like he stinks right now. And the solution to all the problems is to get Garrett Stubbs and his music back to the clubhouse.
Can I
bring a boombox in? Like, what are we doing?
Because I think we need a tension breaker. So I'm gonna ask a question that ain't got nothing to do. Because I'm serious. Because we getting close to the weekend.
Okay.
And we all know what this weekend is.
Easter.
Now I'm asking everybody out there to chime in on this. We boiling eggs this weekend, man.
Yeah, you got
it. With the way the price of eggs now. I mean, seriously, all jokes aside.
The wallet's gonna be lighter, but you got to do what you got to do.
It's for the kids.
Yeah,
so, like, how are you going to explain to the kids that
what's that famous
the economy?
line? You know what's that famous line by Michael Jordan?
You want to go ahead and say it?
No, but I think everybody know what I'm talking about. No, seriously.
Bleep.
There are some people out there, man, right now. They're gonna have to make some real decisions.
Well, that's true.
Like, seriously, all jokes aside.
Think about the children, Hugh.
Yeah. You got to deal with it. The wallet will be lighter on Monday, but you got to just.
It's a lot. But here's the thing, though. How many parents are going to count those eggs and make sure that every one of those eggs are accounted for in the Easter egg hunt?
Yeah, well, there'll be some tension if
don't
someone
use
drops
real
an egg.
eggs for the Easter egg hunt. You use the plastic ones for that.
Yeah, just
but don't
candy,
you dye them the night before? Like,
okay, so we talk. Okay, so we're not you. Okay, so you've compromised because normally you use real eggs for the Easter
children,
hunt.
Hugh.
Okay, you use real eggs for the Easter hunt.
Not real. I think that's out.
Plastic.
Nowadays.
We use
plastic eggs.
Okay,
then you can put candy and stuff inside of them.
Okay, so we can compromise, so we don't have to do like a whole bunch of eggs. We can just do 12.
Well, don't tell me. Tell the Easter Bunny.
No, I'm just saying
That's
we can
a
just
whole
do.
carton.
Well, yeah, the 12. Yeah, that's 6.
So this is you talking to the Easter Bunny. Okay, that's
I'm
right.
just
6.
I knocked you off of the carton.
No, but
right
I'm just
away.
saying, you got to paint them. You're not gonna paint 6 eggs.
No, you're not. 12? No, I think we might do 12. Again, my wallet's going to be lighter on Monday, but we're going to deal with it. All right, before we go any further, speaking of total nonsense, I think you caught a stray on the morning show.
What I catch?
Can we hear this? So they were talking about, I don't even know how they got. How did we get here? How did we end up on?
How do we end up anywhere we end up?
So
how did the morning show end up here?
They have a segment, not as creatively named, but they read YouTube comments.
It's not quite you people.
It's not quite you people.
But it's the same idea.
Yes, but I think something came up about John Ritchie and I guess him beating up some of the other hosts at WIP.
Okay.
And then, of course, the other former professional athletes came up in the conversation, and this is where it went.
Okay. Sean says John Ritchie looks like he could beat everyone at WIP in a fight.
Well, it'd be John or Ike or Ben
Which goes well
and
with
Hugh.
Mac
Oh,
Troid's
Hugh.
comment, who says, I
Hugh
need
would
John
win.
Ritchie to start headbutting stuff immediately.
Well, sure.
My head is made for headbutting. That's for sure.
I'm taking Hugh.
It
So,
really is.
really? You think Hugh's the scrappiest? Is that what you're trying to say?
I
Because
think.
I think Hugh's pretty scrappy.
Yeah, I mean, there's part of that. He's
Yeah,
also big.
he's scrappy.
Yeah, he's big, but Ike's big.
I
I mean,
try to
Ike has
block
the longest.
Hugh.
Ike has the longest.
I could
mean,
try
we're
to block
talking fight.
both.
Ike has the longest reach.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Ike was a light linebacker.
Yeah.
And,
True.
and Hugh,
And he's lost weight since.
And
I
Hugh
mean,
was the
you know.
defensive end.
I've blocked both Ike and Hugh.
Yeah.
And I think Hugh is harder to block.
Hugh is not
Then
very
Ike.
motivated these days.
Okay, so you think he loses because he doesn't.
But these days, Ike would probably be harder to block than Hugh.
Well, maybe that's a Twitter poll one of these days.
Yeah.
All right,
Sounds
so let's
great.
do one more comment.
Should we put Jack in it as the fourth athlete at WIP or no?
Stop.
You sure? Okay, I just want to
Yeah.
check. I just want to
No.
check, you know.
And
'cause-
Jack might be tougher to block than Hugh right now.
Wow. That was the stray right there.
No, the stray was real. It was like he's not very motivated nowadays.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
I
that's
mean, it's
obvious,
like, well, it's kind of like this, and this is the best way I could describe me in a nutshell.
Mhm.
You know, there's a part of you or a part of me that you have to lock away in the closet. You know, you got to lock him away.
Yeah, put him away
Because he doesn't, doesn't jive well with others.
He's not for regular society.
Yes, he's that Michael Smith ESPN situation.
Put him away. Yeah.
Wow.
So he doesn't, you know what I mean? So we put him away and we let this Hugh frolic and
Well,
play.
you said it yesterday. You're in the twilight of your life.
Well, yeah, it could because but
kinda sad to hear.
that Michael Smith Hugh, he's there. And every now and then he likes to rear his ugly head, but we got to keep him, you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah.
Because he tends to,
So then would you agree that Ike would be harder to block right now?
right now, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because Ike is super competitive. The one thing about Ike is no matter what Ike does, Ike could be playing Tunk, he could be playing Uno, whatever it is. Ike's competitive juice is going to get flowing, and he's going to get, he gets hyped.
The fire's gone from you.
Well, no, I like I said,
Locked him up.
that person is locked up. He's locked up because you don't like Kyle. You don't want to meet that guy.
No.
Because that guy is the type. My wife used to say all the time. She knew when I was getting mad because I say, "Hey man," like and then after that it's all downhill. But it starts with it starts with the "Hey man." So yeah, we had to put him away because he's the one that he lost jobs and he threatened coworkers and stuff like that. So we don't operate with him.
You've been
too
having
much.
pop-up moments a lot more recently too.
No.
You almost walked into the studio while they were
No,
on the air.
no, listen.
This morning.
Rob, I was out there. We were sitting down, right? And you got up and walked away, and I assumed you went somewhere, and I assumed you were going into the studio. So Rod was in the back, and so I just started to walk into the studio, and right before I hit the door,
it was mid-conversation.
The senior moment.
And I was like, "Oh God, I'm about to walk in on the show."
Pop
and
up.
Rod was like, "What are you doing?" He was like, "What are you about to do?"
You know what I actually think was the most insulting thing in that entire back and forth there?
Adding What's Jack?
Well, they called Hugh scrappy. Like scrappy's what I feel like you say about someone like me, who's not physically imposing.
Yeah. Scrappy's the undrafted player, not a first-round pick.
Is that right?
Yeah. Like that one would have rubbed me the wrong.
Yeah, you took some L's in that, Hugh.
No,
I mean, between that,
I
and then
think
they included Jack with 3 former high-level. I mean, the Pro Bowl players.
No,
I mean, what
the
are we
best-
doing here?
The absolute best was like, really? Oh, Hugh's not that motivated nowadays.
Yeah.
That was the funniest to me.
I don't-
She's right. She's right.
I don't mind that we reference and acknowledge that Jack played college baseball. He did, but there is a huge gap between Pro Bowl NFL players and Jack. What are we included him in that for? 215-592-9494. All right, your phone calls coming up on Aaron Nola on the Dallas Goedert situation. You people later on. Plus, the Daily Mock at 1 o'clock right here in the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Easter's just around the corner. What y'all gonna do about the eggs? But that's not what I'm here to talk about. It's time to elevate your celebrations with the unbeatable flavor of Hatfield ham. So when you're planning your Easter grocery shopping, that includes the eggs. Remember to add this delicious tradition of Hatfield ham to your list. If you want to put more pork on your fork, grill up some juicy and delicious marinated pork tenderloin, served with a side of bacon Brussels sprout salad. That sounds real tasty, people. The possibilities are endless. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes in a retailer near you and find your flavor with Hatfield.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly?
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay, act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose the locally owned and family operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stop! Where's everybody going? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, where there's always something happening. Free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, the hottest entertainers in the world 7 days a week. And this week, it's adult film superstar Giselle Blanco, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Giselle Blanco, tonight through Saturday. Club Risque, your home for all UFC and championship boxing, shown on their multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours? Is this real life?
Move it!
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
but what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loaner Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loaner Tool. Restrictions apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The age-old debate for NFL teams is, do you draft for need or take the best player available? The Giants might face this dilemma head-on next week. They're still looking for their quarterback of the future, but the best player available by a long stretch will either be Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter. Do you pass on a potential superstar at another position, take a shot at QB? The Giants need to get this right. If they don't, they're in danger of finding themselves back at the top of the draft next year and beyond. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock.
One of the best times of the day. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock. Today, Hugh, we go out to Benjamin Solak. He writes for ESPN. And he put together a mock draft here for the first round. And we have ourselves a new name to the Philadelphia Eagles and a player landing with a rival that I'm not too thrilled about. All right, let's go to the top 5. It's similar to what we've seen a lot lately. Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami to the Tennessee Titans. Number 2, Travis Hunter, who, by the way, their GM, Andrew Berry, used to work here for Howie. Did you see what he said about him?
What did he say?
He said he could be football's Shohei Ohtani, playing both
Shohei
ways.
Ohtani.
That tells me they're definitely taking him, right?
At
You can't say that and not pick him.
But disagree, though.
Oh, I don't know if he's going to be as good as
Ohtani's
Shohei.
great at both things.
This kid might be too.
I don't think he is.
Well, he might not be, but he was in college.
I think he's pretty good at both.
I want to see how he attacks this.
Mm-hmm.
Because how much, okay, say if he plays offense, how much are you going to be integrated into the offense? And if you're strictly more of an offensive player, then on the flip side, how much are you going to be integrated into the defense?
So to use the Ohtani comp, when he was able to pitch, because he's been hurt, he hasn't pitched in a while. He was more of a hitter and then a pitcher like once a week. He started 20 games in his biggest year. I to your point, I think he's going to have to be a full-time player on one thing, and then how much does he do the other?
Yeah, because the time constraints is going to be the biggest issue in my opinion. I mean, how much time are you spending learning the offensive game plan and the defensive game plan? Because you gotta lean into one or the other.
Sure. I mean,
because even at Colorado, I'm assuming you had probably a handful of offensive plays, but you were primarily a defensive player.
It's probably a little easier in college just to kind of roll out there and your athleticism take over. He goes number 2 to the Cleveland Browns. Number 3, Abdul Carter, Penn State to the Giants. Number 4, Will Campbell, offensive tackle, LSU to the Patriots. Number 5, Mason Graham, defensive lineman, Michigan to Jacksonville. Hugh, we've typically just stayed within the top 5 and then jumped down to the Eagles 32. But did you happen to see who the Cowboys took in this mock?
Yeah, I did.
Your guy.
Yeah, and it's funny because I read the story where
Ashton Genty, the running back out of Boise.
Ashton Genty, where Jerry, I guess when they met, he had a championship belt on, and they were talking. I don't want to see him go there.
You've liked him since last college season.
Yes, I did. And I know he's not coming here. I know that, but I don't want him to go there.
I don't know where he's going to go. I mean, I haven't seen him put in the top 5 at all, but after that, it's, any team could basically take him in the next 10 or, 5 or 10 picks. All right, let's go down to the Eagles pick, Hugh, at number 32, a name we have not talked about yet in our daily mocks, Maxwell Harrison, corner out of Kentucky, a corner. Now, we did have a mock with a corner before, but it wasn't Maxwell Harrison. Hugh, what do you think? Maxwell Harrison, corner, Kentucky.
Yeah, it's one of the positions I'm pretty sure that for a lot of people, as I'm looking at a little bit of film on him, it's not a position right now that I think that a lot of Eagles fans would feel that is a need because we still have some of these young guys on. I think that most of us would want them, if they were going to have a first-round draft pick, to be on a lineman. But I don't have a problem with them picking up another corner, bolstering that secondary, and allowing those young guys back there. You're talking about the Cooper DeJeans, the Quinyon Mitchells, and all those guys to grow together. Because Jalen Carter's going to be here. He's going to be here. Look like Nolan Smith is going to be here for a while. So I don't have a problem with them taking a corner with the 32nd pick.
So I do think it's an underrated need because I'm not sure about Keely Ringo. Maybe this is the year he jumps, but he's been here a couple years. Hasn't happened yet.
6 foot, 183 pounds. Runs a 4.28.
He can run. Now, there is one thing about I was looking at his strengths and weaknesses. Maxwell Harrison on NFL.com. They said he's a massive liability in run support.
Oh, yeah. He ain't tackling. That's a nice way of saying he's making business decisions as far as tackling is concerned.
The comp they put for him was Janoris Jenkins. Janoris Jenkins was a good player for a while, the corner. So, look, this guy might be really good. Corner, though, we're going to find out pretty quickly in this draft. Do they think that Keely Ringo and Adoree Jackson could play? Because if they do, they're not going to take a corner. And if they don't, they might take one high, which would make it 2 years in a row. They use very high picks, their top pick in each of the last 2 years' drafts on a corner. Kyle, Maxwell Harrison.
So I guess I like it better than taking a safety because the Slay thing felt like it kind of had to happen. It's just boring. Can we just move up in this draft? Not take the third best player at whatever position that we're going to take. Because I guess the fourth, right? Because there's 2 cornerbacks ahead of him in this mock. And then you throw Travis Hunter into that mix. He's the 4th best corner in the draft. Mitchell fell to you at 22.
Yeah, so he's the 4th corner in this mock.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Quinyon Mitchell was the best corner coming out of the draft, and he fell all the way to 22. That feels, that. And clearly, we know what Quinyon Mitchell turned out to be. They obviously had a need, especially in anticipation of letting Darius Slay eventually go. It's just no juice, man. No juice.
Maxwell Harrison out of Kentucky, I'd agree. It's not a juicy pick.
Boo.
It's not the meter that we want to move. We want a D lineman or somebody like
I'm
that.
tough to satify with this draft stuff.
Sometimes a lineman isn't juicy, but if it's a big time defensive lineman, that would look. I think corner's a sneaky need because it is a little thin behind the top 2 young guys they took last year. But this is the first I've seen of Maxwell Harrison to the Eagles and as a first round pick. We shall see a week from tonight. I'm with you. Move up. And actually, if I had to guess right now, I think they're going to move up.
Can we start the screw 32 movement?
Yeah, move up. Does that mean up or
You
down?
said the screw 32.
No, up. We're going up.
Okay. Hugh, you're a week out. What's your guess right now? If you had to guess, 3 options. They trade up, they stay at 32 and just pick someone, or they trade out.
I think they're trading up. It feels like they're trying to figure out a way to move up in the draft. That's why, if you want to throw Dallas Goedert in there, he's a piece. And they're trying to figure out how they could package some stuff to move up in this draft.
Yeah, I keep seeing the Donovan Ezeraku kid not quite getting to them, and we've seen him connect to the Eagles a lot, but he's picked in the 20s. This one, he goes 28 to Detroit. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Cashmere, the Poconos up. Hey, Cashmere.
Hey, what's going on there, Joe, Hugh, Kyle? How's it going, guys?
Good. How are you? What's up?
Yeah, man. So the Phillies, what can I say, man? So, Joe, I kind of said this before, and I kind of had this thought when I was on hold. It seems to me, Joe, since the season has started, especially the last couple of weeks, we've been talking about more and more and more guys on our team in a negative light, deservedly so. But what does that tell you? It's not anything good. It really is not.
They have more than one problem. Like if it was just Nola, if it was just Bohm, if it was just Marsh, if it was just the bullpen, then I think we'd say, all right, we'll fix that. But they've got a lot. It's like a lot of little things keep popping up here.
That's the thing. It's like it's just this Nola thing now. Now that Nola has a 6.65 ERA. Now I get it's only his 4th start of the season. I get that, but man, it's like these little issues just keep popping up again and again and again and again. And I'm starting to get the worry, Joe. I said this before. Yes, I think Nola's in decline, but I don't think he's as in decline. I don't think he's like cooked. I don't think like Hugh says. He's obviously not what he was, Joe, when he came up in 2015, 2016, and he wasn't like that Cy Young guy that we saw in 2018. He's not that guy anymore. We know that. But Joe, the problem is that he's not even a number 3 guy right now. He's not even a number 2 guy. He looks like a number 4 or 5 guy right now. And it's just like, we signed him to be a number 2 or number 3 guy. I mean, now good thing Jesus Luzardo's here and he's pitching great. And good thing we have Christopher Sanchez and he's pitching really well. And good thing we have Ranger coming back. But again, it's like these issues, maybe we're not as good as we thought we were. And it's like, I was talking to a friend of mine earlier. She messaged me. She's like, she goes, the Phillies since last June, and you add up April, the Phillies are 500.
Yeah.
Joe, and you look back and you go back to what Bill Parcells once said. You are what your record says you are. The Phillies are a 500 team since June of last season.
It's a long time. And in Kashmir, in that, because, sometimes you can look at the record, you look at run differential, and maybe they've got a little unlucky. They've been outscored in that time. Like they've earned their record the last, it's probably like 120 something games since then.
And what's even scarier, Joe, I'm starting to think this is the 2012 Phillies and not the 2000 and not the Phillies that we're thinking are going to go to the postseason. Because Joe, think about this. It's not just that we're not performing well right now. Now, do I still think we should win maybe 86, 87 games, 88, maybe? But guess what? That's not making the playoffs because, Joe, have you seen the National League West?
It's an issue.
Have you guys seen the National League
It's an
West?
issue. I mean, 4 teams right now have better records than the Phillies.
You've been on that for a while.
Padres, Giants, the Dodgers. We know it by the end are going to have like 100, right? Yep. And then Arizona. So that means the NL East is if it plays out this way, is a 1 playoff team division. And right now,
it's the Mets.
The Mets
right
look
now,
better. Yeah,
the Mets look better than everybody else. Now the Braves don't look as good, but guess what? I don't think the Braves are going to be. The Braves aren't going to be this bad all season. They're going to start getting going eventually, especially when they get Acuna back.
Yeah,
Strider's back now. They're going to get better. The Phillies, Joe, I don't know if we're going to get better. I really don't know. I hate to say it. I just don't know. I think this is the year we're probably missing the postseason. And if that happens, I don't know.
Ain't nobody going to be here.
Yeah, well,
it's going to be a lot of
mark
people
that
leaving.
one down. Kashmir, appreciate it. Can you mark that down? April 17th and 112. Our first, they're going to miss the post. Is that our first one? I think it is. I think we've had some people like kind of dance around it like they're not a lock. I'm not sure. I could see it.
Still trying to hold out hope.
I heard
was
someone
our first
call this
one.
morning saying they were going to finish last in the division.
Well, that's not. I don't think they're worse than Washington and Miami.
I'm just saying, I mean, that's there's a spectrum here of how people are feeling.
Yeah, that was the first one we've heard at our show that they're going to miss the postseason. I said this 3 weeks ago. They're not a lock. Now, I think they're going to play better, Hugh. I think they're going to be better than this, but they better start winning some games here.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that, when he was talking about Kashmir's talking about last year. For a lot of people, that's what they do. They look at what happened last year, and it's not fair, but for a lot of fans, it's the same. It's the same old same.
Well, and it's when it's most of the same players, it does feel kind of fair.
You have not, that's the point, because you didn't infuse this team with any new talent.
So I think we made a mistake, or at least I did with the Eagles when they were 2-2, because it was a lot of new, right? It was a new defensive coordinator. It was a new offensive coordinator. It was Saquon. It was a lot of new defensive players. That was new, and it took them time, and they figured it out. This really isn't that new. It's the same offense.
Same old same.
Unless you think Max Kepler's different, but he's just a little bit different version of the same guy.
One of the best things the Phillies do have going for them is that they're a game behind the Mets. The Mets are 11-7. We're 10-8.
They're not running away with anything.
No.
Yeah. And
so, that's where I'll
that's where you find the
I'll give credence to the it's early thing.
Yeah, and so the path is harder. The path isn't impossible. Just win the East and you go to the playoffs. Yeah, it just changes the way they might have
concerns for sure, but a lot of time. Marathon, not a sprint, Joe.
That's true. It's going to make those games against the Mets and Braves very big.
Even though we took the pledge.
Yeah, we did take the pledge. That was not pledge-like what you said there.
Was it?
No, it is a sprint. Forget the marathon. Let's panic and yell. Mike in Wilkes-Barre. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Mike. What's going on?
Nothing. Oh, I'm on. Sorry, guys.
Oh, yeah, you're on. You're on the air.
I was waiting there for a little bit.
Just hanging out. What's going on? Nothing. We'll talk later. No, go ahead, Mike.
One thing I wanted to bring up with the Nola situation that really scares me is the one thing that he's been known for is to eat up the inning and protect that bullpen. And this year, if he can't get that curveball to set up that fastball, I'm afraid that we're in for a tough one with them.
I think you're right, and yeah, right, because his curveball is what he gets the swing and miss on. That's what he puts people away. And right now, that fastball is just it's at 90 miles an hour. Nobody's swinging through that, and they're taking it because it's off the plate.
Exactly. I mean, he's not throwing the strike to set up the 90 to make it look 94 to get by the hitters like he has done in the past. And it's just making that bullpen. You put them in, and it's like, oh, here we go again with it. But the one positive part I want to bring up about the pen was Jordan Romano the last few outings.
He has been much better. I think because he talked about a mechanical thing, and he looked. I mean, it's a stark difference. Him throwing 96 compared to 92 is night and day.
Yeah, and he slowed down his mechanics. Everything looks good. So I mean, got to throw some kind of positivity in it because watching these games, it's getting rough.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, like they have gotten. Romano's been better. Alvarado's been really good. Strong's been good. The rest of the bullpen, not so much. But we'll take some positives, Mike. We appreciate it. We do have an update here on Brandon Marsh.
What we got?
Not in today's lineup after tweaking his right knee on the ball that took a weird hop in center field last night. He is seeing the doctor.
Didn't you say something about that?
Yeah, well, I
earlier
just,
you said he didn't look right.
It just felt like something was awkward last night with him. So that was from Matt Galvey. Said nothing beyond that yet, but seeing the doctor with a tweaked knee. I wonder if an IL stint's coming up here for Brandon.
Probably. I mean, it's probably, at a good time to be, if you're being totally honest about it, it's probably at a really good time.
You know what that's going to mean, though? It means he's going to go 0 for April. If he doesn't come back till the end of April.
Yeah, you're right.
0 for April. Pete in Bethlehem's up. What's up, Pete?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, Pete. What's up?
All right. I got a simple question with Nola, and that is, what's the go, no-go with him? At what point do you think management sits back and puts him on the block and tries to get something for him? Because we go through this every year, and it seems like if we can get him past, or if he can get himself past the third or fourth inning without even giving up a home run, let alone runs on our own, we stand a chance. But statistically, he's giving up home runs in the first and second inning almost every game. Now, there are exceptions, but he's not the lights out. He's not that consistent player that he was in the beginning. I understand he's getting older, but at what point do you try to salvage what you can get for a player, or go all in and say we're sticking with him until his bank account, that we can get for him is down to zero and he just fades away?
So if I had a guess on that, it's one of two things would lead us there. One would be Andrew Painter arrives and he's ready to go and he's instantly a number one or number two, and you feel like we have Wheeler, we have Painter, we have Luzardo, we have Sanchez. We don't need Nola anymore. So that's one possibility. So it's like a surplus and you just try to move off him. Or Pete, if they're having a bad year, they sell. I mean, they sell at the trade deadline and try to kind of reset it for next year. I know people don't want to think that way yet because that's like there's a lot of season left, but if they're falling out of the race in July, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a crazy idea to listen on trade offers.
So here's a follow-up to Nola, actually, to the Nola question. That is, while he's not consistent lights out, how is that affecting the other players on the team? If I were playing a game, when I was back in college and high school, and I'm playing, and I know that I played soccer, I know that my goalie that's starting that day, he's a lights-out goalie. He's not going to let anything go. It changes the way I can play. Now, is that possibly happening with the team? They know that Nola isn't necessarily the lights-out pitcher anymore, and so the intensity shifts a little bit.
Sure, I think it does. Yeah, I mean, I think players don't want to acknowledge this, but it feels logical to me.
I don't think they're there with him yet.
Not yet, but if
it happens, because we're about 4 games,
4 starts in,
and he hasn't been great. But I don't think that they feel that he's there yet.
Right, like overall the idea, I do think it puts more pressure on the hitters. Pete, we appreciate it.
Well, you know who's because I'm pretty sure, like for example, Taiwan, when he's out there, you better tighten up that defense a little bit on the back end when he's out there.
And then the opposite happens too, right? When you have an ace, like when Wheeler's at his best, like, all right, we get 3 runs today.
Yeah, we're good to go.
We probably got this game. Let's go to Kelly, who has a Phillies theory for us. Hey, Kelly.
Hey there. How are you?
Good, hey. Kelly. What's up?
So does this team look like a bunch of new dads who all just had babies and aren't getting any sleep? Or is it just me?
Right up Hugh's alley.
They do look very tired. Yeah.
I'm an old dad, though.
Yeah.
Well, old ass daddy.
But you're always talking about Ranger and when his wife came to town. The family stuff rings very true to you.
I mean, it does because, I mean, for obvious reasons, Ranger, that we don't have to go into. But yeah.
But others might have a new baby in the house and they're a little tired. So you think they're tired, Kelly?
I think they all look tired. I mean, you got Trey, who just had a baby. You have Bryce's wife, who is expecting again. You have Nola, who has a new baby. Like, isn't this the theme here?
There is a theme here with this.
I didn't even think about that, but that's probably something to that. You're not getting a whole lot of sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
What about when they're on the road, though?
They got nannies, though. They make too much money, man. They got nannies.
I was waiting for you to come say something.
I mean, but it's true. You got nannies. You got grandparents and stuff. I'm pretty sure that, like, he ain't up late at night changing diapers unless he want to.
Man, maybe some of them are. I mean, who knows?
Maybe.
Kelly, it is an interesting theory. I mean, a few of them obviously are having that. Kelly, we appreciate that. I mean, that's part of the life cycle of the athlete, right? Like, they get closer to the age of 30, they're probably moving into a different part of life. Maybe some of them are having more kids. I mean, that happens all the time. But there's 26 of them. They don't all have babies.
Oh, no, Alec Bowman ain't got no kids, I don't think.
No, he lives with Marsh, though.
Yeah,
roommates.
What's up?
None. I'm going to leave that one alone.
Okay. Guilty!
No. I don't want – see, I got to say something now because I don't want anybody to be thinking I'm thinking ill of him. But I will say this. You 28, 29 years old, you live with another man. Come on, it's time to move on.
They're saving Aaron Dolan.
No. They're saving on rent.
They're saving on rent. Don't they both make over $1 million a year?
Yes.
So what the hell you saving on rent for?
I don't know.
Man, if you don't move your ass out and get your own space, living with another grown ass man, what the hell
aren't
you
both
doing?
guys in arbitration? They're not exactly set for life yet.
No, but they're making a good living.
Enough money to not live with somebody else. You're not an 8th round draft pick.
Don't you know what it means to be frugal and save your money?
I do know that, but I'd be damned if I live with another grown ass man. I'm not doing that.
What if you're best buds?
I don't care. No, I'm not doing that. Not living with another grown ass man. Nuh-uh. I don't care how cool we are. I don't care how intimately he knows my sleeping habits or whatever. I'm not staying with no grown ass man. Not at my grown ass age. If I'm over 30, if you're over 30 and you have a roommate, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. If it's not of the opposite sex, unless whatever your situation.
If it's not a relationship,
right there you go. Thank you, Joe. Clean it up for me.
Good job.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Daily Douglas at 122.
I'm saying, why are you so you play? Let me just set this up for you.
You didn't think of the pros. You could save on rent. Okay,
Joe.
Carpooling to the stadium and back.
Joe.
You never forget where you're supposed to be. Oh, where are you going? We got a game.
If I play baseball and I'm trying, like if I'm a single man, I'm playing baseball, and she knows I play baseball, and when she comes to my house and I say, "Hey," she's like, "Who is that?" "Oh, that's my roommate." What the hell do you have a roommate for? Like, I can see if you're like 22, maybe 25. I'll give you 25.
First get to the city.
But if you're like 30, almost 30, and you live with a grown-ass man, what do you live with a grown-ass man for?
I don't live with any grown-ass man, so I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. No, that dog don't hunt.
We do have a WIP dad who chimed in on that caller's point.
Mm-hmm.
None of these guys are waking up with the baby.
I mean, that's what
what explains the road trip last week? The babies aren't going on the road. They're staying at home. I mean, they stunk on the road last week. Everyone was they're probably staying in a 5-star hotel by themselves.
Yeah. TK was not happy.
Yeah, TK didn't strike me as an excuse guy.
No. I wonder what he thinks about the cold weather excuse.
I'm sure he hates it. And he's famously not a Nola guy, so he's probably
That's true.
He's in his wheelhouse right now.
Yeah, he's going to crush him today. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get to what you people are saying at 145 plus. I think I've heard my new favorite way of saying goodbye to a talk radio caller. A radio legend may have started a new trend. We'll play that for you next. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Bet of the day is taking Cade Cunningham to lead the next Pistons series in points. This is 2-1 over at BetMGM. Feels like a great bet to make, considering Cunningham is the go-to guy for the Pistons, and he's been great against the Knicks. Cunningham has 36 points in each of the last 2 games against New York. Let's take Cade Cunningham to lead the series in points at plus 200. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com and their Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/John R, JONR, to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like, hey Google, cool down my car. And, hey Google, turn on the dog feeder. Or change up your adventure. Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue. Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply, subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The baseball season is underway as we continue to see the teams separate themselves from the rest. Texas has had a resurgence, returning to form after winning it all in 2023. They will be tested in an early season series against Los Angeles. Will Texas be able to wrangle a couple of wins in the series? Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus Awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us? 215-592-9494. We'll check in with you people. Coming up around 1:45. Your phone calls. First, though, yeah, this song is appropriate right now because yesterday, Hugh, Christopher Mad Dog Russo, he had Gary Player, the great golfer, on his show. And Gary, I believe, is 89 years old now. Listen to this exchange, Hugh, and the way Mad Dog says goodbye as they end their conversation to Gary Player. This might be my new favorite way to say goodbye to anybody. Here it is.
So tell him that the country right now loves Lurie. You give him that message for me. You give him that message.
I will do that. And think about young people now realizing they've got to do training with weights, and realize young people to never, ever, ever give up. As Winston Churchill said, never give up. You got to keep trying, strive for education, and think what it's done for tourism in Ireland. Can you imagine?
100%. Royal St. Rush, here I come. Whatever that, Port Rush, whatever it's called. There I am there next. You are the best. Stay alive. Thanks for coming on, Gary. Appreciate it very much.
All right. All my love to your listeners. Take care, my buddy.
You got it with Gary Player.
You're the best. Stay alive.
I mean, 89, Joe. He sounds great for 89.
He does.
He sounds
I love
great
his
for
accent.
89.
Gary
Yeah,
Player's
man. And to quote Winston Churchill, probably met Winston Churchill, didn't he?
He probably did. Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot to digest.
You don't get many stay alives.
Yeah.
I like that. Listen, stay alive. We'll talk soon.
Hang in there. Stay with us for a little while longer. Yeah, that was pretty profound.
You think it hit Gary as he got off the phone? Did he just tell me to stay alive?
I don't think so. I think he probably glossed completely over that.
Yeah.
Because when I'm assuming when you're that age, you ain't picking up on a whole lot.
Probably not. No, he sounded with it though, Gary.
Yeah, he sounded he was with it, but it's like whatever. He's whatever.
Is stay alive the furthest we can go? Like, is don't die? Is that too far? Just don't die on me, Gary.
Sounds like don't die. But
don't croak.
Yeah.
Here's the unfortunate thing about that.
Hopefully we talk soon.
It all depends on who you're talking to when you say it, because some people might compartmentalize that and really crash out.
Yeah.
You say
well, they get in their
something to
head
them
like, oh
that.
no, I don't have much time left.
What do you mean? Do you know something I don't know? So
Well,
you
you
got to
are,
be
yeah,
careful.
yeah.
You got to be careful with that.
All right, then stay alive.
89 is a nice little run, though.
It's a good. Well,
for life.
Hope you make it till our next conversation.
Yeah, that's a long ass time to be here, man. 89.
What do you think is a good amount to live?
I would say 70.
70. That's not
long
bad.
as possible, dude.
Yeah.
No, dog. Listen. I don't want to be somewhere shriveled up wearing a diaper, dog.
Well, of course. I mean, I think like as long as possible implies that you're still
you're
not suffering.
I don't want to be a burden on my family. I don't want to be waiting around for somebody to wipe my butt or something like that. I just don't want to live.
But there's a gap between 70 and that. I mean, there's some people live strongly throughout their 70s.
Yeah. I mean, there's some people that live great lives.
Yeah.
Like they just lay down one day and they just go to the upper room. But no, I don't want to be here if it's a burden. Put it like that. I want to be here as long as I can take care of myself.
Okay.
By myself.
I'm just trying to figure out what age I need to start saying to you, stay alive.
Yeah. Hey, buddy, don't you go dying on me.
Signing off every show. Like, all right, Hugh,
stay alive. We'll talk tomorrow. All right, let's go to Ken in Cinnamon. What's up, Ken?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Hey,
What's
Ken.
going on, Ken?
How ironic you come to the elderly guy.
No, I did not do that on purpose, Ken. It's just you were next.
About how
stay
long
alive
you
there, Ken.
So I always hope I stay alive until our next conversation. So that just kind of goes without saying.
Yeah. True.
Can I touch on the draft real quick? Before I get to
Yes.
the
Yeah, you got it.
So there's no way the Eagles are drafting a cornerback in the first round who refuses to tackle. Absolutely no way. Remember, a lot of mocks had Wiggins from Clemson coming here last year, and the knock on him. And if you put on the tape, it wasn't false. They might as well not give that kid shoulder pads. So the other thing to remember about the draft, and I pray that the Eagles don't move out of the first round, because I already won the tickets to go down there next Thursday night. I don't want to have to stay there all night to watch the Eagles not pick somebody. So, but there's zero chance they're picking at 32. The thing to remember about the draft is each draft shapes up the way it shapes up. The reason Quinyon Mitchell was still there at 22 for the Eagles to pick last year was because he was the first defensive player drafted. So that this always kind of happens at the top half of the draft, where some kind of a run starts for some reason. Most of these GMs have no idea what they're doing, and they're completely reactionary. So when they see something going, they figure they got to get on that train. So you don't know how that's going to shape up until draft night. So either the Eagles are going to trade up or they're going to trade out of the first round entirely. And I'm thinking we'll probably know by about the 15th pick in the draft. Since they don't have,
and you're right. And last year, those
32 first-round
quarterbacks,
right?
those quarterbacks, that really turned that draft upside down. Was it like 6 in the first 12 picks was quarterbacks last year? And people didn't really anticipate that. So, yeah, you're right. Every draft kind of takes on a life of its own once it starts.
Well, a lot of people question how Quinyon Mitchell could possibly be the first defensive player drafted. So it turned out that, Howie Roseman, big surprise, knows what he's doing. So with Aaron Nola, first of all, he's got 6 years left on a $175 million extension. There's no way you're trading him. Nobody's going to take that contract. There's absolutely no way to trade that. The thing with Aaron Nola is he's over the last 4 or 5 years, he's become that guy who's good at keeping people off base, but his mistakes always seem to go over the fence. Like he'll make 1 or 2 mistakes a game, and they always just seem to get hammered. So he's got to learn at this stage in his career to be that pitcher who figures out how to pitch without having the same stuff he used to have. That's the difference between pitchers that have long careers where they're effective well into their twilight of their career. Justin Verlander doesn't throw 100 miles an hour anymore. He's got to figure that part of it out. The thing that bothers me is, I'm telling you, I don't know how much longer I can take listening to Rob Thompson, tell me that Aaron Nola pitched great for 3 innings last night after he was terrible in the first inning. I don't know how much longer I can take Rob Thompson telling me, Johan Rojas, every once in a while, a guy makes a mistake. I can't listen to that anymore. Like, the biggest problem with this baseball team, and they can't hit. I've been saying it forever. They're constructed wrong. They can't hit. But taking that for what it's worth, the biggest problem with this baseball team is in that dugout. It is the manager. It is the hitting coach. And how much longer are we supposed to live with Rob Thompson just kind of waving this stuff off? There's 70 guys batting under 200 in Major League Baseball. Okay, well, 65 of them seem to be wearing Phillies uniforms. Like, I'm done with it. I can't listen to him anymore. He should have been fired after they lost the NLCS in 2023. And they are going to have to pull the trigger on him, because John Middleton will not fire Dave Dombrowski. He won't. Dave Dombrowski has all of John Middleton's trust, and Dombrowski would have to sleep with John Middleton's wife to get himself fired at this point. There's just no way.
Yeah, he's not getting fired. No, he's not. And that would be an end of the year offseason thing. And can we appreciate if they wanted to do something different in the front office? The Topper thing, I do think the fan base here is frustrated with Topper.
They're tired of the same old.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, that when I come on here and I try to give you what I think about what's going on, it's tough, because a lot of the fans that are listening to what I'm saying, they've heard this before.
Yep.
And they've heard some of these excuses before, and they remember how the season ended, and they don't want that to happen again because they're emotionally invested. The thing that I find fascinating is that we talked to a lot of people before the season started, and a lot of people that we talked to, Joe, before the season started said that they weren't going to get emotionally invested in this team. Guess what? They are emotionally invested.
Absolutely.
And when they see some of the same things over and over and over again, and they see some of the same patterns, it's frustrating, So I get that part of it. And to sit there, I understand where Topper's coming from because he said, what he say, the name on the front, where you're going to hit what your card says you're going to hit and all this other stuff. He's staying true to who he is, but he has to understand, ain't nobody trying to hear that right now. Nobody's trying to hear any of that right now.
I'm trying to pinpoint when we could have like significant Topper hot seat conversation. I mean, that Ken is one caller, one person. There's been others the last few days. I'm looking at the schedule. So the Phillies play the Giants today. They have the Marlins at home this weekend. Next week on paper is a very difficult schedule week. They go to the Mets and they go to the Cubs, who right now are in first place in the Central. We get back in here Monday, April 28th. If they don't play well these next 4 days at home against the Giants and Marlins, and then they have a tough trip to the Mets and Cubs, they could be well under 500 by the time that April 28th rolls around.
We're flirting with that right
now.
Yeah,
they could be 3-4 games under 500, and people say, what are we doing here? This is Girardi 22 all over again. Let's hope not. Let's get a win today. They are a big favorite with Sanchez on the mound. All right, let's talk to Marlon, he's got beef apparently. What's up, Marlon?
Hey, Joe. I was just listening to the last caller. Now I understand y'all like people label me because I call the radio, but that's what y'all job.
Well, we label you because you're a Cowboys fan.
I mean, no. But see, y'all label me a Cowboys fan.
You are a Cowboys fan.
You said you're a Cowboys fan.
I am. But anyway,
okay.
When I listen to WIP, I like to hear y'all give me the information about who this, who that, whatever. Just like Nola. The last time he pitched, it was 2-0, right? But the bats were dead. Sometimes the Philly pitchers need them bats to wake up. But I ain't just say, the John Jack Fritz, right?
What'd he do?
He's supposed to be the smartest baseball person on WIP.
Well, that's pretty debatable, but
they suck, though. I mean, all he know is pom-poms and Bryce Harper. And then
now, I don't know if you listen, Marlon. He's had a harsh tongue at the Phillies the last couple of nights on Final Out. Did you hear him? Did you hear him bury him? Then yesterday he had to giggle like a baby getting candy when they won. You know what I mean? See, people can't take him serious. Listen. What does Jack have to do with the whole Phillies team, though?
No, but what I'm saying about him is now on his show. He don't. If you got something bad to say about Bryce Harper, he don't even want to let him person
Well,
know.
he's protective of Bryce. We know that.
Yeah, that's his guy, ain't it?
How can we take his takes when he got pom-poms?
I don't know. What do you want me to do about it?
Seriously, Marlon.
Marlon, why are we taking shots at Jack on this show?
What am I going to do with Jack?
Because I know he's listening, so I knew he
are you trying to get through? What do you think about Aaron Nola? That's what I need.
Well, Aaron Nola, like I said, when he pitched the last time, it was 2-0, and
Marlon, his ERA's over 6.
But and guess what? He could be over 6 if them bats make him run.
No. Come on, bro. Come on. They gave this guy $170 million. His ERA's over 6, and you're making excuses. You talking about pom-poms. You got Nola pom-poms.
And just like the other caller said, put Trey in outfield. I would put Trey in outfield and Bryce Harper in outfield.
Me too.
And then start working in.
Marlon, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. They don't want to do it.
But I know what they don't want to do because ain't nobody saying nothing on a different show.
Marlon, I mean, I've been screaming. I've been screaming about Trey for 2 years. We could yell as loud as we want. They're going to do whatever they want.
You're being censored, Marlon.
Well, let me just say one more thing.
Okay.
Now, I remember when Don Johnson used to do the Blue Chews.
Mm-hmm.
Like when he promoted it, it was, a man could hear it. But that afternoon show,
all right, you can take it up with them. We're not going to spend 5 minutes.
We ain't
on
about
that.
to start back. Listen, we ain't about to start bashing them.
Now,
for
if you
the
want
way
to
they
have
do
fun
things.
with Jack with the Bryce thing, that's fine.
Yeah.
But they're doing what they're
They
doing.
still ain't brought me no Blue Chews either, though.
Well, that's why you don't want to rip them because you want some Blue Chews.
Yeah, I'm trying to work that out.
You're trying to get product.
What you
over
mean?
Here. Yeah.
Sell out.
If it's free, it's me.
That's sell out.
That is the definition of sell out.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
But I said it like it wasn't a bad
You are
thing.
a complete sellout. It is remarkable.
I like new stuff. I like different stuff. Blue Chews.
You could order your own.
I say chew it and do it, but it's better when you get them for free.
Yeah, but there's a promo code. Don't
Chew it and
you
do
get
it.
For free shipping or something? You got a promo code.
Man, I gotta ask one of those guys when they Vaseline get on in me. here. Chew it and do it.
You have. I've heard you ask them before about the Blue Chews.
And and you notice how they always curve me. They'll never like be like, yo, they act like they don't use them. But they do.
I just assumed they do. Yeah, that was an assumption I had. All right, before we go any further, can we check in with you people? What are they doing tonight?
You people. It's time to hear from you people.
What do you mean, you people?
So I just want to remind you people, and everyone else listening that you should be joining us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets for BG Live on 5/5. That's May 5th, Hugh, not May 4th.
You're going to lay that down, huh?
Nope. Right now on 94WIP.com. So we do have our daily Hugh lookalike today.
Who was my lookalike?
Cookie Monster.
Oh, the blue. Somebody is enamored with the clothing, my clothing attire like that I wear every day.
Yeah, it's Cookie Monster blue.
I mean, no, it's really royal blue. Kind of royal blue.
It's a little darker than Cookie?
Well, it's royal blue.
It's pretty Cookie Monster-ish. I mean,
No,
it's
royal blue.
I got a blue on too.
Yeah, we're all wearing blue today.
Yeah, look at that.
Or is mine green? Is it
Yeah.
blue-green? What's mine? I guess it's blue.
Yeah, look a little blue.
You're having your own color issues. We'll get to that in just a little bit there,
Can't
Joe.
wait. Can't wait.
Am I the only one who gets creeped out when Joe looks at the camera? It's like you're looking directly into their soul.
So I'm not trying to. I just
You're hyper aware of the camera.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, sometimes it's in front of me. Now, sometimes we have the screen up because we have two TVs in here, and you can. Sometimes we see the feed. We do not have that up today.
No, we don't.
No
Interesting.
feed.
You're not like Hugh, who's thinking about the camera on here.
I'm not.
Constantly.
I'm not thinking about it.
I wasn't thinking. I haven't been thinking. I'm adjusting.
But now I'm going to look at it more on purpose, just to look at you people. I'm watching you guys. I'm watching.
No. A couple of requests. First one is for me to grow my mustache into a handlebar. Not doing it.
Well, Raleigh fingers, actually.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I'm a handlebar guy. They also want maybe we should dim the lights on Joe.
Again, I can't
because people are wearing sunglasses.
But see, let me
at work.
tell you,
there's only so much I could do about
this. Is the problem with them dimming the lights. Then you ain't gonna be able to see me. like I mean, it is what it is.
So it's either
I'm trying to wear
we're accommodating you.
You know what I mean?
With the bright lights.
That's why I'm wearing all these bright ass colors. Because if he get any darker, boy, I'm a blend.
Look, there's a lot of shine going on in that studio.
How about this? We'll try it tomorrow. We'll try tomorrow.
What if we wear our hoods and then I won't shine?
Yeah, we'll try tomorrow. We will try tomorrow.
So as always with company man Hugh Douglas. One of the first comments today was, let's see how Hugh's going to spin this into telling us not to worry. They were on to you before you even started.
People know what to expect.
My job here is to take you behind the veiled curtain of the athlete, in this case, former athlete, and try to paint a picture.
Yep, that's right.
I'm never going to lay that down.
You're doing everybody a service.
Never gonna lay that
Company
down.
man to spin Dr. Douglas over here.
I tell you.
Company man Hughes.
So you really,
this
company man thing is really, it's become a thing because I didn't even think you were too company man today.
You know what?
People hear it now.
Yeah, they're being what they call nudges.
Carrying water for the Phillies, man.
Wow.
Not a water carrier.
Get you a bucket over here.
Guilty.
Guilty.
So Robin Ducko brought this guy up earlier.
Yep.
And somebody pointed this out in the chat earlier today. Guess who's batting 375 on the season?
On the Phillies?
No.
Oh.
He said not Trout.
Austin Hayes.
Oh, Austin Hayes. Okay.
He hit a home run today.
Yeah.
No, because I thought we were back on that Trout train.
Oh, well, we're just waiting.
I pre-up the strike that I jumped the shark, if you will.
Nebraska's batting 1,000 on this outfield.
He's got 6 home runs ready to sell Austin.
He's healthy, though. Yep. He's still healthy, too.
Yes. Yes.
Well,
Mike Trout? Yeah, he's fine.
For now.
Guys, we trot out Kepler and whatever center fielders every day.
I know.
I'll take Trout on one leg.
He's going to be in a wheelchair in a month.
Honest question. Trout on one leg or Rojas?
All right. Trout on one leg.
Hugh? Trout on one leg.
It's a fair.
He's gonna get hurt though. Buddy got hurt using the toilet though, man. That doesn't change the way you feel at all.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
I do feel
we are reaching the point of desperation.
Yes, the Trout trade will be the ultimate desperation.
Yep. All right. Last one. If the Eagles draft Mason Taylor, will Hugh be having his own version of Peanut Butter Week?
I'm a damn sure try.
You're gonna shoot the J.
I'm gonna shoot the J. Shoot it, man. Listen, if Auntie comes see her nephew play, yes, I'm gonna shoot the J. Why not? What do I have to lose? Nothing.
No, of course
nothing.
Not. Well, actually, I mean, it does work out. Like, she's not just some person. She could be on the show with us all the time.
Yeah,
she's talk show host.
Oh, we can't. Hugh's going to be a mess.
On the phone. On the phone. Yeah.
I'm a professional.
No, you're not. Don't lie to me. Why you lie to everyone?
I'm a lying to people. I'm a professional. You can't tell?
Yeah, the people on YouTube can see you laughing and smiling at you. It's why everyone knows you didn't take the pledge seriously.
No, I did take the pledge seriously.
You know what it is? It's a funny joke now until next week when they actually draft him. And then you know the boss is going to have to call you and be like, I know it's
Hugh,
funny, but
be professional.
But like he's an Eagle now. We can't really be doing this with
I
the
can't.
ant.
I can't be like the cat that was who was in Atlanta. The broadcast trying to get the girl's number. Yeah, you can't do that, man. Got to be
that
professional.
became pretty polarizing.
Yeah, that you got to be professional.
He did get the number though. I mean, it worked.
They did.
People were flipping out about that.
Yeah,
just relax over there.
Hey, auntie. I like how you turn the music up. No, I'm gonna be a professional, man. I will admire her from afar.
You know what? We're gonna have to create. We're gonna have to create the pledge. You're gonna need a pledge. You're gonna have to take.
Oh, I'll take it because I'm not. Like realistically, I mean, I think she's
the peanut butter skin pledge.
I think she's very attractive, but I mean, these are like y'all got to realize these are for jokes. These are for giggles.
You're a mess.
She fine though. She is fine.
Yeah. All right. There it is. There is today's you people. Let's grab Angela in Westchester. Hey, Angela.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Angela. What's up?
Man?
Hey, pleasure to get on. So my thing is, I actually want to go back to what a caller said earlier with the dugout. I do agree. I do think the biggest problem with this team is in the dugout. And it could be more than Topper than anybody.
Okay.
But pitching coach, batting coach, assistant coaches. I mean, if we're 500 since what 2 months from now last year. So in the last 10 months. Now, granted, we don't play every single month.
No, but they played like in their last 120-ish games. They're about a 500 team. It's a long time.
Yes. After going on one of the almost a historical tear through the All-Star break last year.
Yes.
And then to go cold and stay cold. And the one thing I wanted to draw on was with Nola. I think that it's yes. I don't want to take this away. Nola is declining, but I think he's declining more with a catcher he's not used to or comfortable with. And I've noticed this with every pitcher that's pitched for Marshawn recently and last year when JT got hurt. They just don't really look comfortable with him. I mean, he doesn't seem like he's fully comfortable calling games. Now, that's whether that's the environment he's put in from the pitching coach with Gotham, but or whether it's from minor leagues. But, I mean, if we look at the pitching staff in the minors right now, every single one of them are on fire with Stubbs catching.
They are, and up here, the Marshawn thing. It's on my radar, Angela. Angela, good call. I'm not ready to say that it's a direct correlation. Like it's like Stubbs is the reason the AAA guys are doing well, and Marshawn is the reason. Feels like we're trying to find answers to the. I mean, Aaron Nola's velocity
that's exactly what we're doing.
Is not down because Rafael Marshawn is the one squatting, not Stubbs.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. We're at a point because we see some similar things that happened last year, and we're just trying to fix everything.
We're grasping at straws.
Yeah.
You know what we need today before we sign off? We need a win. Hugh, you guaranteed it yesterday, and it didn't happen. We can't lose 3 out of 4 to the Giants at home. We need a win.
We gotta go 50-50.
We got to. Can you guarantee
We got this. We're gonna win this one today.
You sure?
On the mound.
Christopher Sanchez.
Yeah, we got this.
All right, we got it.
I got this.
Big win today. Afternoon show next. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Don't die. Don't die. We'll talk tomorrow.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly?
Hey, Joe DeCamara here. During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is giving all customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals and assists, FanDuel's got it all. So many ways for you to win, including player props, and same-game parlays. Find the bet or bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel.com/hammer to bet the NBA playoffs and, of course, the NBA play-in tournament. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at NairaBets.com/Philly25.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Attention! Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone? Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery. More mega! It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots. Something mega got more mega! Even better odds of winning. It's more... Mega? When I say more, you say mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5. Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, navigation, take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Heading to the ball game today? Ride transit to the game. You'll have a stress-free ride, so you can just sit back and enjoy the game when you arrive. Visit SEPTA.org to plan your ride. Check DCTMA.org/Commute95 for I-95 construction updates.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
You know what's better than a limited time deal?
an unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
You could think you found your dream home online. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Cam Ward has become the heavy favorite to go #1 overall to the Tennessee Titans. But the Miami quarterback hasn't got as much hype as you'd expect for the top guy. Maybe it's because it's such a short thing, or maybe it's Ward's strange journey to this place. He started out a tiny incarnate Word, then went to Washington State, and then exploded at Miami. The Titans fans probably don't care. They need to reset at QB, and hype or no hype, Ward fits that bill very nicely. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, we're back again on a Hertz Day on the WIP afternoon show. And on a Hertz Day, Ike, we are particularly influential. This is Ike, Spike, and Fritz with you on a shorter show because we lead you up into the fourth and final game of Phillies Giants. Ike, how we feeling, brother?
Well, listen.
Yeah.
With it being a Hertz Day, I'm hurting right now.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm just saying, Tuesday night, I felt like that was a good win, and that could sort of springboard us into a little bit of a, maybe a 3 or 4, 5-game winning streak, possibly.
Well.
And then last night happened. I got to be honest with you. I may have to make a sacrifice here. And I know I'm going a little long here. But, Brother Spike, how you doing? I'm sorry. The show didn't open up the way
I'm sorry.
Jack, I don't have time to be messing around with you today. Holla at you, boy. Seriously, I don't have time to mess around with him today. The two guys that I've sort of backed and supported.
Oh, yeah.
I may have to sacrifice
both
support. Yeah.
Both.
Yeah.
Wow. The Bomer and the Knowles train.
I may have to.
Yeah.
Much as I don't want to, I feel like I'm weighing them down. I feel like
it's your fault.
Yeah, I honestly do. I feel like it's my fault. I feel like I put the support there and I get behind them, and all of a sudden things ain't going right. So, man, last night with Knowles, the first inning, my goodness. Then he settled. The crazy thing with that, with his outing, and I'm not excusing it at all. It was that first inning and the last one he pitched.
Yeah, in the middle he figured it out.
And all the other innings.
He threw 20 straight strikes at one point.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man. I don't even know where to go with that game last night. You start with the pitching. That starting pitching can't be that bad, can't be that terrible.
Yeah, but then they're 1 for 9.
Right, I was
going to
say, you get the runners in scoring position stuff. You got that there. They battle back, tie the game 4-4. Next inning, you're down 5-4.
And it's over.
And it's over with after that.
And the game's over. How are we feeling, Jackie Baseball?
Not good.
How are you feeling over there, Jackie Baseball?
Oh, I was just doing normal things last night. I was up to about 12:30, grinding Oscar Mercado tape to think if he can play center field. I was watching Aiden Miller. So I think I was in a dark place. I was so furious I couldn't really go to bed.
Maybe Luis Robert Jr. Are we going to bring that
back?
back?
I don't know, dude. He gets 160.
Yes.
He'll come here and he'll suck. So yeah.
So we have a short show today because the Phils play their final of 4 at 4:05 is opening pitch. So I was thinking about Knowles this morning, Ike, and I was thinking about the team.
Did you need a blue chew when you thought about Knowles, or not even necessary?
Nah, not.
Yeah.
Well, why would I want to?
Well, I'm saying there's no excitement there.
No.
That's more where I was going with the blue chew reference.
Right. So I'm thinking about the team overall this morning, and Knowles let me think about the team. So here we have Nola, who's been pretty bad all year. His ERA 6.5, but he's thrown a lot of innings. He's in his 30s, right? Yep. And we have Wheeler, who has not been himself for the last couple of starts, but he's also, 33, 34 years old, thrown a lot of pitches, had injury problems years ago. Been great here, but JT's not hitting. And we have this team that is in their 30s. And I was thinking, let's put aside the Bohm thing, Marsh thing for a second, because they're younger. But the core of the team all in their 30s. And there's going to be some point where these guys are just not the same player anymore, where they go from in their prime to post-prime. Still, productive players, but not star-level, high-level players. And I'm thinking, here's the choice with this team, where I'm at. And I'm curious where you are, because I haven't settled in. Mm-hmm. Either option one is it's early, right? Pitchers don't throw as many pitches during spring training anymore. They sort of ramp up slowly. To a certain extent, the first maybe quarter of the season is a little bit like the NFL in that they don't play much during, preseason anymore, and they're just figuring themselves out. So on one hand, we have our older players that maybe just aren't ramped up yet. And maybe a month from now, that's
a positive way to look at it.
Right. Like a month from now, Knowles will be Knowles, Wheeler will be Wheeler, JT will be JT, everything will be fine. And I'm not talking about World Series, but I'm talking about we'll see the team that we all sort of figured we would see. Right. Option two is that they all just sort of got old at once. And the team that, again, putting the World Series aside, the team that we all figured for 90 or so wins, maybe that's not even in reach anymore. And maybe they all just sort of hit that stopping point, that decline at the same time. And maybe we're looking at a team that is truly not just because of contracts, but the beginning of the end of the core because they're just not good enough anymore. And maybe we're looking at an 84-win team and doesn't make the playoffs. So the choice is we haven't seen them yet. The choice is they're not there yet, or the choice is they're gone. And it's in the rearview mirror. When I present that choice to you, what do you think is more likely? They just haven't gotten there yet, and they'll be fine. Again, not saying they're going to win 100 games, but they'll be fine. Or they all got sort of old at once, and this is we're looking at turning. This is like a turn the page year for the franchise. It's a hard question.
Rich, you want to go? Or you want me to go?
Why don't you go? Let him talk to the people.
Oh man, yeah, because he doesn't want to address the problems.
He will.
I'm just saying.
What is up with you? I have been so relentlessly fair about this baseball.
Okay.
Now you shut up in there. All right, I'll take the reins on this.
All right, take it.
Okay,
Jackie Baseball.
They're gonna be fine. I'm annoyed. I don't think they're done though. I don't think they're cooked. I don't think the old players can't play anymore. I don't think that Wheeler's going to keep this up. I think Nola's going to eventually figure it out a little bit, and they'll write it and be around 90 wins. Is it good enough to win a World Series? I don't think so. I'm pretty out on the offense, but I think they're going to figure it out at some point. So I'll say that I think that they'll right the ship here.
Yeah,
this season's not going to be a total disaster.
Yeah,
I think there's going to be some rocky parts. I think it's going to get worse. Like I think there's going to be a come to Jesus moment with this team at some point where they have to really shake it up.
Where they fire Kevin Long,
firing Kevin Long, sending Brandon Marsh down. Really? Some kind of shakeup at the trade deadline because they are ripe for a shakeup. They need a shakeup.
Well,
they need one after the Mets series. They didn't do it. Maybe now that it's hitting them in the face, maybe now they'll do it.
Well, and let me present to you even if we are in that second part of it, if we are in that, hey, everybody sort of got old at once, then when we get to the trade deadline, the guy then everything's on the table. And you talked about extending Schwarber. They have to be willing to, if this core all sort of got old at once, they have to be willing to talk about trading Schwarber at the deadline. I'm just being honest. If that's not where I'm at, right. I'll take it from you too. I'm closer to Jack. I think it's going to level out. I don't know if they're going to win the World Series, but I think it's going to level out. They're going to be a good team. They didn't all get old at once. Blah blah blah. Though it's possible, and if that is the case, then they have to be open to everything at the deadline.
Well, that's why I reacted to what you said because I'm more or less thinking, boy, it's going to have to be pretty bad to want to trade Schwarber. But so that's my thought process there.
Right, but if you're thinking about the organization holistically and saying and that's what they did the deadline last year. They said we got to think about the next 5 years. Then all of a sudden at the deadline, if you're not going to do it and you think this core has got, then every opportunity you have to sort of restock. Yeah. I'm not saying to do that now.
I know what you're saying.
That's where we're going to be in 2 months if that's the case.
And we haven't been in this position as a team. We've watched other teams be in that position. right? We watched Juan Soto get traded. Right? That was mid-season. He got traded out of San Diego.
No, he got traded.
Was that off-season?
It was off-season, but he got traded
Off-season.
to San Diego mid-season.
From Washington, right? Yeah,
Yep.
okay, that's what it was.
Yeah, but they were like, well, we're not going to sign him. And,
Right.
Yeah.
So I totally get where you're coming from. And you're not saying that's where we are right now.
By the way, the Mets 2 years ago, when they traded Scherzer and Verlander, and they were like, this ain't going to work.
Right.
We have to, and everybody got mad at them for doing it. Local in New York, but they had to eat a lot of money to do it. And they were just like, let's turn the page.
Yeah.
Ended up working out for them, and they were able to rebuild rather quickly.
Yeah, I don't think it's crazy talk from you. It's more or less.
It's sad.
You just gave me a shock to the body is what you gave me when you said it.
Yeah.
This team. Unfortunately, and I hope I am wrong. I hope I am wrong. I just feel like our window. I felt this way during the offseason, and I was trying to come out of it.
But you've been in that spot.
I wanted the Phillies to sort of do something to give me a reason to just fool myself into thinking it was going to be something different. But that's the way I felt at the end of the season last year was, man, we may have missed our window in this 3-year window that we didn't get it done. And you just mentioned the players being older, and they may not fall completely off the cliff. They may bounce back and look closer to what they have in the past, but it doesn't mean they are going to automatically, like Zach Wheeler. You know, if one for Chris Sale having a year he had last year, Zach Wheeler is your Cy Young Award winner last year.
Yeah,
it just is, and he's been at that level for the last 3 years, where he's finished in the top 2 in 2 out of the last 3 years. I don't know if he's getting back to that level. You know, that last outing, I don't recall Zach Wheeler being hit that hard.
He had 1 3-start stretch last year where he got hit pretty hard.
One time in Washington, I think it was a Friday night or a Saturday where he gave up
he got
7 runs
he
or
got
something?
shelled against the Nationals. He got shelled in Marlins Park randomly out of nowhere.
Okay.
He got shelled in Baltimore. Remember, he allowed 4 or 5 home
It just
runs.
rarely happens.
And then the Yankees. The Yankees hit him up. That was it.
Yeah, and that's really what cost him Cy Young last year.
As I told you last year, if you take out those starts, he had a 1.3 ERA.
Yeah, right.
So to your point, Spike, I'm afraid that's the area we're in.
Right.
That's where I'm probably 55% there and 45% hopeful I'm wrong.
Right.
But I'm 55% in.
Well,
I don't know if we're as good as we want them to be.
Which I think is fair. We're looking at the team. The one thing, because I think when we say this, it brings up a lot of emotions about 2012 to 2015 and watching that core get old.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have Howard off the Achilles. We don't have degenerative knees from Utley.
That's true.
We don't have Halladay, who was starting to deal with a back injury.
J-Rowe was past his prime.
Sure. Like that's the one thing, I guess, a saving grace is that was, I think, much closer to being done than this feels like.
Yeah. I agree with that.
I think that the one similarity is that all these guys are extremely high paid, and if they could all be productive, but if they're not star level players,
sure,
right? Like when we got JT, best catcher in baseball,
right?
Last year, Zach Wheeler, best pitcher in baseball,
right?
Aaron Nola, whether you could argue he's not an ace, but 2 or 3,
had
he's
his
a 2
best
or
year
3,
in 5 years, arguably,
right? And if they're even one step below that, you're in a tough spot.
Well, and especially if Bohm's going to be closer to this.
Oh my God!
If the young kids aren't going to take the step forwards, you need to step forward, and that's where it falls the pressure on Aiden Millers and Justin Crawfords and Andrew Painters of the world.
Yeah, and even Luzardo to be what we hope he could be, to not get hurt.
Heating up so far.
Yeah. Luzardo's been great. Luzardo's been great.
Actually puts more pressure on him to make sure he stays healthy.
He's been the one.
Yes,
exactly.
Been the best pitcher
he's turned
into the best or the second best pitcher. Well, Sanchez is still.
Yeah, but I think Luzardo's been better than Sanchez this year. To my eye, he's been better.
Yeah, I trust your eye. You're a baseball guy.
I'm a baseball guy. Come on. I think Sanchez is great, but still.
Some say the best baseball eye on the show.
Some are saying.
Yeah.
Some are saying. All right.
Everyone likes to point out my college career all the time. Yeah. Fun day on socials yesterday.
It's not a great day to look at the
I would say probably 20 blocks were handed out yesterday by me. I'm sick of it. Phil's lose and that day. You kidding me?
Well, if you missed it, yesterday was the 1-year anniversary of our show, and we asked on Twitter to grade us, and we did get a lot of, I don't know how Ike deals with this. When is it just going to be the Ike show?
Yeah.
I lost on one of them. I was like, why don't you ask Ike if he just wants it to be the Ike show?
Why can't the station just be Ritchie, Hugh, and Ike?
Yep. The hot take artist. Send them in the trash.
What hot takes?
Yeah.
What? Show me them. Show me them.
All right. 215-592-9494. I guess the question is this. Are the Phillies just warming up and they're going to be fine? Or are we seeing a bunch of players who are in their 30s and maybe have all gotten old at the same time? 215-592-9494 as we take you up to Phillies baseball. Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Man, it's a bad day. It's a bad day, man. Because me, I'm usually, optimistic guy. Like, I don't got no optimistic with this team, man. You got, Johan Rojas looking like Francisco Rojas, center field. You know what I'm saying? Like, this, I can't even tell the difference. Is it a top 5 at 5, or you throwing somebody at recess, the baseball? Like, this is the major leagues. Don't ride the Bowmer no more. Just retire that statement.
Get off the Bowmer.
Well, and Corey, you will get your full time. Can I just say, Bowman Castellanos in that first inning, they were facing a pitcher who was dying to walk every single batter. And Castellanos gets up there. The two guys before him walk. He gets 2 balls. No balls. If you're going to swing at that next pitch, that ball better go 600 feet, not pop it up to shallow right. And then boom, striking out that inning. Like, I've been dying for them to have a 6-run inning at some point, and it was setting up for it.
It was on the table yesterday.
They could have chased them in the first inning.
On the table,
the bullpen up in the first inning, and they're like, oh my god. Anyway, continue, Corey. I'm sorry.
Man, I'm just scared because it's like I get what you're talking about. Like, if we're not gonna make the postseason, like trading Kyle Schwarber, but like even trading Kyle Schwarber, it's like Bryce Harper. I mean, he's not even playing at MVP3 level. Like, it's like, so Bryce Harper just getting older. I mean, he got his back issues. He's not hitting with like power like he normally does. Trey Turner. I mean, like it's like even trading these dudes, like you said, and it's like the younger guys ain't even producing either. Like Brandon Marsh is unplayable. You know what I'm saying? Ride the Bowmer, Ike guy, like this dude is all messed up in his head. And then my guy Stotty, I had him as a damn all-star. I look like a fool, you know what I'm saying? The guys I usually ride for usually deliver for me. I might have to take my name off this dude's backing. That's Spike guy. And I know anytime me and Spike on the same page, I know I'm stuck. It
ain't gonna go right. Yep.
Hey. So it's like. So I'm like, what? I just don't get it. And then like y'all talk about the pitching, like Jesus Luzardo, okay, but like Zach Wheeler, and it's like, is Ranger Suarez, when's this dude coming back? Like, it's like we got so many questions. I'm gonna be honest with you. If we ain't turned around in 2 series, I'm firing Rob Thompson. I don't care. Y'all need something that's good like that. When we went to the World Series, you know what I'm saying? You fired the manager, Rob Thompson stepped in, and then we went on a run. You got to do something to shock the culture of this team, because whatever this dude is doing, I get it. Everybody like, he don't want to shake up the clubhouse. He wants to be an even kill guy. Sometimes you need Nick Sirianni. Sometimes you need a guy that's
true
to get your people ready to go. And this dude ain't doing it. And if you got to fire him to make a statement, Dombrowski, you know what I'm saying? You got to fire him. I mean, I like Thompson, but it's like, we talk about missing a window. One thing about the 08 crew and that team, even though they got old and deal with injuries, they won a championship.
They won it. Yes, sir.
They didn't win. So it's like, we didn't win with these guys. So okay, they not hurt, but they don't look like they on an upward climb. They're like they on the way down.
Yeah. Thank you for the call, Corey. 215-592-9494. And he brought up Bryce, and that's another, like, when you're looking at all these guys, I don't think they're all falling off a cliff, but if they're all a level lower, if Bryce at some point, given the amount of baseball he's played, the amount of injuries he's had, the way that he plays the game, at some point it was just going to level down a bit.
Sure.
And like, if he is in that, if he's sort of like the transitioning to whatever that next version of him is, which is a good player, but he's also probably not the best player on if we're talking about a star-laden team, he might not be the sort of level of the sort of best player you want on a star-laden team, right? When you look at star-laden teams, you're talking about players who are top 5, top 10 players in baseball. Right. And the next version of Bryce is not that. Bryce is around top 10 player, I think, coming into this year. But going past that, if everybody's just a level down, then you're sort of in that Sixers range where they were before the process, right? Where they're good enough
Purgatory. Yep.
Right. And they have a lot of now. Luckily, JT comes off the books after this year. We talked about Schwarber. Castellanos is one more year after this. Taiwan is one more year after this. But it gets very difficult to rebuild that sort of team if it's not being rebuilt from inside.
Well, meanwhile, Bryce is getting older.
Right. That's the other thing. It's like
older,
who's the next best player on the Phillies? Yeah. And Aiden Miller might be good. I don't know if he's a best player on a baseball team. Sort of.
Say Schmitty like.
Yeah, again.
No.
Yeah.
He's the next Mike Schmidt. But let's take it down a notch.
Right.
Hopefully
we really are down. Last year he was the next Mike Schmidt.
A scout said that.
Yeah.
A scout said that. Hopefully he's a multiple-time All-Star.
Okay.
215-592-9494. Robin Delco, you're on WIP.
Hey, good afternoon, Spike, Ike, and Fritz. How you guys doing?
What up, Rob?
What up, Rob?
Listen, I got three bullets. Spike, about the only one big thing we got in common, me and you might be the only guys in the Delaware County or Delaware Valley area that watch almost every Sixers game. I know you missed one. I might have missed one. I pretty much watched every game except for one.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, you're a sicko. I got paid to do it.
I'm a glutton for punishment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
I stick with them through thick or thin. It's been a lot more sick. I mean, a lot more bad than good. But what are you going to do? Here's my bulletin points, boys. Okay, I agree. I don't think the manager's going to last to the All-Star break. I just have a feeling he's not going to last to the All-Star break. My second point is they're not fun to watch anymore. Like they're boring to watch. Like I don't know. I don't know if the Mystique's gone, the Magic's gone. Like this has been played out now, but they're just not fun to watch.
I'm telling you what it is, Rob. We're taking pitches.
That's what it is. That anymore. Castellanos swung at a 2-0 pitch last night after they walked the guy before. I don't think that's
by the way, L.A. almost walked to Florida after he swung at that pitch. L.A. almost walked out of the booth and went back to Florida.
I don't know if you can tell, but you can tell when he throws the pen down.
Yeah,
you gotta really listen for it.
Yeah, but you can hear it.
You can hear the pen hit the table. That's my L.A.
Yeah, yep.
He's one of our better hitters too. You know what I mean?
And he also, it was a great LA game actually yesterday when Trey, when there was that ball to Trey that he should have just at least knocked down.
In the
even
first inning, when the bases were still loaded. Yeah.
Even if he doesn't throw the guy out, and LA was like, you just got to knock that ball down.
Yeah.
You just got to knock that.
At least save one run.
Well, Rob, your thing about thank you for the call, Rob. His thing about Rob Thompson. I don't know. Kevin Long is definitely the first bullet.
Yeah, I would fire Kevin Long before Rob Thompson.
Yeah, they will. My gut would be that's what they'll do before they fire Rob.
When they fired Girardi, Rob Thompson was there.
Yes.
He had been a bench coach for a long time. He knew those guys.
Knew him.
I don't know who that is for this team. Like Mike Calitri's there, but he's been there for a couple of years, but he's not. I think Rob Thompson was an obvious kind of like move. I don't think they have that. Like if they fire Rob Thompson, Kevin Long's probably the manager.
Right.
I mean, he would be. He's got managerial looks elsewhere.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's what people want.
Well,
no, I don't think that's what people want.
Could he be the manager and they hire a new hitting coach?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
Bring in LB.
There it is.
Larry Bell.
Charlie.
Yeah.
And Leland. Let's bring in 96-year-old Jim Leland. What's Jack McKeon doing? Is Jack McKeon around? Can we bring him in as well?
I'm just saying, man.
Gene Mock, I think he's been dead for 15 years, but maybe him.
Larry Bow and Charlie for a year would be hilarious.
It would be amazing. Can you imagine that?
Talk about, yes.
Larry Bow kicked dirt on an umpire. Exactly. If you want that. All right, 215-592-9494 as we lead you up to Phillies baseball. The choice is this: are they just slow getting going, or are the best years behind us? This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Hey, look, maybe I would say I'm probably past my prime in certain ways.
No.
Well, in certain ways.
I know you hurt your back, but
in certain ways. Ike, maybe.
What would you say you're not past your prime then?
This.
We are doing radio.
Hey, don't
come on, man.
Yeah, don't you shake your head at me.
That's not right.
This is my prime in this.
Yeah.
And if you at home are past your prime in the bedroom, Blue Chew can sort of help
Were you
out.
getting ready to say I'm past my prime?
In certain ways.
Okay.
Not in.
Well, what would you say is the most clear and obvious way?
No, I'm just saying in certain
information
ways.
retention.
Yeah, well, that might be
But
one.
you're working on that.
Yeah.
So that's good to hear.
Look, the good news is the bad news is for some of these things, there's no like cure. Blue Chew can help you with not being past your prime in the bedroom.
That's right.
It can bring you back to your prime.
Exactly.
It's a chewable. So you don't have to worry about swallowing pills. That's no fun. And you can you can sort of keep it wherever you may need it. Maybe in the car on the ride home, maybe in your wallet, maybe in the bedroom, whatever. Another advantage is it's all online, Blue Chew. So no stupid doctor's appointments, which we all hate. No stupid wait in the line of the pharmacy, which we all hate. And it's the same stuff, the same active ingredients that are that's in Viagra, Levitra, Staxin, Cialis, all that, all in a chewable. All made here in the US of A, so it's cheaper.
No tariffs.
No tariffs. And I said no pharmacy. You're like, how am I going to get the Blue Chew with no pharmacy? Well, you go to bluechew.com. They're just going to send it to you in a
discreet
and
hard
packet.
Yeah.
We want
That was
you.
beautiful.
We want you to be back at your prime.
Exactly. Right.
So much so that first month on us, on the WIP
We got
afternoon
you.
show.
We got you.
Ike's going to pay for it.
Yep.
First month is going to be free. Go to bluechew.com. You meet with one of their medical professionals online, takes real quick, and you use code 94, and your first month is absolutely positively free. All you got to do is pay for shipping. It's like $5. And then it arrives, and then you can
chew it and do it.
It's time to chew it and do it.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 3. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 4:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Look it up, and it is gone. A towering fly ball to right.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days and, well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select DynaPro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through April 30th, save 15% off instantly on a spring maintenance package and make sure your car is road trip ready. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including hand-cooked tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn-out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and get up to $100 back on a set of hand-cooked tires. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers valid through May 31st, 2025. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Get $100 back on a set of DynaPro, HD2, and Evo AS tires. See
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Hey, Joe DeCamara here. It's engagement season. Let me tell you about a very special event happening right now. The Family & Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Show, now through Saturday. They brought in all new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. But you got to head to Family & Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, now through Saturday for the Viraggio Bridal Show. Only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece
piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
Oh, yeah. It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz, taking you all the way up until Phil's Giants. First pitch at 4:05. We're playing Return of the Mac because that's about us. We're all Mac.
Yeah, but I feel like, well, what is it, Mac?
You're not.
That's a ladies' man.
Oh, what is a Mac?
Yeah.
You don't even need to know.
I was thinking about.
You're nowhere near it.
I'm not even close. I was thinking of Shelvin Mac.
No.
Shelvin Mac?
No, I don't think it's people named
A
Mac.
former Xavier guard?
No, I don't think so. So the Twitter question, we have another story to get to, actually. We're talking about the Phillies. But Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference. Marks-jewelers.com. All right, Ike, the Twitter question is, are the Phillies cooked or is it just early? So the options are...
You like the bluntness of that?
I mean, my goodness.
Well, it's sort of what I asked in a nice way. Everyone who says I'm a hot take artist, I thought I did in a very nice way.
That kind of lets you know where his state of mind is at right now.
Right, yes.
Fritz.
So what do you think the Twitter poll is at? They're cooked or it's just early?
Oh, they're cooked. But I'm going to say it's not overwhelming. I'll go 58% say we're cooked.
You know who's cooked is you guessing the poll percentages.
Wrong again.
They're really starting to go after Ike Reese.
Yeah,
now.
I completely flipped it. 60.9% say it's just early.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was figuring after the loss, everybody was upset.
Yeah, I mean, that is quite the coping from that with the Twitter portion.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I ain't completely wrong about
The
that.
phone portion of the fan base might not totally agree with the Twitter portion.
The phone fan base yesterday did not agree with the Twitter portion on grading us.
A lot of A+ yesterday on the phone lines. A lot of Fs.
Yeah.
For specifically for Spike and I online.
Yes. So here's a report. So there's a story on Pro Football Talk, and I'm trying to based on.
This is the Devontae for Jalen Ramsey thing.
Yes.
Okay, that was just an idea by a Yahoo Sports writer, not like a source thing.
By Corey Leibowitz. Yes,
Sure.
and they just wrote about it. That is not the story. Is somebody had an idea, the idea of trading Devontae Smith for Jalen Ramsey. Also very weird considering Jalen Ramsey didn't like Vic Fangio, whatever.
Vic Fangio may not have liked
Jalen Ramsey, yes. But here is the more interesting thing, per Howard Eskin. Interesting story on Eagles' trade of Devontae Smith, in many cases, I consider these reports social media fodder. However, I had heard A.J. Brown's name in some trade talks with the Eagles possibly moving into the top 10. Now, one thing we know about Howard is that when he is reporting on Eagles stuff, whether it happens or doesn't happen, it is usually pretty well sourced.
It's sourced, yeah.
And you don't even need it.
He prides himself on
that. Yes, on that specifically.
Yes.
Now, you don't even need an Eagles source to know that this is true, is another thing. All you need is a source of a team that is in the top 10 who has had a conversation with the Eagles about trading for A.J. Brown. Now, we talked weeks ago about, just sort of threw it out there when the Patriots were dropping little AJ nuggets. Hey, would you trade the number 1 overall pick for AJ Brown? Blah, blah, blah. And we talked about it.
Yeah.
But look, what I would say is if he is reporting that there were talks for AJ Brown in the top 10, not necessarily they would do it, then my gut tells me there were talks.
Yeah.
That is what my gut tells me. I don't know. We've talked for a while about can you continue to pay 2 wide receivers with a team that doesn't actually even throw the ball that much? Is with all of the money that they are paying on, or not paying now, but going to pay on defense. And if you are trying to build a more balanced, roster, are you paying 2 wide receivers, number 1 wide receiver money? And the idea of not only turning that wide receiver into a good player, which you think you would do with a top 10 pick, but you're talking about a cost-controlled player for the next 5 years,
right?
Which would help you in other things. I would just say this, and then Ike, you obviously the most important word on this. If they were to trade, I do not want them to trade A.J. Brown. If they were to trade A.J. Brown, we've had a lot of moves this offseason that would have been controversial had they not just win the Super Bowl. This would be a controversial move even after the Super Bowl. And I believe this is one thing that I'm not talking about the validity of the trade itself. This is one thing that I believe would make fans say, wait a minute. You know what I mean? Like, there wouldn't just be, I trust Howie no matter what he does if they trade A.J. Brown for a pick in the top 10.
Right.
And I'm sure there will be a report within the next hour that says there's no truth to this.
Good.
That's fine. But, and for damage control purposes, that's fine. When there's smoke, there's fire on something like this is what I would say. Your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I would hope this isn't true. Meaning that I hope it doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen.
Yes.
Right.
I think it would be, I don't want to say it would be a grave mistake because, listen, the Eagles are a great organization and we've lost great players and they know how to rebound and add players, whether they do it quickly or it eventually gets done. So I have confidence from that standpoint, but I just think it would be, man, unless something else is there that I don't know about, like A.J. Brown to me is a guy, and I understand the idea we don't throw the ball great. Well, that's how we got through the 2024 season. I don't know if we can rely on that formula moving forward. Much as I love Saquon, I don't know how much we can rely on just running the football and not throwing it.
Rely on the best season of all time?
Right.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. At what point in the top 10 does it start to become there's a point, there has to be a point for you. Maybe you say no altogether all the way.
Well, the top teams aren't doing it. Meaning the top 3 or 4 teams aren't giving up the 4th pick.
No.
5-year control for a player that they need. Nobody up there, wide receiver. Maybe if the Patriots, I guess the Patriots could.
It's probably the Patriots, right? That's where it starts at 4.
At 4.
Yeah. I mean, if to me, if I'm New England and I'm Robert Kraft, I'm not doing that. I just paid Stephon Diggs. I got the 4th pick in the draft. I got an opportunity to get a very good player there that I'm going to have that's young and under control on a rookie contract for the next 5 years. And New England isn't winning anything anytime soon.
What if Abdul Carter slips to 4?
If I'm the Patriots, I take Abdul Carter.
If you're the Eagles and Abdul Carter, let's say Hunter goes, Ward goes, and I don't think he's going to, but let's say the Giants take Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
And Abdul Carter's sitting there at 4.
I still don't do it.
No, Jack?
Would think about it. I would still say no.
I tell you, in my opinion, just off the top of my head, A.J. Brown's one of the 20 best football players in the NFL, regardless of the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the number. I would say top 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're going up that high, if it's not Abdul Carter, who are you going for? Like Ashton Genzy is probably a top 5 pick. What's the
You're
point
not
of that?
taking a running back.
Mason Graham is another D tackle.
Not taking a D tackle.
You know,
well, I mean, I guess you could take a D
there's
tackle.
a tackle from Missouri, an offensive like, come on. A Georgia edge rusher, maybe? The Michael Williams kid?
Unless you were telling me, okay, I'll put on my GM hat.
Yeah. Well, there it is.
Well, if you're telling me I'm getting Travis Hunter,
you love Travis Hunter.
I think I would consider Travis Hunter.
Would you play him on both sides?
Yes.
Okay.
I would have to.
Do you think he's a better cornerback or wide receiver?
Corner.
Okay.
But the great thing about wide receiver in this league, well, the great thing about corner is that you don't have to be as precise, nor do you have to be as your usage rate isn't the same.
Yeah.
Right? At the cornerback position, as long as they're not throwing the ball to your guy.
Especially if you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you're good, you're not giving up catches. You're good over there. But as a receiver, you need to touch the ball.
Yeah.
So I could see him playing wide receiver, but for me, his main position would be corner.
Okay.
It would be corner.
And you use him at wide receiver.
Yeah. I would put
Yeah.
20 plays in a game that are Travis Hunter specialty plays. He's a guy I would do it for. I would think about doing it for because he can fill the receiver role for you. Not as well as an A.J. Brown would, but you're still getting a two-way player. The dynamic of having a two-way player would help me get over losing the best receiver we've had here since T.O.
And the question that has to be asked.
I need that caliber of a player.
Well, and I will ask the question, though I'm sure I'll get an angry tweet about it, is you also have to wonder if they're willing to trade A.J. Brown, how Jalen Hurts feels about A.J. Brown and A.J. Brown feels about Jalen Hurts factors into this. Because we just saw in Cincinnati the quarterback campaigning for his two wide receivers.
Basically demanding.
Yes. And I don't think they're running trades by Jalen Hurts. I don't think that's happening. But I don't know that you make a trade like this if you are sure that the quarterback is going to be furious that you're trading the wide receiver.
Right.
So it's less about get him out of here because of Jalen and more about Jalen doesn't care.
Right.
You know, so I don't know the relationship stuff with them. Who knows? But I think it certainly has to be. Look, even the Buffalo Bills going away from Stephon Diggs because of the controversy with him and Josh Allen. And
got the okay from Josh Allen.
Yeah, and going on to have Josh Allen going on to win the MVP the next year has to go through their mind at some point. I'm just throwing it out there. Yeah.
I've done the Jalen, Josh Allen arguments and have primarily been in Jalen's corner.
Right.
He's not the thrower that Josh Allen is.
No. Yeah.
So you could do that with Josh Allen and not have the drop off. And although Josh Allen may have had some sort of production drop off in a passing standpoint, but it didn't stop them from being a good football team or from him being the MVP. To your point, before we move on from it, I don't necessarily believe they have to run it by Jalen to get his approval to trade him. But if they know the inner workings of the relationship and they feel it's a close relationship, there's no way you trade that guy without the quarterback knowing about it first.
I agree with you. I agree with you there.
And that's where I'm going to say Jalen has to be like, are you bleeping kidding me?
And that's the question. Would he? And that's we don't know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer to that.
And if that was the case, and then that those two, they feel like they have to separate it, I would trade Jalen first before I would trade A.J. Brown. But that's regardless. So,
and we didn't ask you that.
I know. Just want to make sure that's on record. Just want to make sure that is on the record.
We should get that
to make sure people know that he would trade Jalen before he would AJ.
We need to get that to AJ, by the way, that you said that.
215-592-9494. Who would you trade first?
All right.
In the next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Or leading off.
So the Phils Just a little bomb that dropped in the middle of our 1 hour show, by the way.
Seriously.
Are the Phils, is it just early or are they cooked? 215-592-9494.
And you also got to, real quick, before I tell you the most important thing that's going to happen this hour.
Yep.
You have to also factor in they're probably going to extend Jalen after next year. They're obviously going to extend Jalen Carter after next year. They're going to have to extend Nolan Smith after next year.
The money thing.
They're going to get money from somewhere.
Yeah.
And if it's
true.
I mean, it's two $25 million receivers. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be a part of the discussion. We all love these guys. They just won a Super Bowl. But it's going to be a part of the discussion. I know.
Yeah.
I know. All right. So National Appliance Warehouse,
yeah.
Something you would never trade.
No. You kidding me?
Hey, untouchable.
Untouchable.
That's National Appliance Warehouse. Spike just got his appliances in from National Appliance
They arrived today.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to drive. I'm going to drive over to the house just to look at them. I'm not even living there yet. I saw a picture of the fridge. I was like, that's a nice fridge. I want to see the range.
Listen, again, now Spike on the air, he always gets very excited. Not like he's more excitable, I would say, on the air.
Yeah.
Not really off the air, more low key. When he got the appliances in, he got Jack. I got the appliances in from National Appliance Warehouse.
That's all
it was kind of startling. If you want to experience National Appliance Warehouse for yourself, what are you waiting for? We're talking about them for over a year now. Get down to tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. See their 15,000 square foot showroom with over 100 brands from Sub-Zero to budget and everything else in between. They have the right appliances for you. You're going to get it at a great price that's guaranteed by Price Shorts. It's a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that would instantly update price tags all throughout the store. Also, they have great savings events going on. And like I mentioned, tax-free Delaware on top of the right appliance, on top of a great price. You're going to get a great experience. Marks and Mac can truly build a difference-making culture down at National Appliance Warehouse. They're knowledgeable. They're friendly. You feel like family when you walk in. Take it from me and get to National Appliance Warehouse. Also, they do installation, delivery, and a whole lot more. So visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
All right, 215-592-9494. The Phils, is it early or are they cooked? Casey in North Carolina, you're on WIP. What's up, Casey?
It was good, fellas.
KC.
Hey, look, so, well, first about the Phils. It's like roughly 90% of the season left. I'm going to try not to worry about none of that until it's time to worry about that. But, bro, I forgot what it was that made me do it. I asked Jack a question. And, it was y'all was playing Return the Mac or the Mac or whatever he was singing. He's like, what is the Mac? It's like, Jack, I Googled your age. First off, didn't know that you would show up. I just, like, bro, you can Google you. That's kind of cool because that's for you. But it's like, how don't you know some of this stuff? I'm 30. I'm 35. You 31, bro. We too close in age for you not to know a lot of the stuff that you don't know.
Yeah, Fritz.
Come on, Fritz. How do you not know what Mac means?
Wait, sorry, what?
Well, Casey wanted to know how are you just not know what a Mac
like
is?
when you're Macking on something? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I didn't have any Mac games.
Well, Casey, sometimes I think Jack sort of plays up.
Well, I didn't know the song was about. I didn't know it was about Macking.
What's like the Mac?
Yeah, it sounds like a very 80s thing to do.
No, it's a 90s.
Whatever. It carried over from the 80s.
He was born right after me. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's so often that we talk about stuff. I said we, but yeah, we talk about stuff on the show, and it's like Jack don't know it, and I'm like, you got to be kidding, but I think you're serious. But we only 4 years apart.
Yeah, you know what though, Casey? That's sheltered life, man. That's the the only child, sheltered life. He played by himself a lot.
Yeah, I played with myself a lot.
Yeah, I tried to
whacking
that thing.
Hey, no, but if this report about AJ is true, though, I would sooner trade Jalen.
Of course.
Then I would trade.
It's not even a question.
What are we talking about?
The 100 most influential athletes of all time. Can't trade that.
When I saw his name was on that list, I said, because I have to ask myself, am I hating? Because I'm often put in a position where you see what everybody else is saying and you vehemently disagree with what everybody's saying. It's like
it's a tough spot, Casey. It's a tough spot.
Oh, so you're not a Jalen guy, Casey. You don't believe in him.
I believed in him. So when we went to the first Super Bowl with him, it was like, you know what? I believe that he's going to play great. He went in there, he did play great. He lost, whatever. Yeah. After that, I was like, you know what? He has my complete faith. He came up the next season stinking. I'm like, listen, I'm cool.
I'm cool. You can't sit and tell me Jalen's all of this and he's all that, and then we run more than anybody in the league. And you're gonna tell me? I'm a big Devontae fan. Devontae would have way better numbers if he had somebody to throw the ball. And I'm like, I would take my chances. We talking about trying to stay under the cap because we got to sign all these young people. I know who got the biggest cap hit, and it ain't AJ. I would rather trade Jalen, and I love him.
Well, who would be the quarterback?
Don't care.
I would, if you talking about trading them and moving up with draft picks and all this stuff, I'd take Shador.
No.
Oh, Lord.
I'm talking about over Jalen. We're not saying that, like,
I would take Shador over Jalen.
Shador's not going to be good for another 2 years anyway. We can't do that now. Yeah.
Fine, we're going to lean on the running game. And honestly, if you put a subpar quarterback in an offense, a quarterback that's not afraid to throw the ball, in an offense with the weapons that we have, he should fall. We still wouldn't be the 29th passing team in the league with a rookie. You mean to tell me you don't think we can just get the ball into the hands of the wide receivers when we got AJ, Devontae, at Dallas is still on the team. We got our Saquon, all of the stuff we got, and we the 29th best team in the league at passing the ball. And you mean to tell me we can't trade him?
I got that.
Totally agree. Look, man, I can't.
I'm speechless.
Here's the thing, Casey. Here's the thing, Casey. I largely actually agree with you about the performance. What I don't agree with you with is it's very hard to get a quarterback that you are confident in moving forward. So the issue for me would be, who is the quarterback?
Dude, are we talking about trading the Super Bowl MVP
instead of AJ? He is.
Well, hold on. They should have traded Foles after he was Super Bowl MVP.
Different circumstances.
Yes, I know.
Yeah,
and that's a different argument.
Yeah,
honestly.
we didn't have Tanner McKee sitting there waiting to.
Well, listen, I like Tanner too.
We all do. We all do. But
come on, man. So again, we all seem to be in agreement. Can we not trade Jalen and keep AJ and just see what somebody else can do? We can't be worse than 29th ranked passing.
They did win the Super Bowl.
I'm not putting that on him. He played great for 2 games, and I give that to him. He did his job.
Has there ever? All right, Casey. Thank you for the call. Has there ever been?
This full time. I see.
Yeah, I got him right.
I got him off.
Wow.
It said Phil's, by the way.
He wanted to start the Phil's.
Well, he said, has there ever been a team? I'm just trying to think of a team that has picked a wide receiver over
the
a quarterback.
Never.
Not that I could think of.
I mean,
a
I can't
quarterback
think
that's
of one.
like good.
Yes.
Yeah. Not that I could think of.
It's too difficult to get a quarterback.
Yes, it's too hard to get a quarterback.
I'm even going. I would not trade Jalen before I would trade AJ. And that's me. And I love AJ. And I think AJ is a great player. It's too hard to get a quarter. Think about the last 25 years of Eagles football.
Sanders.
Yeah.
Are you nuts?
Yeah.
Jalen Milroe?
If you had an answer, they're waiting.
Hold on. Tanner McKee, we're talking about we can't trade for a 3rd round pick from the Saints,
yes,
which is
because
also
I would
ridiculous.
rather have Tanner McKee than a 3rd round pick. Yes.
Oh, you are on drugs.
Well, no, because of injuries and things like that.
No, injure this.
Normally, when they let quarterbacks go, it's because when they let Brett Favre go, Aaron Rodgers was there. They let Joe Montana go. Steve Young was there. Like there's like a process to that. This is Tanner McKee was good, but like all right. All right, 215-592-9494. We're not going to be able to escape this. We will get to leading off next.
Thank God.
Yeah. Probably someone will sneak in with a friggin' AJ call. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Now, from three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly?
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. If you're looking to drive something exceptional this spring, I'm here to answer all your questions. Jamie from Aston, some bunny told us you're looking for a new car.
Hey, Robin. Sick of my minivan. I'm looking for something stylish and reliable.
Jamie, the hunt is over. Right now, Robin Ford is offering Ford employee pricing on all new Fords, including the Ford Explorer. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now. 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Rob from Havertown. You're on the air.
Interested in a new truck and heard about the Ford employee pricing offer. What does this mean?
Ford employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. Pay same price as Ford employees. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Hop in, trade up, and drive out. You're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-source single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Describe Delilah's to Gentleman's Club and Steakhouse. Where do you start? Maybe with the world's most beautiful showgirls. If you've been to Delilah's, you know why it's won every award there is, from Best Gentleman's Club in the country to Zagat-rated cuisine. And if you've never been to Delilah's, what are you waiting for? Catch happy hour every day from 5 to 8 p.m. or book your own private party. Bachelor's, divorce, fight night, or a big game are better when you reserve your own table for bottle service. Find details now at delilahs.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Fisher Investments. I'm sitting in New York where there's way too much debate right now over Juan Soto's happiness with the Mets. It is April 17th. There are roughly 145 games left in this season. It is way too early for any deep thought on anything we have seen since opening day from a player or a team, except the Rockies. They don't appear to be that good again this season. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey Sports Station.
What, Jack? No highlight from last night? This is Leading Off on 94 WIP. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The final game of the 4-game set with the San Francisco Giants. First pitch at 4:05. It is Christopher Sanchez versus former Eagle Jordan Hicks. The Phillies rather, are a minus 180 favorite. The over-under is 7.5. Chris Sanchez and Jesus Luzardo have been the stoppers so far this year.
Yeah, Sanchez wasn't great in his last outing.
He battled.
He mucked and grinded.
Yeah. That's what I like about Sanchez. When he doesn't have his great stuff, he seems to handle the pressure of a difficult inning well. I don't know anything about Jordan Hicks, the baseball player.
Right.
Is he any good?
He throws super hard. He was a closer for a long time with the Cardinals, and they signed him last year to be a starter. He's more of a 4 to 5 inning pitcher than a real starter. So
right up the Phil's alley.
Yeah, he can they'll just get in the bullpen, except the Giants have the best bullpen in baseball so far this year.
Okay.
So yeah, he's more of a 4 to 5 inning starter, throws hard, will walk you if you let him walk you. They had that opportunity with Robbie Ray last night, didn't exactly capitalize on it. So not great. Throws hard, we'll strike out guys, we'll walk guys, and that's about it.
And the Giants have been a good team this year. You split with the Giants, I guess it's not the end of the world. You end up winning this game. But at some point, and again, their record last year at this time, I think it was exactly the same as their record this year at this time. They didn't really start to heat up until after this. But I'm not going to must win this, but at some, one thing that Devin said to us yesterday when Devin Caney was there that you sort of feel, and actually, I believe Larry Anderson said the same thing to us. LA said something feels off. And that's the thing that worries me a little bit. And it is the thing that I wonder if they as a team are waiting for something to happen. If they as a team are waiting for a shoe to drop, not somebody to start playing well, but if they don't keep doing this, I wonder if they're pressing about the Kevin Long thing. They're not unaware that the guy could get fired. They're not unaware that the pressure is mounting. And I wonder if they are not handling the pressure of this year particularly well, because LA is talking about how they look, not how they're playing, but how they look,
Yeah, I mean, listen, and when you're scraping at the plate, it's not as fun. Right. And there's a little bit of anxiety coming to the ballpark. I think Bryce starting to warm up of late, hitting home runs. I think that is something that can always ignite the rest of the lineup. I always feel like Bryce and Schwarber are the type of hitters when they're going, it can rub off on the other guys.
Even though Bryce and Schwarber, I don't know, have been pretty good, and it really hasn't rub off on anyone.
I like the power surge. Like Bryce has just been a hitter.
Right.
Yeah, he's hit a few home runs of late. I think that does energize his teammates. It certainly energizes the fans.
Yeah.
I know I feel different when Bryce Harper hits a home run versus
absolutely.
When Bryce and Schwarber hit home runs, it just feels different than the other guys hitting home runs.
100%. 100%. The player to count on is sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. By the way, if you're on your way to the Phillies game today, you're just listening. You don't usually listen at this time. This is the WIP afternoon show. Ike Reese, Spike Eskin, Jack Fritz.
I'll let you, boy.
Make sure you listen every day. It's the best show on the radio. Been here a year. Boy, and we're already the best. What is there left for us to conquer?
Wow.
Anyway, player to count on. This has been tough this year. I feel like every time you take Trey Turner, he's going to go 1 for 4, 1 for 5. Where am I going here? And it's cheating to pitch the pitcher, so I'm not going to pick the pitcher. I'm just going to go Casty. I'm going to say Casty's going to feel bad about blowing the first inning yesterday, and I'm going to go Nick Castellanos.
I don't think he feels that bad.
No,
I don't think so.
He probably thinks we're the dumb ones. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to go Nick Castellanos just because I don't even know who the hell to pick anymore. Ike, player to count on.
Let's go with Schwarbaum.
Schwarbombs.
Yeah, you need a couple of them today, maybe.
Couple of Schwarbombs?
We
got
need
a caller?
something. Yeah, it's a little warmer outside.
Yeah, it's a beautiful. We're set up for a beautiful afternoon. This might be a night outside. Might be a night outside to watch the Phils.
Oh, well, it's not a night.
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm thinking day outside.
Yeah, it starts at 4 o'clock.
We're gonna get home like 4:30.
Yeah,
that's basically night. You can sit outside.
You can sit outside at any time, but 4:30 is not the night.
In November, December, and January, not in April.
Don't kill my excitement.
Okay.
Right? You two in there with your little night.
I'm just saying. No, you threw me off because I'm thinking the same thing you're thinking, but you just said at night.
All right. Well, listen, 5 o'clock is basically night, so it's gonna be a good time. I'm trying to figure out the TV in the back. That's my next step of the outdoor oasis.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I'll take a guy who I've been riding this year. Is Kepler, man. He smoked the ball like 4 times his last game. He's out of the lineup. So I'll take Max Kepler. For those keeping track at home, he's plus 680.
Oh, there you go. How many? He's got one home run.
I know.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah. 680 is not enough for a guy who has one home run
and dongs galore.
17 games.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you're aware of home run odds, but they are lower than they should be.
Yeah. I didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah.
But
you feel like FanDuel's working against you?
No, I was sold that there would be more power in left field
from Kepler.
Yeah.
That was the hope.
It's still more power than they've had. So
yes,
is that one home run?
But I know it's still more. Like Marsh is 0 for 31.
No, who was our guy?
Austin Hayes had one home run, and it rubbed the edge of the fence.
Hazy's got 2 for Cincinnati Reds.
Oh no. Austin Hayes has 2 home runs.
Yeah.
Oh, now I'm feeling dumb. 215-592-94. Ken,
locked in on Reds baseball.
Ken from Cinnaminson, you're on WIP. What's up, Ken?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you today?
Hey, Ken.
What up, Ken?
Mike, I see you're getting killed on the internet here because you don't recognize that Jalen Hurts is more influential in the world than Xi Jinping. So
yes, I know. It's like I looked at the list, Ken, and I was like, I could name 70 world leaders who should be on this list before I even get the athletes. But whatever.
There's probably 50 soccer players who could be on the list
right.
around the world.
Yeah, but whatever. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, exactly. So, listen. First of all, Jack, I'm pretty sure. And I'm not a Cody Clemens truther, but I'm pretty sure if Cody Clemens had the same number of at-bats as Max Kepler right now, he'd have at least 1 home run too. So
probably. Would he have that OBP though, Ken?
Not a huge upgrade. So,
he's a better defensive left fielder than Cody Clemens, but I get your point.
You're still watching clips of those great at-bats back in spring training. So
well, I'm watching Oscar Mercado clips from the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs, Ken. So we're fully locked in.
Well, we're in deep trouble. But this roster, and I've said it before, the problem is not the lineup. The problem is the roster. The roster is fatally flawed in its construction. They just have too many guys that do the same thing. And, ultimately, I don't know how much longer I can listen to Rob Thompson say the things that come out of his mouth. I wish they would just not even interview him after games, whether they win or lose. I don't need to hear that there's 70 guys in Major League Baseball hitting below 200. I don't need to hear that Aaron Nola pitched great for 3 innings after he imploded in the first inning last night. I don't need to hear that Johan Rojas, hey, every now and then a guy's going to make a mistake. I don't need to hear that. And, the only thing left to do here is fire Rob Thompson, because Dave Dombrowski couldn't get fired if he went into John Milton's office and, did a number 2 on his desk.
I agree with you. He's not getting fired. Yes.
He has so much trust in the guy for no reason whatsoever. And I think I talked to you guys during spring training and said that the Max Kepler move had just as much of the possibility of turning into this year's version of Whit Merrifield signing last year as it did to, being an impactful signing for the team. And so far, it's a lot closer to Whit Merrifield than it is to Max Kepler. And I don't know if they're cooked just because, they're going to find a way to win games. The pitching staff is too good. I don't think Aaron Nola is as bad as he looked last night. He's always been a kind of a bad cold weather pitcher. And I really do think that when they changed the baseballs, that impacted Aaron Nola. He doesn't have the largest hands. Not saying anything about what that means for the rest of his anatomy, but he doesn't have the largest hands.
That boy almost got a 10-incher.
Almost. Yeah.
When they changed the baseball and the laces were less obvious, it's just I don't think he's been able to grip the baseball the same since then. So he can't really throw that 4-seamer that runs in off the left-hander's hip like he used to, that made him so effective. But I just don't. Look, it's the same team it was last year. I know these numbers have been thrown out there before. They were a 500 team since like June of last year, and I think this is what they are. They can't hit. And I know Jack's going to tell me what their team batting average is, but that you're not a good offensive team when the biggest statistic you have to throw out there for runners in scoring position is you're amongst the league leaders in walks with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, I agree with you,
Ken. You might as well walk guys.
Yeah.
You might as well. If you're a pitcher, you might as well walk guys if you don't have to worry about somebody actually beating you by driving the ball. And so, sure, walk, Schwarber, walk Harper, walk whoever, and wait until you get to, Marsh or Rojas or Bohm right now, and you're going to be out of the inning. So the way the team is constructed is the problem. And, I said I was going to go down with the ship with Alec Bohm. To me, that ship is already on the bottom, and I've accomplished that. So I am.
You're jumping up.
Abort!
All right.
Ken, me and you, man. We were the last two, Ken.
Ken, we actually got to go. That's a good call. We just have to go because the leading off is shorter. Yes. So we will get to Scoops Caney reporting live from Citizens Bank Park next on Leading Off on WIP. Oh,
come on, Spy.
Wow, come on. The
guys
whole,
like to be stroked.
Yeah, the whole team needs a little bit of a boost.
Not
I
this
think.
Team.
No, well, not this team. This team is boosted by Blue Chew.
Locked in.
Boost yourself, buddy. We talk about PEDs. The best time in baseball was when they were using PEDs and jacking homers all over the place.
All right.
Yeah. Wow.
I was whacking that thing.
Yeah, you got to use a PED for the bedroom. That's Blue Chew. It's the best one. It's the only one. It's all online. You don't need a doctor's appointment. But how annoying is that? Just meet with a medical professional, BlueChew.com. You don't need to wait in line at the pharmacy.
Who the hell wants to do that?
Nobody. It arrives in your mailbox in a discreet and hard package. It's the same stuff that is in Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but it's chewable. You don't have to go to the doctor. You don't need any weird pharmacy waiting in line, none of that stuff. And it's just going to help you out with your performance, your confidence in the bedroom. It is like, here's what, I just want you to try it. I just want you to try it. That's it. And we're so sure that it'll make a difference for you that we're going to pay for the first month and you'll be hooked. So the first month is going to be free for you. Go to BlueChew.com, use code 94. You're only going to have to pay for the shipping. It's like $5. Worth a try. That's all I'm saying. Worth a try. Made here in the USA, so it's cheaper. No tariffs.
No tariffs
on any of it. So go to BlueChew.com, use that code 94, get your first month free, only pay for the shipping, and then you can
chew it and do it.
Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it.
The New Jersey Transit Police Department reminds you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Your attention is our most valuable asset. If you ride the train or bus, if you live or work near a station, be alert and aware of your surroundings. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. New Jersey Transit urges you to help keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com and their Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars a thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. What to watch for? Brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. Always on the go, our very own Scoops Caney, who is coming to us directly from the WIP Phillies radio booth at Citizens Bank Park, I've heard.
Hello.
Oh, there she is. There she is.
What's
so,
up, Scoops?
You planning on kicking LA out of that booth today? Is that why you're up there?
I'm in the WIP booth on the concourse.
Oh, on the concourse.
She's in the booth.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
They won't let me in the fancy booth upstairs.
You're in the Deborah Heart and Lung Center broadcast booth.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
that is exactly where.
Okay.
And she's getting hounded by John Brazier.
Yes.
I heard that in the break. Come on, Brazier. We got a show to do. Yeah.
Pause.
Tell Brazier to go get you something to eat. You know, it's like tell him to make himself useful in there.
He's gonna show me a song he wrote for the band Mountain Joy.
Oh,
So I'm
yeah.
excited.
But I mean,
We saw that at spring training.
what a bunch of hogwash. No shot.
About the teacher and well, you can do the
we
whole
get it.
bit here.
He went to Virginia too.
Yeah, yada. Scoops, we're starting to get worried here. We're starting to get
about the Phillies. Why?
Well,
what happened?
yeah, I don't know, nothing. The thing we've been talking about today is like their core is of the age that maybe not all at the same time, but these players are at the age where you wake up one day and all of a sudden they're in their post-prime version of their career rather than their prime. And they're built on all these stars, Wheeler, Nola, JT, even Bryce. And you worry that either they're just warming up, right? And maybe they're coming off of spring training and they're not there yet, or they all woke up one day and we found a year where they all sort of took that step back together. And that is the concern here. You had mentioned that the team felt better after the loss. Have you? LA had mentioned that they don't seem like themselves. Do you what does it look like when you're there and the lights aren't on them? It's not during the game.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to tell because from the get-go, and by that I mean from day one of spring training when all players reported, when I was down in Clearwater, they really seem to be, very business-like, have a very serious and focused mindset this season. And I know, I've seen tweets and posts that are joking that, they didn't see Jalen Hurts smile until he was holding the Lombardi trophy, and they're kind of emulating that mentality. But I don't know if that mentality totally works for this Phillies team, because then, we hear Bryce Harper talk about how they're not the daycare anymore. He's talking about the younger guys like Bohm, Stott, Marsh. But then we hear him say, just the other night, they need to have fun. We all need to have fun and put less pressure on ourselves. So I feel like this team was a lot more fun to watch, and they were winning more games when they were having fun out there, when they were doing, the celebrations and all that. I'm not saying that they need to dump water on each other's heads, but even, when you hit a single, when you get on base, anything like that, just kind of to loosen up the mood. But to say that they all woke up one day and are past their prime, I don't know if that's totally the case. I mean, if they win tonight, Rob Thompson pointed this out, they'll have the same exact record as they had at this time last season.
Yeah.
And it is a long season. And something that we talked about at spring training, both on this station and as a fan base, and it's covering the team, is that they need to kind of rein themselves in and not get off to too hot of a start so they don't burn out by the end of the season like they did last year.
So, by the way, the injury report sponsored by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for over 40 years. One guy we could use is Ranger Suarez, who pitched last night. I think he had 7 strikeouts in 4 innings. Jack told me. Rob Thompson talked about Ranger today, I believe. What did he say?
Yeah, Ranger will arrive in Philadelphia tomorrow. He will pitch bullpen here, and he'll get checked out by the training staff for the Phillies, and then he'll go to Lehigh to continue his rehab. So he still has a little bit of a ways to go, but it's still progress. And you just mentioned Spike. He did pitch last night. So I think it's just exciting to have him, at least in the area to step forward. So Ranger is certainly progressing. I don't know if you guys mentioned this on Leading Off yet, but as far as injuries go, Brandon Marsh, I know he hasn't been doing too hot at the plate, but he's not in the lineup tonight. Not because of that, but he tweaked his right knee last night when he kind of made a weird catch when he was out in center field.
Yeah, smelling nice little Phantom IL stint.
Yeah. Well, well, it did look like he hurt himself.
I got you.
Yeah. Well, you think it's a Phantom IL stint
I mean,
to bring Weston Wilson back?
I think it's a convenient thing to say. Yes.
I don't.
Smells
Wow. We want to hear you,
Jack
Scoops.
started-
Go ahead. Yeah.
Smells like it.
Jack started drama here.
Well, when
No, I
you
don't-
There's no drama. He's 0 for April.
well, but when you watch the video,
I know.
yeah, he did. The ball took a weird bounce. He twisted himself. He was actually
It's a
yelling.
legitimate injury.
Yeah.
And the guy
I
who's
think it
taking his
is.
place is Rojas. It's not like they're replacing him with someone who's going to produce offensively.
We're getting
Like, it's not-
getting Mercado up here tomorrow. Don't let everyone calm down.
Wow. Devin versus
I'm
Jax.
I'm just messing around.
Wow.
Everyone take it to their chat. Well, we're not allowed to have fun on the show. Phil's going to crap and no one can laugh anymore.
We're having fun. All right, Scoops. We appreciate the
We're
real
in
news.
shambles back here, Scoops. Yeah, it is.
Bring us a win. Where's the
We need
wind
a
blowing?
W,
Yeah.
yes.
The wind blowing
I'll
out to
try my
right.
best.
All right.
It's sunny and it's not nearly as windy as it has been the last 2 games. It does appear to be blowing towards right field.
Oh, there we
Yes.
go.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Scoops. There she is. Devin Caney. Wow. Just the Jack calling her on the carpet.
I think again. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills to this place. Yesterday, apparently, with the Conklin thing, and then today with this.
Well, the Conklin thing was on you. It was on you.
You're a little spicy. That's all I'm saying.
Wins the baseball games.
So, yeah, I understand why he's spicy.
Yes.
I get it.
This is Leading Off on 94 WIP.
You've heard me talk about the Scott Auto Group, where I've been buying my cars since high school. I recently stopped by Scott Kia to check out some of their latest 2025 models, like the all-new Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $229 a month, the all-new Kia Sorento S model SUV for $238 a month, and the all-new sleek K4 EX starting at $196 a month. Listen, you know about Kia's industry-leading warranty, incredibly safe cars. You know the deal with Scott Kia. Scott Kia of Springfield. Go to scottautogroup.com. Tell them Fritz sent you, and always remember, it's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Subject to credit approval. Not all buyers or vehicles qualify.
As the seasons and temperatures change, the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep up with your family's needs. Don't worry. Horizon Services is available 24/7 to service your existing system or install a new heating and cooling system. Plus, Horizon has same-day service, money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Horizon always works with you, so the job is done according to your schedule and budget. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
WIP hosts prepare for their shows in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide.
Spring into deals with fresh savings at Lowe's. Right now, get 5 Stay Green or premium 2 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances and save $50 on every $500 you spend on select LG appliances. Shop in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate at Lowe's.com for more details of qualifying items. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, wait a minute. Get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business.
This is Leading Off on 94 WIP. Jack, how about that weather, buddy?
Well, as you know, Spike, today's weather report is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Philadelphia. For windows and doors that go beyond, visit the pros at PellaPhilly.com. Spike, back to you.
It's beautiful. It's going to be sunny, 62 degrees, winds right around 10 miles an hour. Out of the west-northwest. That's what it says on the internet. I don't know what that means, but Scoop said there it is blowing out into right field,
which we like to see.
The starting lineups brought to you by the Fence Authority. Make your new fence as easy as 1, 2, 3 at Fence Authority. Here you go. Your Phils. Bryson Stott stays at the leadoff spot, playing second base. Trey Turner hitting second and playing short. Bryce Harper playing first base and hitting third. Kyle Schwarber back to DH from left field, hitting cleanup. Nick Castellanos playing right field and hitting fifth. Max Kepler playing left field and hitting sixth. JT Realmuto at seventh and catching. Alec Boehm is back in the eighth spot and playing third base, and Johan Rojas is playing center field and hitting ninth. And on the mound, one Christopher Sanchez, who has been good this year. We've had some good stuff out of Chris Sanchez.
We'd like to see the velocity tick back up.
Yes, it was low last time.
And a lot of these guys, their velocity is down. We talked about Nola. He was at 89 to 91. Sanchez, Luzardo, Wheeler. So I can't tell if it's a team-wide thing. Is it a weather thing? Or, I don't know.
Definitely a weather thing.
I think weather has definitely affected it. But definitely would like to see the velocity tick back up for Chris Sanchez.
Well, for Wheeler, I think he pitched in St. Louis and his velo was down.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't. I'm not worried about Wheeler with velocity.
All right. Phil's on Deck is next. We will talk to you tomorrow from Chickies. Go Phils.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author